on during the pitch report in that game, and he made use of it to perfection. So Faraz is something that you would definitely want to look up to in this big finale. But here today, he will not be bowling under dry conditions. He'll be bowling under conditions which will slightly be under lights. Not sure how the dew is going to come in and play. But there was one man who exploited the Sharjah bowling in that semi-final itself. It was none other than the big man, the Lala, the Boom Boom, the Asif Khan, the man who we were waiting for to see and come and explode. And he was fantastic in that game. Have a look at that innings that came in from Asif Khan that gave no hopes whatsoever to Sharjah that they can have a chance in that low-scoring match.
Well, brutal force, Asif Lala. On his day, he can absolutely murder any attack. And that day, he absolutely taken the game away from the opposition very, very quickly. Those 3 sixes of Mohammad Azhar back-to-back through extra cover asked him something really, really special.
Well, certainly, he just kept going after the bowling. He did not let Sharjah come on top of them. No pressure whatsoever. And he was playing at ease. He was hitting boundaries at his will, as if he has, made his mind in the 10th over. He's going to hit 2 boundaries, first of the first ball, second of the second ball, and then he'll play 2 dot. I mean, it was as if he had planned everything as to how he wants to go about business. Very comfortable with his approach. Very, very prominent in terms of what he wants to do. And I think that innings has definitely boosted Fujairah in terms of how they want to take a revenge in this finals, because the first game that Fujairah played of the Emirates D50 2023 was against Ajman. They faced defeat. Ajman won the toss in that game, elected to bowl first. That's exactly what has happened today. Ajman has won the toss, elected to bowl first. They are trying to repeat the same heroics. Now it will be very important to see how and how Fujairah actually doesn't let Ajman repeat that same thing and they take that revenge. Mind you, there is Mohammad Wasim who has come back into the side. There is, the likes of Farazuddin getting into the form in terms of his bowling. Batting, he was scoring runs. Asif Khan getting into runs. Salman scoring that all-important 50. Very, very crucial there for Fujairah here to continue that rhythm that they have got.
Spot on, Asim. This is a different-looking Fujairah. And look at the points table, Ajman. Unbeaten so far with 10 points, 5 wins in a row, Asim.
Well, certainly. I mean, they were 5-5. That something gives them an extra confidence. But also at the same time, they will always have this pressure because they are playing the most important, the second most strong side in the tournament as per the points table, which is Fujairah. They have done justice to the points table here. Fujairah with 4 wins, they have 8 points there. Sharjah with 3 wins, they had 6. They tried their level best, but the performance that they were displayed in the semi-finals was something that couldn't let them go beyond the semi-final stage. Dubai started off their journey pretty strong. They started off with the 300 runs that they scored against Abu Dhabi, and they had another 300 odd score coming through, which unfortunately they could not carry that momentum coming through, that defeat against Sharjah, stopping their journey in the Emirates D50. Talking about Abu Dhabi, they got that 1 win against Emirates Blues. But Emirates Blues, talking about that, young side, pretty formidable team. I think result is something that doesn't speak well for the talent that side possesses, because the likes of Ethan Carl D'Souza is someone to look forward to in the coming years in UAE. That kid is something special.
Beautifully summed up, Asim. Well, Fujairah is a different-looking Fujairah today, buoyed with the performances of likes of Lala in form and Wasim coming back in.
Well, certainly. And this points table, it might not make sense at this stage here, because it's just about the 2 teams that we are going to be witnessing out here. That is Ajman, Fujairah taking up for the all-important trophy that we are talking about. It's the battle between a united Ajman versus a star-studded Fujairah. Who is going to win the championship? Who is going to hold their nerves? Is it going to be the unity that is going to get you that championship, or is it the star-studded, pressure-handling, experienced Fujairah with the likes of Rohan Mustafa? There is Asif Khan, there is Mohammad Wasim, and you name them, they have it.
Yes, Asim. It's all about that big day, which it counts. Emirates D50 powered by Fan Code final. Ajman taking on Fujairah live from Malik Stadium, and the umpires are making their way out. Cracking final install here.
The 2 umpires all set in readiness here to make their way to the center. Shiju Sam and Asif Iqbal, the two experienced umpires, and both of them, I think it's a moment of achievement for the UAE cricket. Is the fact that both these umpires are part of the ICC developing nations. The umpires that belong to the ICC developing nations, both Asif Iqbal and Shiju Sam, they both were a part of the ACC Premier Cup as well in Nepal of late, and that definitely shows up that the kind of cricket that is happening here in UAE, it is developing, it is maturing, and you can see that not only in the players, but you can see that in the officials as well, which are going up to the next level and representing the nation.
Absolutely. All augurs well for UAE cricket, whether it's umpiring or the players getting opportunity. Terrific facilities have improved a great deal, and this Malik Stadium is looking in great shape. Nice fast outfield, cracking wicket. Ball should come on this afternoon, and we are looking for a thriller of a final.
Well, certainly this is going to be a battle that we were all waiting for. Very important game. And Fujairah, who, in my opinion, would have fancied their chance to field with the kind of performance they delivered in the semi-finals, they would have edged to have a chance to field first. But it is the Purple Army of Nasir Aziz that is going to be having a go first, winning the toss, electing to bowl first. They already have an edge in terms of the conditions that we are seeing. Yes, the wicket looks pretty flat, good to bat on. But more importantly, it is about how you want to make use of the overhead conditions and the conditions which will be there as we have the artificial lights on. Do we have dew coming through? Do we have that extra advantage that the batters might have, which is the ball coming onto the bat pretty nicely at the later stage? That is something that time will answer us. That is something that time will tell us how they go about business.
Absolutely. Lots of things to be judged later on in this game. As you pointed out, how the wicket is going to play, whether the dew is going to come on or not. But right now, is that man, Mohammad Wasim, can he turn it on? Certainly, he's a big match player. We all know that. And rising to the occasion, you have played many finals and captain IGM as well. What sort of atmosphere in the dugout and the team talk? How the players are looking at it in a stage? It's going to be plenty of nerves, but those early few deliveries, somebody hits a good shot, a quick breakthrough, it really changed the complexion of the game, that early nerves.
Well, if you're asking me as a skipper, what I would be approaching here is going to be very simple. Don't talk too much. Just go, apply yourself. The cricket that you know, just go and show us. That's it. You don't need to do something out of the box. All you need to do is just apply as per the situation. If the wicket is doing something apart from the ordinary, just respect that. Have that particular thing passed on into the dugout that there is something in the wicket. Please be very careful as the next batters are coming through. Have this thing prepared in their mind that initially we were targeting around 280, 290, but now things don't look that easy. We need to hold our horses out. We need to target 240, 250 and then have your innings plan. So that's something which you as a leader will have to pass it on to your boys. And in my opinion, Fujairah does not need that sort of a guidance because the players who are playing for the national side, they pretty much are aware of how they have to go about business.
Absolutely, Asim, and there's a surprise move as well. Ron Mustafa coming up the order and Salman Khan going down.
Well, if you ask me, that's a very smart move coming through with a lefty-righty combination. I think it's not about the name. It's just about the combination, what you want to go with. It is pretty windy conditions. You want to exploit the windy conditions from both the ends. It's not that, okay, there are two right-handers from this end, we will not be able to score. From the other end, we will be able to score. No, they are taking that entire situation away from Ajman, that advantage that they might have. Now we have Zohaib Gujar, who's starting the proceedings here for Ajman. Short delivery and wicket on the very first ball. What a start. Ajman continuing to dominate the opposition, and Ankur Sangwan on the very first ball takes a blinder in the point region, and the skipper of UAE national team departs. Wow, what a start.
That's the worst possible start for Fujairah, and a dream start there for Ajman. That first delivery, width was offered, the shot was on. Mohammad Wasim just flashing hard, but what a catch in the gully. That was travelling, Asim.
Oh, look at that. Absolutely brilliant. In the air, flying bird, and the bird's name is Ankur Sangwan.
Absolutely brilliant. Zohaib wasn't expecting that delivery to fetch him a wicket. What a start here at Malik Stadium. It's all happening. Fujairah, none for one.
You always. Salman Khan, the new batter. And it is Zohaib Gujjar who will continue. Well, Zohaib Gujjar and Mohammad Wasim, they have the similarity of the looks coming through. Zohaib might be a few inches taller than Mohammad Wasim, but if you look at their facial, they have some similarities in terms of when you look at them side by side. You would definitely find it difficult to pick who is who.
Absolutely. Both are terrific guys as well. Great human beings off the field and on the field as well. Competitors, wonderful people as well. Nice shape there from Zohaib Gujjar, getting his line slightly outside off stump's wide signal.
Well, certainly have a look at that wicket here again. Short delivery, trying to cut that, and that catch. Oh, wow. Wow. This is brilliant. You watch it 10 times, you'll definitely not get bored.
This is international stuff there. Look at the jubilation on the faces of Ajman fielders and Zohaib Gujjar. He's over the moon, picking up Mohammad Wasim on his first delivery. Salman, coming in 3, hasn't had to wait that long.
Well, I think he wasn't expecting to be out there so quickly, but I think if he just takes this aspect away, all he has is 299 deliveries instead of 300. So do your magic in the big game. You're playing, you're having that support of the senior statesmen in the side. And this is exactly where, as a youngster, you can shine and you can make a mark to go to that next level.
He's certainly one of those players who have emerged through this tournament. Look brilliant, technically very sound, and he's making runs at his will. It's a big day for Fujairah, looking up to Salman Khan to really have a significant outing with the bat.
Well, certainly. And these are those moments in the game wherein, you actually take your team one step ahead of the opposition already. With the wicket of Mohammad Wasim coming through, a balance which was about 50-50 between both the teams has become 55-45 in favor of Ajman. With getting that big fish away. And off the mark is Salman. First runs with the bat for Fujairah. What a start here coming through for Ajman, mind you. Wicket on the very first ball. And the best part about that, the ball wasn't that great. It was meant to be hit. But that dive, the timing, and the grab coming in from Ankur Sangwan, I think you need a special effort to get a man like Mohammad Wasim out.
Absolutely. Those sort of catches really makes a huge difference, especially in a big game final like this. Somebody takes a screamer, and Mohammad Wasim will consider himself touch unlucky there. Nice shape. Just started from middle and drifting down the leg side. Good running as well. Terrific running by Ron Mustafa. That's experience for you.
Certainly. This is stealing a single there. From what could have been an easy single for any other batter, Rohan Mustafa is someone who is pretty alert. He saw the keeper running back, and Rahul Chopra, who's very quick, with the pads on, it takes a few clicks away from you.
Yeah, that's the desperation in the running between the wickets. That aspect, whoever runs well between the wickets, both are good runners, sharp runners, and Ron certainly will be looking to stay rock solid and weather the storm. They've already lost Mohammad Wasim up front, so his job is to stay in there, driving uppishly between gully and the slip. Gets away with it.
Well, gets a single, gets away from that. Single off the bat. Rohan Mustafa is off the mark. 6 for 1 after 1. Beautiful trophies there of the Emirates D50 2023 powered by Fancode. The question and the all-important pride that they're playing for is who's going to be tagged as the champions of the 50-over format.
Certainly, both teams are eyeing on that trophy. That means a lot. Domestic 50-over tournament powered by Fancode. He's got a slip in, gully in, a squarish backward point cover. Sameer has the ability to take the ball away from the left-hander. I think if he gets it on line, it might be early shape for him going away from Ron Mustafa. Sameer, the left-arm quickie, starting from the pavilion end. Nice shape, beautifully played as well, knowing where his off stump is. Ron Mustafa letting that one go. Rahul Chopra has pretty experience. He's adjusting his cordon there.
Well, they'll have to be right on top of things here, Ajman. They cannot let Rohan or Salman settle in for longer time, because we know how they can take the game away from you. This is exactly why we say Fujairah takes an upper hand when it comes to these finals, when it comes to these big matches, because they have big match players in their side.
And quite a few of them as well. Mohammad Usman, Asif Khan, touch loose there from Ron, looking to drive on the up. Little bit of movement. Gets through to Rahul Chopra. Likes of Mohammad Asif Khan. Next in, Mohammad Usman. Plenty of batting. There's depth and class in Fujairah. On the other end, Ajman has been unbeaten. They've been formidable in this tournament. They've got terrific combination going. Some wonderful captaincy as well. Their team, quick run, excellent running.
Well, if you want to be on top of things, if you want to apply pressure onto the opposition, it's going to be very crucial here for Ajman that they stop these singles away, because Rohan Mustafa and Salman, they are both good runners between the wickets. They will take those quick singles. That's going to be very crucial here for Ajman as a team to apply more pressure and not to take the momentum away from their side.
Yeah, certainly when you are under the pump, the best next thing is you can always look to rotate strike, and these two are experienced enough, they're classy enough. They will be looking to drop the ball whenever possible and run as hard as possible. That also upsets the line and the length, because especially when you have left and right hand combination going, I think that's the big reason Ron has been sent to open the innings today. Salman outside edge, didn't carry. Perhaps he was slightly deep there. That was a genuine Nick Qasim.
Oh, certainly you will have to be really spot on in terms of where you are standing, and Rahul Chopra will be very crucial here for him to have that position set up for the slip fielder, because it's going to be crucial. Yes, that's a genuine edge, and dropping short of the fielder. This wicket is not a very bouncy wicket. Yes, it's a flat track, but that doesn't mean that it has that extra bounce coming through. It's a typical subcontinent surface that we're looking at here. Doesn't have that kick coming through, and that's going to be very crucial for the keeper to actually understand and make his guard and the slip fielder's guard as well.
Yes, certainly your keeper has got to make that judgment. On that occasion, it was a genuine edge. Beautiful shape and nicely played. Good delivery coming back in. It would have been really tough for Rahul to get to it, but that sort of edge, I fancy Rahul may got a glove on it to that one if he would have dived. Tough one.
Yes, it was a tough one, but I think you'll have to give, if you have a slip fielder in place, you'll have to give that edge to the slip one. And I think one of the reasons why he's standing a bit wider here is because it's a left-arm bowler who's taking the ball away. Had he been someone who's snipping the ball inside, having that ball to move into the right-hander, maybe you could have a slip fielder finer. For this delivery, yes, absolutely spot on there, Azhar. You will have to have the slip fielder a little finer if you're swinging the ball in, because the edges that you're going to get is not going to be a thick one. It's going to be a fine one, which will go carry on to the finer slip cordon.
Great analysis there. 2 overs gone is 7 for 1. Fujairah. Zoeb Gujar, he's got his tail up. And the Ajman skipper also attacking Ron Mustafa. He's got a slip in, gully in close. There's a slight delay in play. Maybe Salman is not feeling well. He's asking for assistance. And we will be back shortly.
Have a look at that wicket there of Mohammad Wasim. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. One of those finest catches, and the context of the game and the importance of that wicket speaks a lot on that reaction from the bowler. He couldn't believe that he has got his man out on that delivery.
Well, that's an unbelievable catch there, Asim. That's international stuff there. Growing up watching Jonty Rhodes and Herschel Gibbs and likes of Ricky Ponting in that area, that was a screamer. Not easy. First delivery of the game, you to get that sort of focus and that sort of intensity going, and the chance comes, a sharp chance. Any other fielder would have struggled to even get a hand to it.
Oh, absolutely. You need to have that intent to go after it, to convert that opportunity into a wicket. That's exactly what he's done, and he's done fantastic job there.
Salman had some assistance. Maybe he was struggling with his stomach. Zoeb. Full and straight. Was it bat? Slight bat on. There was a big shout. He went straight up. Zoeb is struggling a little bit. Maybe he's got a twist somewhere. But that was full and straight and swinging. Ron got bat onto it. Otherwise, it looked really close.
Well, certainly that was close. And of course, you need to apply that sort of a pressure. Let the ball do the talking. Use the wind to your advantage. And that's one of the advantages you have when you're playing under breezy conditions. You win the toss, elect to bowl first, regardless whether dew comes in or not. But these windy conditions that are definitely going to help your fast bowlers.
Absolutely, you got to make the best out of the conditions, and don't try to get ahead of yourself. Sometimes you get caught up into thinking way too ahead. This game is all about presence of mind and staying in the moment and concentrating the job on hand. Sometimes teams think far too ahead and get themselves into a bit of trouble. Right now, it's all about for Fujairah to get through this period, build up partnerships, and who knows, they can still score big runs.
Well, certainly it's just about applying yourself and reacting to a situation. And they have a situation in front of them after the departure of Mohammad Wasim, that they have to build a partnership. That is something which is the need of the hour. They'll have to step up to it and deliver. Again, playing with soft hands. They would definitely be under the pump, under the pressure. But this is not the first time that they've been, you brought into such a situation wherein they'll have to come out, spend some time out there in the center, and get runs for the team.
Yeah, they have seen it all, done it all. Likes of Ron Mustafa, Asif Khan, Salman. It's been the fine of this tournament, the way he's played for Fujairah. As that man on screen bowling at the moment, Zoeb. Terrific last 6 months for Ajman. He's tall. I think Asim, if he can learn with passage of time to come close to the wickets, he will be a lot more dangerous as well. Predominantly someone who angles the ball into the right-handers, away from the left-handers, but he's got that natural outswinger to the right-hander. So if he can come close to the batsman, will make them play a lot. Very good delivery. And another sharp run. This is excellent understanding between the wickets and great running as well. Easing a bit of pressure. Rotating strike.
Well, absolutely. It's going to be very crucial out here for Salman and Rohan Mustafa to stitch in a partnership, get to that 50-run mark now, regardless of how many overs they take. But ideally, should be around that 10-over mark, 10, 12 overs, get that to that 50, and then focus on the next 50, how they go about business. That was pitched uppishly, and there are those deliveries in this game wherein they can use it to their advantage, which is not going at the moment just because of that first initial wicket that has come through. 3 overs gone, 8 for 1. Samir will be continuing here from the Dubai end. Played uppish in the gap, and that will be boundary. First boundary for Rohan Mustafa, and showing signs of intent here. Good looking shot, very positive in his approach, and very still headed there, Rohan Mustafa.
A great shot there, coming onto the front foot and hitting through the line. Slight bit of room there, and he's someone who likes to get on with it. That's a top shot. Great intent from Rohan Mustafa. He knows that young bowler is looking to find his length. This is good counter-attacking stuff from Rohan, the former UAE skipper. Short delivery. It's going to be called wide. That tennis ball bounced there, digged in hard into the wicket, just balloon over the head of Rohan Mustafa. It was wide enough to call. Obvious response there from the quickie, going in short.
That's a typical fast bowler's response there, Asghar, isn't it?
When you hit them over the top, nobody likes Asim. Then get ready for getting some stuff around your rib cage and some chin music.
Beautiful delivery. Very good comeback there from Samir. Look at that shape on the ball. A perfect fast bowler's shape coming through. And you got to give credit to Rohan as well for digging it in pretty nicely, not committing to the shot pretty early.
Yeah, he was aiming for that pads, that block hole delivery. Especially last few years, Mitchell Stark has set the tone. Now likes of Shane Shah, Afridi, the left arm quick bowlers, they're pitching the ball right up into the block hole and looking for that real shape to trap the batsman on the toe, getting them bowled.
Well, when you speak about that, which is that one delivery of the left-hander that comes to your mind into the stumps? Your favorite one?
Well, growing up, it was all about Wasim Akram, but I think that delivery with the World Cup final 2015 against Brendan McCullum, that was a peach of a delivery to really rock New Zealand, because McCullum was someone, the way he played against South Africa and the other sides, I knew on that day it's one-man army. If McCullum gets going, no game is finished.
Well, no team is big enough if players like Brendan McCullum, they keep on going, and I think spot on. Like minds think alike, as we say. I was about to answer you if you had a different opinion. That was a Jaffa.
Absolutely brilliant. Somebody bowling at 145, 150 clicks, and especially how good a player you are. The first couple of deliveries, somebody gets it on line and swinging. Oh, that set the MCG, go berserk.
Well, the match was done and dusted there. Almost 30% in favor of Australia with that wicket coming through. And with that, the way they got their wicket.
Especially you can knock over Brendan McCullum in that fashion, in that bigger game. It's hard. Those sort of setbacks is difficult to come through.
Well, certainly. And meanwhile here, Samir is trying to produce that sort of a delivery and get through the defenses of Salman. Just trying to see if there is a scope of using this swing to this breeze to his advantage.
Yes, but he's up against Salman. Asim, you have seen throughout the tournaments, he doesn't get his front foot cross enough, and it's hard to wrap him on the pads because he has got beautiful blade coming through the line of the ball straight all the time. That on drive, that off drive, is someone to really look for in the future, Salman. Technically brilliant. Another over is gone. It's 4 overs done. It's 14 for 1. Zoeb is going to continue once again from the far end. The tall, fast bowler, Ajman, charging in. Oh, wide offside off stump. No need to play that one. Little bit of width offered and drawn. Fancied that big cover drive.
Well, certainly, definitely have to be ahead here. They cannot, they cannot afford to have something that goes away in terms of giving the flow away to Fujairah. If a partnership sets in here pretty nicely for Fujairah, they will definitely start to believe that they can pull this off, because it's a pressure game. Chasing will not be easy, mind you. It's because of the pressure that the final mounts onto you. Oh, glorious shot. Square drive there on the up. And the ball doesn't have enough legs. They'll manage to come back for 2. But the placement was pitch perfect there from Rohan Mustafa.
Yeah, square of the wicket, very strong. Leaning into the drive. That's more like Rohan Mustafa. There's no demons in this pitch. It's a flat wicket. Although they've lost that wicket, but that doesn't mean that they just go bob down. It's just that early nerves. Couple of good shots, couple of wayward deliveries. They're going to come along if you stay on the wicket.
Oh, certainly. Can't agree more to that one. Lets that go. And this is the beauty about this longer format cricket, is that when you are one step, below the opposition, when you're behind the game, you just, sink in some time, buy some time out, and just make sure that you have that sort of approach towards the game to take it deeper. Don't hurry with things. This is what longer format asks you as a batter.
Plenty of opportunity for you to apply yourself, make a comeback. That's a beauty. What a good shot. Leaning into the drive once again. It's going to be a couple. Nicely timed. He wasn't looking to hit that one hard. 50 overs, lots of overs. So you always have that room of coming back into the game, unlike the shorter form of games like T20, where you all the time look to throw caution to the wind. But here, Asim, it's all about that application, that guts and determination, seeing through a good spell of bowling when the opposition is on top. And Rohan Mustafa is doing exactly that.
Well, certainly, in top of his game here, Rohan Mustafa. Just trying to buy some time out. And how many times have we seen that in the domestic cricket, that big stages, big finales, Rohan Mustafa stepping up and performing for the team. Hasn't been the best of the tournaments for him as an individual, but I think he has taken the charge to open the innings, and an opportunity for him to come out and deliver. He likes to be busy. He likes to be amongst the runs. And you can't ask for a better platform than a finale to take your team through over the line.
Absolutely, Asim. Big players, they have that ability to rise to the occasion. When it matters, that brings the best out of them. I think that sort of character is Ron. A real fighter. Someone who takes onus and ownership for the big games.
Let's that go. 5 gone, 19 for 1.
Change of voice here in the comment box now. Welcome the ever smiling Mudassar Ali.
Good evening, Asghar, and good evening to all of our viewers. A big day, big finale, and what a start for Ajman, getting the big man, Mohammad Wasim, caught brilliantly at point by Ankur. Catches win matches, Asghar.
Cracking start, Mudassar Ali. It was there to be hit, and Mohammad Wasim was wasting no time in attacking that shot. Shot was on, but that is an international catch. Screamer. Is it up in the air? The mid-off is getting under it. Will he take it? Oh, he's taken it. And Salman Khan has goes this time now. Another one goes. 2 down, Ajman.
Trying to break the shackles here, Salman Khan. Wicket number 2 in deep, deep trouble, Fujairah. The man in form, Salman Khan with the bat, departs, trying to clear that mid-off fielder. What an excellent catch taken by the youngster, Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. This fast bowlers continues to dominate here. A good toss to win by Nasir Aziz and opting to bowl first and exploiting the conditions very well here in Ajman. Malik ground. 19 for 2, 5.1 over.
Mudassar Ali, you were there at the toss. It's pretty strong breeze, and that catch, it looks easy on the eyes, but believe me, these can be tough. And Lovepreet has judged it to perfection. Although he just bubbled out of his hand, but he hung on to that one. And very uncharacteristic shot comparing Salman Khan, because throughout the tournament he's been fantastic. There was no need to do that.
Absolutely, and it's a longer format. Trying to break the shackles, as said earlier, Salman Khan. But full marks should be given to the youngster Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. An excellent catch taken in the windy conditions, settling under the ball. A well-judged catch taken by Lovepreet to dismiss Salman Khan. Both the fast bowlers on fire, Samir and Zoeb. The new man, Asif Khan Lala. It all depends on him. Fujairah, after the loss of Mohammad Wasim and Salman Khan, banking on Asif Lala.
Big game, big player. He needs to rise to the occasion. And with Mohammad Wasim back in the herd, there's pressure on Asif as well. He's been in terrific form, doing so well at international level as well. But this is, every game is a new game. And Samir charging up almost there. Mudassar Ali fishing around off stump.
First ball for Asif Khan and a brilliant delivery. A fuller and slight movement committed for the shot. Luckily, not edging it to the wicket keeper, but beautiful piece of bowling continues by Samir with a new ball. He has been exceptional throughout the tournament, leading the pace attack with the Zoheb. No big names in this lineup, but they are doing wonders in the D50 tournament.
Terrific combination they got going. Some very good leadership, nice plans. And they haven't got the star-studded team like Fujairah, but look at the combination, and their strength is all about believing in each other. Another loose shot there from Asif. He's expecting the ball to swing back, but Samir is very, very clever, taking the ball away from him.
Good piece of bowling and not attacking the batter, just keeping it away, asking the batter to go after the bowler. And an excellent captaincy. The first slip and a closing gully fielder, an attacking field for Asif Khan Behrooz. Two fielder, fine leg and third man outside the 30-yard circle.
This time he finds the middle, but straight to the fielder. One big question here, Mudassir Ali, is Asif. How you read the situation, how he's gonna go about it.
I think they're in trouble. It's a big match. One mistake from Asif Khan, the team might be in much more trouble. It will be better for him to just play out few overs. It's an early stage of this match, 50 overs format. We are into sixth over. Already a couple of wickets has been lost. The runs are not key, but they need to keep the wickets in hand. Both Rohan and Asif Khan, experienced batters, just play out those deliveries, play out those 10 overs, take out that shine from the ball, and once the spinner comes, then you can go after the bowler.
Spot on there. They can't afford to lose another wicket here. 19 for 2 is quite a setback in a 50 overs game. In T20, you have what you say, another 14 overs to play. Not much of a worry. Strong batting lineup, but 50 overs, lots of overs. They got to take it deep.
Absolutely, and demoting Salman Khan was a surprise for me. He was the man in form. Just to adjust that combination, opening combination, and we'll come to that conversation in the next over. 6 gone, 19 for the loss of 2.
Zoeb Gujar continuing, the tall, lanky, fast bowler, bowling to Ron Mustafa, beautifully played straight to the man. As Mudassir, the last over you were discussing about that move, promoting Ron Mustafa up the order. Perhaps he could have come at 3 and you got to continue with the youngster Salman, who was doing so well as an opener. It's not about that you coming in 3. It's just about he walk out almost second balls. Yes, to be precise on the second ball, because Wasim got out. But that mindset has been disturbed a little.
Cut hard, but well fielded at covers by the fielder. Definitely saving 4 runs. Absolutely and completely agree with you, Asghar. The inclusion of Mohammad Wasim in the semi-final, the big man, but it has disturbed the batting lineup of Fujairah. I think it will be an ideal for Wasim to come at number 1 or number 2 position, because a youngster like Salman Khan, who is playing his first D tournament in domestic circuit, and he was going well, and losing that Mohammad Wasim wicket has put a lot of pressure on Salman Khan, trying to break the shackles, and he was caught at mid-off. Excellent piece of bowling continues, testing the batter, the left-hand batter Rohan Mustafa. The windy conditions, it's not easy for the batter, but full marks should be given to the bowler. The way they're handling the new ball, the seam position has been upright by Zoeb.
Zoeb has matured a great deal, and regarding the other point about the batting order, that's really sometime things is it doesn't turn out for you. We are sitting in the com box is so easy to discuss, but sometime a player like Mohammad Wasim's stature, when he comes into the side, is an automatic choice. He's a world-class player. We all know that. So, for me, I think Mohammad Wasim was the right one to go, but sticking with Salman and batting Ron Mustafa maybe at number 3 and then followed by Asif Khan. That would have been a lot better.
We'll be having a lengthy discussion on this. Who should have come and who should have opened the innings for Fujairah, but it has been done and dusted. But now they are in trouble, 19 for 2. They need to build up a partnership, left hand, right hand combination out there in the middle, Rohan and Asif Khan. Sticking to that brilliant line, keeping it simple, middle and off stump, a packed offside field, finding it hard, Rohan Mustafa. It's a long game, 50 overs format. If you can play those 10 or 12 overs and manage the 30-35 runs, still you will be in a good position without losing a wicket.
It's all about application here. They lost 2 wickets. It's all about that early nerves. Try to get a partnership in. And as you see, there's a squarish fielder on the offside. Another good drive there. Will he come back for the second? Brilliant fielding there by Nasir Aziz. Good intensity. And end of 7 overs is 20 for 2 for Fujairah. Mohammad Samir will continue from the pavilion, and look at those figures: 3 overs, 1 for 7, and he simply applied a lot of pressure on all the batsmen, and that was the undoing of Salman Khan looking to break free. Caught by Lovepreet Bajwa. He's got a slip in. Mudassir looking to angle the ball away from Ron Mustafa.
Excellent. Brilliant delivery. Perfect line and length continues by Samir. And look at that beautiful trophies. The D50 ECB tournament powered by Fan Code. Lovely trophies. The beautiful. Both the teams are fighting for these. The big trophy. There were two, like me and Asghar, the big man Asghar, next to him.
Well, you having a dig at me every now and then again, but that's pleasure. Big brother, a mentor to me, Mudassir Ali. Growing up, looking up to him. He's not that old. He's a young man still. Don't take me wrong. Beautiful delivery and nicely driven towards cover.
Asghar, talking about the tournament, this is the beauty of this tournament. Mohammad Samir, Zoeb Gujjar, a regular in the B division cricket here in the domestic circuit, now getting this big platform and grab the opportunity with both the hands. And now it will be interesting to see the big teams. Maybe they'll be going after these two fast bowlers. Extraordinary talent. The left arm fast bowler, Mohammad Samir. Early days for him in domestic circuit. The first time he's playing this D50 tournament.
Absolutely. These kids have been special. Thumped away off the front foot. There's going to be a couple. Long chase there by the fielder at covers. Will he come back for the second? No. It was hard. Short delivery and thumped away off the front foot. Ron. Another couple there for Ron Mustafa. He's looking good. I have a feeling, Mudassir Ali, that with the repetition of Ron Mustafa and his experience, I think today is his day. I just having a feeling. I don't want to put the mockers on him because, commentator curse come in, but he's looking really good.
I don't think so, Asghar. Not coming behind the ball, Rohan Mustafa.
Well, that goes to show me that you don't want the commentator's curse on him by praising him on. Look at that running. Outstanding stuff there from the Ron.
Right in front of Lovepreet Singh Bajwa's eyes, this single has been taken. Brilliant running between the wickets. Responded to the call, Asif Khan Behrooz. Just 10 runs. A wicket to his name, 3.4 overs. A big finale, and this is the second season of D50. Ajman making it to the final in a row, twice in a row. The last time they played against ECB in the final and lost that big match. Now they are looking good. Good combination under the captaincy, under the leadership of Nasir Aziz.
Brilliant stuff there by Ajman boys. Short delivery into the ribs. Will he come back for the second? Easy two there. Just working the ball off the square. For another two there for Asif. He gets off the mark on his sixth delivery. As you see the replay. Well, that was close enough, I believe. Gets away with it.
So Asif Iqbal, and alongside him is Shiju Sam. And the third umpire is Shami Maybe, and the match referee is Iftikhar Ali, the experienced officials in the finale of D50 It's a free hit. Asif Khan Behrooz on strike. He'll be fancying his chances against Samir on the free hit delivery.
Asif Khan is a much welcome delivery, this one. Will he put it out of the park? I'm sure he's going to clear his front leg. That's beautifully bowled, but nicely played. It was a slow bouncer. He waited and waited and waited like you are waiting for a tee, and then he belts the one through square leg for a front boundary.
Well said, Asghar. An easy picking. It was a free hit delivery. Full advantage taken by Asif Khan Behrooz. The first boundary from the run machine. Asif Khan Behrooz moves to 630 for the loss of 2 wickets. Just going wayward in this over. I think because of the conditions, the weather, the fast bowler not feeling it easy to bowl continuously here.
Beautiful delivery. Straight to mid-off. And that will conclude another over. 8 overs gone. Is 30 for 2 for Fujairah. Sorry, Modi. For 2 as Zoeb Gujjar will continue bowling his 5th over. It's hot afternoon, but it's windy. And Adnan and Mulk would love to pick up another wicket through Zoeb Gujjar. Beautiful delivery. He's got a split slip in. Perhaps third, fourth slip area. Another gully in there. Short point coming in for Ron Mustafa because he likes to get onto that front foot, and sometime it can go in the air. Two fielders very close on the offside. Not that traditional backward point. Just closing in, maybe 20 yards away from the bat. What a great shot there. That went like a tracer bullet, Mudassar Ali. Beautifully played by Ron Mustafa. He's getting on with it. I think he heard me.
A width offered, room offered, and goes after the bowler, Rohan Mustafa. Brilliant shot. Hit hard. It was in the air, finding the boundary. Now the runs are slowly coming for Fujairah. It has been an expensive over the previous one from Samir Chand. A couple of deliveries and conceded a boundary. Zoeb Gujjar.
This is a crucial period of the play. Has Adnan al-Mulk bowled Zoeb Gujjar over too long? Maybe this is little hot here into his 5th over, tiring a bit. These youngsters, Mudassar Ali, don't get to play too much of 50 over cricket. We hardly have maximum 2 tournaments. The D50 organized by Emirates Cricket Board, and the other one is the Bukhatar League. Don't you think more of 50 overs cricket, beautiful facilities we got, promote domestic cricket a lot more than the 2020s?
Completely agrees here because we have big tournaments coming up if you talk about the national side, and it's always good to have a 50 over and a longer format in your domestic structure because these boys are used to play this 20 format, T20 format, and that too in the floodlights, as this will be a tough conditions for them to come and play the day games. 50 over format, fitness level has been tested.
Absolutely. Mudassar Ali, well, viewers who know him, he's been around the scene for a long time, following domestic cricket and producing some great cricketers. Well, that was a short delivery. Didn't quite carry to Rahul going through Ron Mustafa. He was early into the shot. And talking about that mentorship and producing player, that he's got that great eye of talent. What are the guys you're going to pick if you're looking 2 years' time? From this D format so far, you have seen, you would like to mention?
There were many players like who has impressed me a lot, but we'll talk about these two sides which are in the final. I don't want to take the credit away from the other team, the players, but for sure, Lovepreet Singh Bajwa, he looks excellent and terrific in this tournament, the way he has batted. The next delivery on the pads, flick of the wrist from Rohan Mustafa, ball racing towards the fence, chased by Zainullah. Balls wins the race, yet again finds the boundary. Rohan Mustafa.
Well, expensive over coming in from Zoeb and two boundaries, leaking a bit of pressure. That was on the cards for me. Bowling him that fifth over was touch risky. Yes, Lovepreet has been excellent in this tournament and one to look for in the future. To continue with that discussion of spotting talent, none other man than Mudassar Ali to talk more about it. Meanwhile, Anku Sagwan into the attack. I believe he's another very fine left arm spinner as well.
He has been brilliant in the field, plucking that catch of Mohammad Wasim at point. Now with the ball, he needs to get some wickets. Right on the money, Ankur Sagwan. And coming back to your question about the youngsters performing well in the tournament, if we talk about Abu Dhabi first, I think Jonathan Figgy has impressed us a lot. And coming back to Dubai team, the way Ronak Panoli has performed, he was brilliant scoring those big runs. And Syed Haidar Vasisha, as per his standards, it has been a quiet tournament, but throughout the season, he scored those runs, Vasisha.
Beautifully bowled. Just enticing Asif to come onto the front foot. Please go ahead.
And Sharjah, as everyone knows, Usman Khan, we are just waiting for his time to complete so that he can make into the national side. And one more boy who has impressed me a lot, not only with his batting, with his fielding and his bowling in three departments. He excelled in this tournament. It was Nilansh Keswani, the left arm orthodox. He's a rescue ranger for your team. You send him at the open, you send him at number 2, number 3, number 5, number 6, wherever you want to send him, he goes there and scores those runs for you. An excellent fielder, and what a bowler. He can bowl with the new ball as well as with the older ball.
Very well said. There are certainly plenty of talent on show here in the domestic circuit, and I think in few years' time, US cricket is going to get a lot better, and especially with that long format, I think more of these tournaments, and I believe there should be pick the 6 best teams and have a format, not 4-day, at least 2-day cricket happening. Because I grown up in an era playing first class cricket. That's where you groom the best talent by testing their temperament, their strength of character, and that fighting spirit, and playing the long format. They will learn a lot about themselves. Plenty of talent, but we need to groom them properly.
Absolutely, and I think ECB are working it really hard to get those 2-day games. And a brilliant over comes to an end. 10 gone, 39 for the loss of 2. For the loss of 2. There's change in the bowling from the far end as well. It's Nasir Aziz, the captain, bowling his first over to Nasir Aziz. And joining me for the first time in the big match, in the big final, it's my co-commentator, my dear friend, Mohammad Rashid. Welcome to Combox, Rashid.
Thank you very much, Mudassir Ali. Honored to be a part of this great final of the Emirates D50 2023 edition powered by FanCode. What an amazing tournament this has been, and now coming down to the final, this has been an excellent performance so far from Team Ajman. What a start this is. Keeping quiet a team like Fujairah is always a wonderful achievement, and Nasir Aziz and Team Ajman, they have done very well so far. Picked up 2 wickets, and they have made sure that Rohan Mustafa and Asif Khan have been kept quiet.
Two experienced batters. They have dominated in the domestic circuit, but they have been kept quiet by the bowlers of Ajman. Very watchful Rohan Mustafa. And the history of D series, only once the team were unbeaten and went on to become the champion, the D10, the Fujairah. Now, can Ajman manage that and pull something special here? They are the unbeaten side throughout the tournament. Ajman winning all their matches and making it to the finale. A poor effort by Lovepreet. An easy single on offer taken by Rohan Mustafa and Asif Khan. Behruz 11 gone. It's 42 for the loss of 2. They have been kept quiet, as we were discussing in the previous over, Rashid. Talking about the Ajman, or the tournament this team is having under the guidance of Nasir Aziz, winning all their matches in the league stage and directly qualifying to the finals. They are the unbeaten team. And on the other side, Fujairah is the team who has lost to Ajman. The only team Fujairah lost to was against Ajman in their first encounter of this D50. A good toss to win.
Oh, absolutely. Ajman has been doing all the work behind the scenes, and they've been making sure they put their strategies well against every opponent, and that has worked for them. And today as well, there was no hesitation from Nasir Aziz to win the toss and elect to field first. They've been having a good look at this tournament, and that's what good teams do. And all credit should be given to Team Ajman, who have done really wonderfully well. They've managed to gel the team together really well. All the players that have played, they've been playing for a while together, and which is why they know the strengths and weaknesses of each other, and they've come in this tournament as a strong favorite, like you mentioned, coming into the final, winning all their games and defeating a team like Fujairah. And Fujairah, the only team they lost to was Ajman. So now this is time for redemption for Team Fujairah to take that revenge back from them. But having said that, finals, big pressure, good toss to win. I think everything is favouring Ajman at the moment.
And not only the toss, the way they have started, taking that blinder at the point, Ankur Sangwan to get rid of Mohammad Wasim. Then a brilliant catch by Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. Not only their batting and bowling, but their fielding has been terrific throughout the tournament.
Absolutely. Sometimes you need that, don't you? You need that extra bit of luck going your way. That could have easily gone over Ankur's head, and or he could have dropped that catch. And Mohammad Wasim, we know how dangerous he is after he's been given the life in the starting of the innings. So everything is falling in place for Ajman at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. And talking about the score, it's 12 gone, 44 for the loss of 2. Nasir Aziz continues. It's Rohan Mustafa and played straight towards Nasir Aziz. They're appealing for that. Not sure.
Well, they were very convinced. Nasir Aziz was very convinced, but Rohan Mustafa is standing still. He's just looking at Nasir Aziz and thinking what he's appealing about. But the umpires are getting together. This will be an interesting replay. Let's have a look. Oh, it's very, very close. I don't know. I can't tell from here. Doesn't look like it. Look like it's bumped off the turf.
I think the straight angle will give us a clear idea. But the good thing, not under pressure, both the umpires taking their time, and I think they'll be looking out for the help of the TV umpire.
That's very close there. I definitely cannot say that. And that's been referred to the TV umpire. And the soft signal is that it's not out. So a good call coming in. They're very experienced. They're in the panel of the emerging umpires for the ICC, for the developing nations. And both of them have done some international games as well. Our match referee, who was also very experienced, has been inducted into the match referees of the international games. Let's have a look. Pitched up delivery from Nasir Aziz, and we'll just have to see if that ball, as and when it was played, it went off the turf or directly. Well, another angle probably might help in judging that, but I'm very lucky. I'm not sitting in the match referee's seat. Oh, we've got a third umpire as well. Shami maybe is the third umpire, so he'll be taking that decision.
Eagerly waiting for the decision of the TV umpire, Shami maybe.
And now recap to the viewers as well. It has been given as a soft signal has been given as not out. So if there is not conclusive evidence for the third umpire to overturn that, it shall stay with the on-field umpire's decision, which is a not out. This will give us a better angle. Very close.
So better to just wait for the signal than comment on this delivery. But good job done by both the on-field umpires, taking their time. It's a big match, and just consulting with the TV umpire, having a look from the side angle. Committed on the front foot. There you go, the ball lands. Then the bat comes.
That's very
Very close.
Yeah, the right decision has been made. I think it was there wasn't any conclusive evidence that umpire's decision of this signal could have been overturned, and something finally going Fujairah's way.
At last, I would say, the big day. But full marks should be given to the on-field umpires because they have the advantage of the technology, and rightly consulting the TV umpire. And Shami maybe, he also thinks it's a not out. So Rohan Mustafa continues. It's a Nasir Aziz, who has been brilliant throughout the tournament. In his second over, just giving away 3 runs, looking for his first breakthrough.
Yeah, continues with his brilliance. Some excellent camera work coming in from our production crew as well. Kudos to the hard-working men behind the cameras in this heat, making sure we get full coverage of this game, and some angles, and every possible angle was given to us.
Absolutely, and excellent camera work, and excellent piece of running continues by Rohan Mustafa and Asif Khan Bairuz. And a little while earlier, me and Asghar were discussing about the young talent who can go and represent UAE. So I have named players from Abu Dhabi, Sharjah and Dubai. Now it's up to you. You need to pick someone from Fujairah, Ajman and ECB.
Well, there were quite a few talented players. Meanwhile, before that, this is an excellent shot coming in from Rohan Mustafa, getting to the team 50. That was played behind square. Excellent sweep shot in the right area and fetching him a boundary.
Going down on one knee and just drifting towards the legs, and big vacant gap. Advantage taken by Rohan Mustafa. There you go. Inviting the batter to come on the front foot. Misses the line completely. Rohan Mustafa.
Well, that was a brilliant delivery. Look at that. I think Rahul Chopra was a tad bit slow there. His foot was outside the crease line. Probably a better
collection from the wicketkeeper could have asked some questions. Once again, is it an action replay?
Once again committing on the front foot, misses the line completely. This time taking no time, Rahul Chopra. Again, will be waiting for the decision of the TV umpire, Shami maybe. What an excellent glove work by Rahul Chopra, taking no time to dislodge the bails.
Well, let's have a look. Did drag his foot out of the crease, but Rohan Mustafa, we know, is very quick when it comes to getting his feet back in. Let's have a look if he grounded that. Oh, I think he's made it. I think he's made it. That foot, some part of the foot needs to be behind the crease line, and on that occasion, I think he did have some part behind. We'll just wait for the confirmation from the umpire. Well, confirmation then, I think that has been given as not out. Meanwhile, end of the over, 13 overs done, 50 for the loss of 2, Team Fujairah.
Ankur Sangwan will continue. It's Asif Khan on strike. Driven hard, but excellent piece of work. Harshit Kaushik was the fielder. And thanks to our runner Maroof, who has been excellent helping us with the tea and getting us those cold drinks. And they were brilliant, the team, production team.
Well, absolutely. There was some brilliant work being done by everybody who was involved behind the scenes. Our replay man, Waqas, was superb with all the brilliant replays that we are getting. All that action that you've been seeing has been coming in from the...
And the question remains the same. Can you pick 3 players from each team, ECB, Ajman and Fujairah, the upcoming talent?
Well, I think I've seen quite a bit of talent coming in from all the teams. But if you ask about Emirates Blues, somebody who's really impressed me was Ethan D'Souza. He was wonderful in the field. He was brilliant with the bat. And then somebody like Dhruv Prashar, who was playing as an all-rounder, he was very good as well. Yash Sabnani was one name that really interested me. He came down the order when things were just out of control, and he made sure that he got that good shots coming in for his team. Another man, I'll take a 4th name for Emirates Blues, because they had the youngsters in their side, and with this tournament, I think, and a lot of other tournaments that have been going around have been for youngsters. So I think it was Udish Suri as well was really impressive. He's just 14 years old. He's got a lot of time behind him, but he was certainly very, very talented. And then talking about Team Ajman, they are also a very bunch of very talented youngsters, and they've got some excellent names, which is why they're featuring in this final of the Emirates D50. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa was very impressive alongside some of the other players as well. Faisal Beg got a century. Rahul Chopra got a century to his name as well. So it's Ankur Sangwan, we saw that first brilliant catch coming from him. Zohaib Gujjar, Saqib Manshat. So you've got a lot of talented players. Samir Chand, another player who hasn't been playing in the A division sides, but has been picked from the B division circuit, and now he's performing at the toppest level in the UAE. And going forward, if you talk about Team Fujairah, there have been some notable performances. You can talk about that brilliant performance coming in from Nasser Faraz, picking up 6 wickets. Beg your pardon, Farazuddin picking up 6 wickets. And then you saw the leggy Zohaib Zubair. He was certainly very impressive. So youngsters are also part of the side, and they've been doing well. Another name that was missing, very unfortunate, Hamdan Tahir. He just played the first game, got injured, and then just couldn't make a comeback into this tournament. But that was also very unfortunate. Sadiq Saeed, I wanted to see more of that youngster miss out, I think, and hasn't been part of the playing 11, but he's also certainly very, very impressive.
And it's been a long list if we talk about. I just requested you to give me 3 names, but good to see so many youngsters performing really well in this tournament and giving a tough time to some big teams. And so drinks break, and we'll also take a short break, and we'll join you in a while. So Nasir Aziz to continue keeping things tight, especially against Rohan Mustafa, though he has conceded a boundary in his previous over, but there were a couple of deliveries where the questions were asked by the wicket keeper. Brilliant field position, I would say, here by Nasir Aziz. Getting that fielders close in. They're almost at 15 or 20 yards away from the batter.
Well, at the moment, it's experience versus experience. Going for that reverse hit. And Rohan Mustafa, Asif Khan, the two very experienced batter for Fujairah. Meanwhile, Nasir Aziz, the wily, cunning off spinner, and the captain of Team Ajman. So it's a very good contest going on between the two. He's been bowling brilliantly, very consistently in that channel where Rohan Mustafa hasn't been able to get him away. He brought out that reverse sweep, and that reverse sweep has worked against him on a number of occasions. So he'll have to be very careful. Another wicket here for Team Fujairah, and they'll be probably under a lot of pressure. Oh, he's got that. As we called it, excellent delivery. That consistency from Nasir, he's paid off. And Rohan Mustafa, the big fish, will have to walk back.
Age is just a number for this man, Nasir Aziz, the magician of break bowler, getting rid of Rohan Mustafa. He has troubled him in his previous over. This time, yet again, committing on the front foot and getting that thick outside edge. An excellent catch taken behind the stumps by Rahul Chopra in deep, deep trouble. Fujairah 50 for the loss of 3.
And it's going to be Mohammad Usman, the new man, very experienced captain of the side. And off the mark straight away, picks up a single down towards long off, and well, an excellent over coming in from Nasir Aziz. He picked up a wicket, gave away just 1 run in it, and picked up a big wicket of Rohan Mustafa. 15 overs done, 51 for the loss of 3. Ankur Sangwan to continue. He's given away just 3 runs in his 3 overs. What a bowling spell this has been. Excellent control of the game from team Ajman, and this was expected of them. They made a bold statement, and they made sure that they live up to the name. Meanwhile, excellent shot coming in from Usman. That's pierced the gap. Doesn't have the legs to go all the way, but they'll certainly pick up a couple of runs. Good start here and an excellent whole of the game. And to talk about that and a lot more, I've got Asim Sheikh joining me in the comm box. Welcome, Asim.
Thank you, Rashid. Very good evening to everyone. Purple Army definitely on top of things here. 53 for 3. And mind you, there was a match when Ajman were reduced to 55 for 3. And from there, it was that partnership between Faisal Beg and Rahul Chopra that got them through the line and got them to that 290 run mark. And that is exactly something that would be expected out of these two. Experienced campaigners, the skipper is out there. Asif Khan himself has tremendous amount of experience. And they would fancy this chance here to bring their team over the line.
Oh, absolutely. Chance just dropping in front of Ankur Sangwan. Mohammad Usman, the new man out there. He would definitely want to make an impact, make a good total here, and make sure that he takes his team out of trouble. They're in a lot of trouble today.
Oh, certainly. There is some turn on offer here as well. Now, if Dew doesn't come through in the second innings, we can expect Faraz to get into action. The ball is at certain places, it's holding up a bit. It's just not coming in very easily onto the bat. That's straight up-ish.
Oh, chance.
The chance goes begging the exact same way that we were excited. We were excited for that.
Oh, that was an excellent delivery. Turned a bit too much there from Ankur Sangwan. Nasir, was it Nasir Aziz?
Yes, Nasir Aziz there, putting in that dive.
I think
Just could not hold on to it.
that
My
impact
God.
on the ground, I think, just popped the ball out of his hand. Couldn't hold on, and well, a chance has been given to Usman. Another wicket here, and that would have been really troublesome for Team Fujairah. 53 for 3 after 16. And Nasir Aziz is back in. He's bowled 3.1 overs, gave away 10 runs, and picked up that very important wicket of Rohan Mustafa. I think that was one of the most important wickets. He settled down, he took his time, and now when he was set, that's when you get a batsman out in a 50-over game. That's when you get that confidence.
Well, exactly. And it was about time when Rohan Mustafa was cutting loose. He was inventing those shots, those reverse sweeps coming out. In that very same over, he attempted one reverse sweep, which did not pay off well. He got the connection, but Nasir Aziz, he's an experienced campaigner. He's definitely going to get on top of things. And with the amount of cricket that he's played against Rohan Mustafa is something that is a battle within a battle.
Oh, absolutely. And at the moment, the battle is being won by Team Ajman. And one man who's standing in between that battle and victory is Asif Lala. He's one man who is a big match player, and they'll certainly be looking to see his back as soon as possible. And Mohammad Usman will take nothing away from Mohammad Usman. He was also part of the UAE national side. Is looking for a way to make his way back into the side. And this is one kind of a tournament where definitely a big score and an important score in an important game can definitely get you back in, or get you into the camp at least.
Well, certainly. He's an experienced campaigner, and the 50-over format, he does pretty good amount of justice to the longer format cricket with the approach that he has. Meanwhile, 17 gone, 54 for 3. Ankur Sangwan, continuing from the Dubai end, something which is an impressive character in the long run. Definitely, once he completes his tenure, he would be one of those left-arm spinners to look forward to.
Oh yeah, very impactful. Look at the impact he's made. First ball, that catch of Mohammad Wasim, that'll be remembered for years to come. He'll probably keep that on loop every night and see that before going to sleep. And let me tell you, Ankur Sangwan wasn't well. The last couple of days, he's been having an injury in his finger and has been resting. But what an impact he's made so far. Not only with that catch, but with his bowling as well. Just 5 runs in 4.2 overs.
That's exactly what he's made up of. He's a character which will definitely, you can't just keep him away from the game. And even though when he completes his time to be eligible to play for UAE, he'll have to challenge a spot which is already cemented by a young gun, Ayan Afzal Khan. And he has that edge coming through because of his batting.
Oh, absolutely. Ayan Afzal Khan, one of the prominent names in the domestic circuit. What an experienced talent now he is.
Well, certainly he has become the backbone of UAE side, because if he is not able to pick up wickets, but he's definitely going to make an impact with the bat as well.
Turn and offer quick from Ankur Sangwan. Normally likes to bowl it slow, but on that occasion, slight drift as well, and turning it away from Asif Lala. And to beat somebody like Asif Lala, it takes a doing. Excellent delivery.
Well, he is someone who believes in his abilities, Ankur Sangwan. He knows what he's doing. Again, rushing through the over. Quick one there. 18 gone, 54 for 3, ends with a maiden. Nasser Aziz here, continuing from the far end. I mean, both the bowlers, they have performed well in partnerships. As we say, cricket is not about just the batting partnerships. You need to bowl in partnerships as well, and that's exactly what Nasser and Ankur, they both have done for Ajman.
Oh, absolutely. Brilliant bowlers. They are complementing each other so well. And now it's not only about batting or bowling combinations and partnerships. It's about fielding partnerships as well. We see
Relays happening.
relays happening. So that's a new aspect to the game. A quick single taken.
Earlier relays used to happen with the fielding, the ground fielding effort, with two fielders chasing that ball. One puts in the dive, the other one picks up and throws. Now it's happening even with catches.
Exactly. So it's improving day by day. The future of the game is definitely very exciting. And so is this final. Excellent bit of cricket going on.
This is one of the reasons why it is called as the most dynamic sport, because you don't have a thumb rule as to this is the only way to go about it. You have different ways on different situations. I think this game has the most permutations and combinations that it can offer to the players.
Oh, absolutely. And it's a team game of 11 players. So you get so much variety in terms of knowledge, skill, experience. And this is the reason why we are seeing so many diverse teams in this Emirates D50 as well, doing well. Fujairah, full of experience. They've got some youth as well, but that experience factor is definitely on the higher side. Meanwhile, a team like Ajman, they've gelled well. They've been playing together for a very long time, but that's telling in their performances as well.
Well, I would wonder what would happen if the likes of Asif Khans and Usmans and Rohan Mustafas and Mohammad Wasims, they play for different teams. And you imagine the kind of young talents they will share their experiences with, and how quickly they would mature as players. That's something that we'll be looking forward to.
Oh,
if that
absolutely.
happens.
Certainly. Let's talk about that in the next over. 19 done, 59 for 3.
Ankur continuing, no surprises there. On tandem, on trot for his 6th over. He has been magnificent. He has been that asset, a value-add asset that every team would want to have in their side. Someone who has the knack of bowling at the right channels and bowl with that consistency.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why they've been complementing each other so well. Ankur on one end has been very miserly with his runs given. And Nasir Aziz has managed to pick up a wicket, and that too of Rohan Mustafa. What an important wicket that was. And now that Ankur Sangwan, I think that's one thing I like about him. He hasn't picked up wickets, but he's making sure that he bowls consistently in that one area.
This is exactly what we say when you bowl in partnerships, right? You develop pressure from one end and the other one picks up wicket. That's exactly what has happened. Ankur has been miserly economical, and what that does is they are trying to go after Nasir Aziz, and we saw that happening with Rohan Mustafa's wicket. He tried to invent a couple of shots, even though he was taken away by a typical off-spinner's offie. And but the kind of pressure that they are applying onto these batters is something which is phenomenal.
Oh, absolutely. They've been doing really well. And Asif Lala is one who can really make an impact in this game and do well for the team.
Absolutely. And we've seen experts and the greats of the game speaking about when you are into tough situation, you spend time in the wicket, and what brings out the greatness in you is the ability to take singles. That's exactly what Asif and Usman are trying to do. They are taking away the tough time away from the team and getting those timely singles as well. This one has been, again, a miserly economical over. Just one run of it. And look at that spell from Ankur Sangwan. 6 overs, 6 runs, no wicket.
What an amazing spell this is. 20 overs done, 60 for the loss of 3.
Up and above, in the gap, balls racing away towards the extra cover boundary. Good effort in the deep by Faisal Beg. Cuts it off. And showing some sign of intent here, Mohammad Usman, trying to go above the infield, which is a sign of positivity. And Nasir Aziz won't mind that. He wants the batter to go after him. And to talk more about it, I have been joined by Asghar. Welcome back, Asghar.
Thank you, Asim. And this is one of his strongest zone, Muhammad Usman, through extra cover, whether it's on the back foot, on the front foot. He has that ability to rotate strike, which you've been mentioning. Beautifully bowled. Little bit of turn. Finds the outside edge, straight to short third man.
Well, nicely tossed up there, Nasir Aziz. He's not afraid of tossing the ball up, and he has the leverage to do that because the kind of spell that he's bowled here, he's into his sixth over, conceding 18 runs, got a wicket as well. Again, pretty economical given the fact that they have the condition suiting them. And that is exactly how you respond to a strong star-studded side like Fujairah. This is how you keep them under pressure, under the pump. And I think the way they are going, we have to recalculate. And in fact, Fujairah has to recalculate what is a good total now.
Absolutely been asked to bat. Now all the onus on them. Lost 3 wickets. This is a rebuilding phase, but a slight bounce there, bad bounce there. Well, this is the phase where at some stage I feel something has got to give. Asif Khan, for his style of play, he's been bobbed down way too much to my liking. 45 deliveries for 15. Obviously, he's the big fish. He's got the experience. He can cut loose any time, but there's some sort of momentum needs to be built by him.
Well, absolutely. And he is just trying to spend his time. It's so unlikely Asif Khan here today, but he is just giving due respect to the situation that's right in front of him.
Well, situation is quite tricky for Fujairah. Lost 3 wickets, 21 overs gone. It's 64 for 3.
हवा देख रहे हो? I think he's giving due respect to Ankur Sangwan, who has bowled tremendously well here. On other given day, Asif would have exploded, gone over the extra cover for that delivery. Again, very defensive in his approach here. I think he's just trying to take away the Ankur Sangwan factor from the game and trying to attack the fifth bowler, or maybe when the fast bowlers come back into the attack, he might take charge. He's just taking away this passage of play, being very defensive here. Looks like they've made a plan within themselves here, Usman and Asif.
Obviously, both are very experienced, and Asif Khan, I think he's someone who can cut loose anytime and cover up his strike rate and get that momentum going. And look at Ankur. He's been absolutely brilliant. Right on the money. Pretty accurate. Nicely played. That's more needed from Asif, just to work the ball into the gaps.
Well, certainly. Just rocking onto the back foot, punching it down. He's just waiting for those balls where he can pick those easy singles. That is something which defines the class of a player that has first-class games that he has up his sleeve. That's experience within itself. The kind of competition that we see in Pakistan domestic cricket is something not easy to survive. And with so many first-class games, that shows up in the class of Asif Khan. The other day, he was 49 balls, 94. Today, he comes out and he's 50 balls, 17. Speaks about the dynamics that he sort of offers to the game. He can adjust to the situation. But I think at one point of time, he will have to decide when to go about, opening up, freeing his arms, getting those runs on board. Because you don't want to invite a situation what Sharjah did against Fujairah.
Absolutely, Asim. This is brilliant here. Another single. The great players are about versatility and accordingly adjusting to the situation. 22 overs gone, 67 for 3.
Last ball. Nasser Aziz continuing. Again, very tight in his line and length. You can expect Asif Khan might go for the big one. You can see that in the approach of Usman. He was trying to fancy his chance over the extra cover in the last over. But I think they'll have to be really smart in choosing which end they would want to go. This is going to be a tougher end to pick because the breeze is blowing across from the mid-wicket towards the point region. So that clearance of the ground is going to get difficult with a mid-wicket fielder already manned in that area. That shot is definitely not on here for Asif Khan.
Absolutely, I don't think so. He's going to take that risk going against the wind, and from the other end, another smart move with their bowling the left-arm spinner. So these players, they know each other. It's difficult to go against the spin, against the angle, even with the wind against Ankur Sagwan. And plus the situation is playing on the mind of the batsman. They're experienced enough, but in a big final, 3 down, not much on the board. It's all about rebuilding and calculating your risk when you decide to go for that big one.
I think they'll have to choose the right end to make things work for them. Meanwhile, that's been played towards the cover sweeper. Will just be a single. Again, we see Ankur. You just can't keep him away from the game. He started off right on the very first ball of the match. We say Ankur might come in after the 10 overs mark and then make an impact. Yes, he has done that. But he has done the main important damage on the very first ball of the match. That front diving catch of Mohammad Wasim. Things would have been relatively a lot different. They would have dominated had Wasim stayed out there with Rohan Mustafa. They would have opened up and tried to make full use of the power play. Not to be so. Struggling at the moment. 23 gone, 69 for 3. Harshit has been introduced into the attack. So a change coming through from the Dubai end. What that means is they might open up a bit just after checking an over or two from Harshit. Because at the halfway mark, I don't think Fujairah has done a great job here. Yes, you have lost wickets, but you need to keep the scoreboard ticking. That's going to be crucial. Meanwhile, off the back foot, punches it towards the extra cover region. That will be boundary. Welcome boundary here for Usman and for Fujairah. And the skipper has struck and struck in the gap.
That's a trademark Usman shot there. Going on to the back foot, picking up the length with great skill and knowing where the gaps are. Terrific shot. This is one of his strengths. Really well pointed out there, Asim. I think they got to pick up momentum, go at 5-6 runs per over consistently, and Harshit into the attack. They will be looking to put a little bit of pressure on him. Can't allow him to just settle into a nice spell here.
Well, as I said earlier, they are just waiting for that 5th or 6th bowler to come through, wherein they can, try to cover up those runs which they have not got against those prime bowlers like Nasser Aziz or Ankur Sangwan particularly. He has been miserly economical. Just conceding 1 run per over is something which is phenomenal. Well, that was an appeal. He was pretty much interested there, and straight away a shake of head from Asif Iqbal that's not out.
That was quite high. It was a drag down, mind you. Asif will be disappointed. He's not able to put that one away. This time he punches towards long off for a single. This is good over developing in for Fujairah.
Well, if they get probably around 10-15 runs in the next 7 odd deliveries, I think they would be better off with the situation that they were in a few overs back. Well, you can expect a lot of character out of these two boys. Meanwhile, a dot to finish. Harshit's first over, he's gone for 6. 24 overs gone, 75 for 3.
Another bowling change coming in. Faisal Beg replacing Nasir Aziz. Off spinner for off spinner into the wind. I think it's a smart move, Asim. Rotating the bowlers around. But this is opportunity for Asif and Mohammad Usman to really get some momentum into the innings. Another couple there. Slowly but surely for Fujairah. Runs have started to flow a bit. As you said, the bowling changes. It's not going to be easy to tie down two quality players for a long.
Well, absolutely. You just can't keep yourself going at the same pace. You need to up the scoring rate. But Faisal Beg is definitely not going to be an easy bowler to take on because he has that stutter before he bowls, just like Ravi Ashwin or Suresh Raina. Mohammad Hafiz, for that matter, he has that stutter as well. So you can expect him to be, he's a very thinking bowler, and you can expect him to invite not that amount of trouble that Nasir Aziz did, but yes, he can be a very handy option for the bowling side.
Yeah, bowling into the wind, so he's got that wind on his back. This advantage gives you that extra bit of confidence, maybe to toss one up, try to buy a wicket, but right now his job is to really contain, tie one end down, batsman under pressure. It's all about, and Faisal has done a very good job throughout the tournament whenever he's come on.
Well, certainly. And in my opinion, I wouldn't mind if he's been fed, he feeds one to the batter, just to see if they get lured into the trap. So these traps, the situation demands Ajman to provide those juicy deliveries wherein they can have a chance against. And those are the chances which will bring in wickets for you.
Absolutely. It's all about keeping it tight right now. Fujairah, they're batting first. They've been asked to bat first. Now it's up to them to make that extra move, whether they're able to convince themselves to take an extra risk. Well, Ajman are absolutely delighted where they are. They picked up those 3 wickets. They're keeping it down. Tied. Another over goes. Economical over, 4 of it. 25 overs gone, 79 for 3.
"25 overs gone, halfway mark. Fujairah, I think they are struggling here. 79 for 3, and the right time to introduce Faizan, who can probably bring spark in this scoring rate of Fujairah. Welcome, Faizan.
Well, thank you so much, Asim. I don't know whether I can bring some spark or not, but these two certainly can. They are shot makers, and they've got starts, both of them. And if they are there for a few more overs, I have no doubts in my mind that the runs would come in for Fujairah.
A pretty decent amount of time being spent in by both. If you look at the number of overs, the balls that they've played, it's exactly 15 overs that they've played, collectively. 29 balls for Usman, 61 for Asif Khan. That sums up to 15 overs. So they have a fair bit of idea as to what the wicket is doing here.
This is in the air, chipped over the infield, not in control. Mohammad Usman there, but a single nonetheless. Yeah, they have taken more time than it would take for you to get from Dubai to Ajman. In traffic, that too. Getting going, and the partnership is looking decent, solid. In fact, they haven't gotten a lot of runs together. 18 for Usman, 23 for Asif. But more importantly, they're spending time at the wicket, which is not apparently as easy to bat in the first innings as it is in the second innings, and that's why it is a great start for Ajman.
Well, certainly, and one thing which has added fuel to fire here is something which is the early wickets that they have lost. First of Mohammad Wasim, second of Salman Khan, then Rohan Mustafa was stitching in a partnership, but he perished as well. Right at the brink of wherein he should have cut loose and got some runs at a brisk pace. That's where they lost their wicket. And again, you have to reconstruct a partnership, start from the scratch. That's something which becomes even more difficult as a batting unit.
Absolutely. But I want to see how long the patience lasts for both these batters. This was hit directly to the fielder, nicely hit from the middle of the bat, nicely timed as well. But even if it had eluded the fielder, it would have gone only for a single here. Runs not coming, singles not coming in for Usman and for Asif Khan. And that is the problem for Fujairah. It's not the boundaries. It is the change of strike that is turning out to be a problem with them. 26 gone, it's 81 for 3.
Off the back foot, punches it down. So fantastic spell. Again, as we speak about partnerships, which is building here for Fujairah, it was that partnership between Ankur Sangwan and Nasir Aziz that have shook their spine apart, and they've been brilliant here, the Ajman bowlers.
Absolutely, spot on. And Faisal continues to bowl well into the wicket, slow off the wicket. Didn't come on to the bat. He was expecting it to come much quicker. Well played eventually by Mohammad Usman. Asif Khan, what a knock he played in the last game. 94 at a strike rate of 200. Look at that today. Completely different ball game. That is why cricket is a funny game. Doesn't matter how good a form you're in. Doesn't matter what you've done in the past games. It is the present you have to live in. It's more like life, isn't it, Asim? The present is what matters.
Exactly. It's very important that you assess the conditions pretty nicely. And being an experienced campaigner, Asif Khan has done a fantastic job, in my opinion. The situation that Fujairah were in and realizing, putting a prize onto his wicket, he has assessed it pretty nicely that the sensible thing to do here is spend as much time into the wicket, because there will always be a fear factor in the mind of the Ajman captain, the skipper, that if this man sticks around right till the 50th over, he can turn it around. The strike rate definitely looks at around 40 right now, but in no time he can bring it to 100 if he keeps going.
Absolutely, that's Asif Khan for you. And what I love about Asif Khan is he can defend as well as he can attack. That ends the over. Another 2 from this. 83 for 3 after 27.
Harshit will be continuing here from the Dubai end, and it is Usman who will be facing him. Short delivery, pulled away, but there is a fielder manning that area. Faisal Beg cuts it off. Just a single coming through on that one. Now, Faizan, the question is, at when do these two batters decide that now it is the right time to cut loose?
Well, I think they've had the partnership. They've gotten some runs. They've played for, as you pointed, for doubles and try to hit those bad balls to the boundaries. This is another bad ball and has been put away. Finally, some runs and some respite for Asif Khan here. But it was a rank bad ball coming in from the bowler Harshit. In fact, he was lucky not to being hit on the boundary on that last ball as well from Mohammad Usman. He mistimed that one, couldn't place it all that well. But Asif Khan takes all the time in the world, places it where he wants. And this is a welcome 4 coming in for Fujairah.
Again, tucked it on the onside. Asif would have been in trouble had the throw been at the non-strikers end, in my opinion. There was hesitation there. Usman almost screamed through at the strikers end. He said, hello, why are you not running for it?
Yeah, good running between the wickets from Usman, but I think he was caught ball watching there. Asif Khan. Good little phase of play for both the teams here. Harshit, short ball should have been put away if you ask me. You should now look to maximize short deliveries. There are just 23 more overs remaining. And even if you get around 150 in those 23 overs, which will take a lot of doing, mind you, the way the pitch is playing, you will still get to somewhere around 230, which is not going to be good enough.
Well, absolutely. And this is exactly where you have to reassess what would be a decent total. At initial phase, they would have targeted or had it in mind around 280, 290 would be a good total in a final. Knowing that it is a final, there would be added pressure while chasing another 15 odd runs in the form of that finale pressure. But that is something they'll have to re-evaluate what would be a good total now.
Absolutely, and we've said this so many times, haven't we? We've told all the listeners that, partnerships are important, of course, but those 5 over targets are very important in a 50 over game. So you need to set a target for the next 5 overs. If you underachieve it, then you need to try and look for those runs in the next 5. And that is where these two are very sensible, and I think they can change gears in just a matter of seconds here. But we'll have to wait and watch what happens. Another wicket here, and it's going to be curtains if you ask me for Fujairah, thinking about 250 as well. 28 gone, 93 for 3. Faisal Bey continues. He's bowled well till now in his 2 overs, has given away just 6 runs and starts with a dot ball again. Some of those balls in the last over got stick to the wicket. Coming late to the batter. This one not a great delivery. On the leg side. Could have been taken for a few.
Well, Faizan, in my opinion, that one shot that Asif Khan doesn't play is the sweep shot. That is actually haunting him right now. Plays it upish for a fraction of a second there. Gets a couple of runs behind square on the offside. That shot, when you don't have it in your armory, this is where you find a lot of trouble. This is where Rahul Chopra, for that matter, is very successful. He doesn't find himself in trouble because he has those sweep shots. And he uses it to perfection, gets those boundaries. We talk about sweep. There is a paddle which comes out from Asif Khan.
I think he was better off letting it go. It would have been a wide down the leg side. But then again, he's a positive player. He wants to score on every delivery. And a very valid point coming in from Asim. To play spinners on a slow surface, you need to have all the shots in the book, especially that sweep shot. That enables you to find gaps on the leg side. And there are quite a few, in fact. There's a square leg that's inside the circle. There's a fine leg that's inside the circle. So there's a gap there. And again, wide down the leg side. And again, only a single, maybe a couple. I don't think they're going to go for it. But I think it would have been a wide again had he let it go. So I think someone like an Usman needs to come in and maybe talk to him about it. That is exactly what he's doing right now.
Well, certainly. That brings an over to the end. 29 gone, 96 for 3.
You were asking me, Asim, some time back, what will be a good time to actually start attacking. I think these are second string bowlers for Ajman. Their main bowlers have all bowled. And I think this is the right time where they can put some pressure here. Unfortunately for them, even the bad balls are going only for singles. And that is the trouble here for Fujairah. It's not that they've lost 3 wickets very quickly. It's not that they are at the 30th over mark and still haven't reached 100. The problem is, even the bad balls are not being taken for runs. And that is some concern for the captain in the middle right now and someone so experienced like Asif Khan.
Well, the only bad balls that have been taken for runs are the short ones. The full ones, which are pitched up, over pitch deliveries, they are not being taken for runs. That is exactly something that is creating a difference between a 30 over 100 to a 30 over 130.
Absolutely, spot on. 2 runs added to the total there on the second ball of the over. That takes the score to 99. Oh, cricket is such a funny game. Almost 100 for Asif Khan individually in the last game. Coming in chasing 180 in just 17 overs. And today it's a different ball game altogether. Short ball again. Harshit has been bowling and getting away with those short deliveries, especially to Usman. He was taken for a boundary by Asif in the last over. But I think this is not great batting coming in from Fujairah. This is where you need to put the pressure on.
Well, certainly. And the last delivery, he could have swept it easily. There was no one manning that area behind square on the leg side. And that is exactly where you'll have to capitalize on those bad deliveries, as said by Faizan. Again, a poor delivery. Just getting away from that. I think Harshit can buy a lottery ticket as well today.
Certainly seems so. And that is the problem with that mindset that we just need to take singles. This is driven powerfully. Nicely done. Good bit of fielding as well. Couple more runs. So 5 runs from the over and a better throw might have had him. Usman was too slow getting for that second run. That's 100 up in 30 overs. 101 for 3 for Fujairah. Faisal Beg to continue. And this is bowl onto the middle and leg stump, played with a straight bat. I love this guy's approach about his game, Asif Khan. Whenever he's in the attacking mode, he's one of the most devastating batters. And when he's defending like that, he looks like a very complete batter as well. Good positive foot movement, balance perfect, head on top of the ball, very watchful. But the problem with that approach is once you're in that mindset that I need to take only singles, you try to take those bad balls for singles as well. This is where you need to be very open about it and play on merit of the ball. This was again middle to leg and flicked away towards mid wicket, only a single. So they need to be very positive. They need to be open about the fact that if we get bad balls from here on, we're going to hit them, try and hit them to the boundary without fearing whether they will lose a wicket or not, because I think that is the most important thing that is playing on their minds as of now with the gameplay that we are seeing.
Well, on the contrary, I believe, Faizan, I might just have a difference of opinion here, not to disagree, but a difference of opinion that I think they're just trying to take the game deep. They're just keeping Ajman under the pressure that these two are still out there. We need to take their wickets. They might do something which is fancy at a time wherein they would already find themselves in the groove to open up, which is around that 35 over mark, trying to target the last 15. This is just what I could figure out from the way they are batting right now.
I think you're correct in saying that, and there's no denying that fact. But the problem with that is Faisal Beg and Harshad are getting rid of their overs very, very quickly. And these are the bowlers that you would target when you look at the team sheet. And that is exactly where Ajman is on top, because their first string bowlers are going to come in and bowl from here on. It's 31 overs gone, 104 for 3.
Okay. Asif tries to go big. And a chance goes begging. Look at that. Lovepreet Bajwa. Had that been taken, that would have been curtains there for that 250, what we were talking about. He came underneath the ball. And because of that breeze, mind you, that was sailing away. I could see that right underneath my eyes. That was sailing away. Lovepreet believed that it was going all the way. But then suddenly, just got into an awkward position at the very last moment.
Absolutely. Should have been taken at this level. You're talking about Harshit buying a lottery ticket. I think I should get one as well because off air, right before this delivery, I was saying, God forbid if Asif loses his wicket here. And that is exactly what almost happened on that delivery.
There are 3 people who can buy it. You, Asif Khan, Harshit Kaushik, but definitely not Lovepreet Bajwa.
No love or no preet for Lovepreet there from Asim.
Well, we are at Nelson now. Nelson for 3. Usually known for the bringing wickets there. The funny fact that since Nelson looks like 3 stumps without the bails on, that's one of the reasons why they call it as if it's going to be unlucky for the batters. But again, all those superstitions.
There are a lot of them when it comes to cricket. You'll see players wearing the oldest of pads. They would be in ruins and tatters, but they would certainly want to play in those pads. You see that with gloves as well outside the off, some nicely bowled, quicker one. Asif, not sure whether he wanted to go for that shot or not. Just pulling out at the last moment. Not completely committed to the shot there. So yeah, this is the same with bats as well. I think a batter loves his bats more than possibly his wife. I'm sure the wife won't know about it though. Otherwise, that bat and that wife is a dangerous combination.
Well, certainly. And that takes you back to a famous incident about Rahul Dravid and his wife. He wouldn't mind if any pair of clothes are not kept in his suitcase. But if there is anything wrong, even 5 grams difference, he would feel that in his bat.
Absolutely. With that concludes the over. 32 gone. They're going slow about things. 114 for 3. Still a good over. 10 of it. Faisal Beg, right arm off spinner, continues against left-handed Usman. Good matchup there. Nicely bowled as well. On length, deciding to go on the back foot and starts with a dot ball here. Both these batters looking decent as of now because they have had this partnership going down the ground. Nicely played, full face of the bat. Just a single this time around. Asif Khan on 48 of 84. Normally, it's always the other way around, 84 or 48 usually.
That's exactly the version of Asif we have known for a majority period of time here in the domestic circuit. Just like 50 Shades of Grey, we have the 10th shade of Asif Khan here that we are witnessing.
So now you know what Asim is watching these days. On loop, maybe.
Well, it fascinates you when you see a player who has a different approach towards the game and suddenly he comes out, starts playing those textbook cricket, longer format. You start to believe that, yes, this man can definitely pull out your team away from crisis. We've seen that in Nepal as well, Asif Khan doing it, showing the glimpses that he's getting a bit itchy about things now.
And absolutely, this is a great thing to have in your armory as well when it comes to batting. Sometimes a situation might demand you coming down the order. Sometimes it might demand you coming up the order. And Asif has done all that in this tournament and he's been on top. Brilliant from Asif Khan. He's on 49 of 88. It's 116 for 3. Just 2 of the over, 33 gone. Nicely played. Soft hands for Asif Khan there. Usman denying him that single for a 50. Still a long way to go in this innings. 17 overs are a lot of overs for someone like Asif Khan once he changes gears. And Asim off air was talking to me about this particular game that he played in against Asif, where Asif came down at number 4 or something.
Well, he
And they
came down,
were-
opened the innings, and he saw the team collapsing from one end, 5 down for 14, chasing 131. Wasn't a very big total, but yes, it was a challenging wicket. Yes, he got one chance, but then the way he capitalized onto it, made sure that he carried his bat through, won the game in the 18th over.
Of course, a brilliant bat to have in your side. And Fujairah is filled with a lot of those batters. Ankur Sagwan comes back into the attack here. This is the 4th ball of the over. He's bowled really well. Look at that economy. And there you go. Cut away. Nicely done by Asif. He's thinking maybe a 4, and that is why he was running the first one very slow. Another thing that I've noticed with these two, that's 50 up, mind you, by Asif, and this is a very good knock coming in from him because of the way he has played. This is not his natural game. 51 of 92 deliveries, but his team needed him, and he made sure that he is there. His captain would be happy about things. Mohammad Usman on the other end is looking good himself, but I think these two have taken a lot of deliveries here. Almost 20 overs for Asif for just 51 runs. And then another 8 overs for Usman for 28 runs. And look at Ankur's figures. Amazing bowling from him. Into the 8th over, just 12 off the bat without a wicket.
Well, he has been that Daniel Vittori aspect to what New Zealand had during his peak. He used to rush through his overs that way with an economy which was mesmerizing, and that used to apply pressure and onto the batters, wherein the other bowlers used to get wickets.
Absolutely. Very important point you and Rashid made when you were talking about partnerships in bowling. And I think you were perfect, spot on when you pointed out Ankur Sangwan's role in that partnership. It's another over gone, 34 overs gone, 119 for 3. We'll hold that thought and we're going to come back to it.
Nasser Aziz has brought himself back. Again, we spoke about that partnership. That partnership is back here for Ajman to bring a wicket. Probably. Try to put... and immediately, this is what experienced campaigners like Nasser Aziz can do. They can... they assess the conditions pretty early. That the batters are trying to cut loose and they bring themselves on, just trying to take the charge on themselves that, okay, you are thinking about going business. Well, let me come into the attack. Try attacking me.
I think very good ploy, very good captaincy from Ajman. They noticed that Harshit was being taken for a few, not a lot, but a few. And then they saw Asif Khan going for that big shot. That was the first hint of a change of gear from him. And what they do? They bring their best bowlers on. Absolutely amazing captaincy. Usman, another dot for him.
This is a very proactive approach, isn't it? Rather than being reactive, they have been proactive in terms of what they need to do next. Well, even if they get me for 10 runs, maybe 7, 10 runs, we might let them not have an opportunity to get another 7, 10.
Absolutely. And of course, it's like giving them a challenge that you want to go for big sixes, do it against me. You know, that shows responsibility, courage. That's very, very good from Ajman. Great captaincy, brave cricket from them.
Leading from the front there, Nasser Aziz. They played it in the gap off the back foot. That should be easy too there for Asif Khan. That trying to get those runs. And when we speak about the bowling partnerships, we saw a successful one coming through in the previous game, that was the semi-finals, where Umair and Faraz, they bowled in partnership. Umair bowled those tight overs, not giving away runs, and when the batters were trying to take those singles, that those cracks on the wicket definitely came out and in favor of Farazuddin, where he picked up 6 wickets.
Absolutely. Full toss. Oh. Lucky Nasir Aziz that it didn't go for more than a single here. Still a good over coming in from Nasir Aziz. It's just 5 of it. 1, 2, 4 for 3 after 35. Ankur Sangwan continues. He's bowled really well and still turning the ball. Quick running between the wickets. No chance for Harshit to stop that one. He's coming onto the ball quickly here. So another single coming in. Mohammad Usman is going to be on strike. Just 15 overs, in fact 14.5 overs remaining in this game. And they would look at the score and maybe would try to score somewhere around another 120 odd runs, wrapped him on the pads outside the line of off stump. They're asking for a wicket here and they've got it. The umpire says it's out. Usman cannot believe it. I thought it had hit him on the pads. I didn't think it took any part of the bat there. And if it's given leg before the wicket, he was way outside the line of off stump. It was just off the pad here. Loud appeal from the keeper, goes to the umpire. Umpire doesn't hesitate. He gives it out. And Usman just cannot believe it. Oh well, that's an unfortunate way to go back to the pavilion after doing all the hard work. The captain is back. They are into the game again. Ajman. And the hopes of getting to a 250 from here on might just not happen. Joining me in the comm box as the wicket falls is Asghar. Welcome back.
Thank you, Faizan Khan. And losing a wicket against the run of play, unfortunate way to go. He was not convinced. You will later on came to know that whether it was given caught behind or LBW.
I think the bat hit the ground there and the umpire just went with the sound that it might have made. We saw it in the replays. We hope to take a look at the replay once again. So the bat, I think, hit the ground, and because of that, the umpire might have thought there was a sound of the bat. And that is possibly the reason why he fought hard and gave it out. But what an unfortunate way to go back to the pavilion after doing all the hard work here. Unfortunate Usman, unfortunate Fujairah. It's 125 for 4.
Well, that is a big breakthrough here for Ajman. 4 down for 125. Just lost that wicket where the both batsmen looking good. And it was time. He's done all the hard work. Just getting out at the wrong time. That brings Zishan Abid to the middle. And look at those figures. Ankur Sangwan, 1 for 13 into his 9th over. And Asif Khan is there on 57. What a vital knock he's playing.
What a spell from Sangwan. He deserves the wicket. I don't think he might have thought about taking a wicket that way, but certainly deserves a wicket. Nicely bowled again. Zishan this time around tucks it around the corner. They would try to run for 2 with Asif. I think that might not be possible here because he's been playing for a long time. and doesn't like to run between the wickets that fast. 126 for 4 after that single.
Absolutely. It's a hot afternoon and he's battled through. Weather the storm, they lost wicket. So it takes, along with the physical effort, a lot of mental concentration as well. He's been brilliant, apart from that slice of luck where he was dropped at long off by Lovepreet. Here's the replay, Fizan. Have a close look at once again. Certainly there was sound.
I think it's the bat that hit the ground and it was seen there again. This is up in the air. Oh, very close to that man on extra cover. And a couple of runs this time around from Asif. But his heart would have been in his mouth. Look at that. It was in the air, sliced off the bat, very close to that fielder. Unfortunate for Ajman. They could have had another wicket. Asif Khan, although, is upping his strike rate now. He's going about things at a strike rate of 60. 15 minutes back, it was somewhere around 40. 59 of 100 deliveries outside the off stump. Nicely bowled. Oh, beautiful delivery. What a spell of bowling this from Ankur Sangwan. He's been absolutely brilliant. A revelation for Ajman. He's given away just 4 runs, picked up a wicket here. It's 128 for 4 after 36. Faisal Beg to continue. So they bowl Nasir Aziz for 1 over and bring Faisal Beg back into the attack as the new batter has come out to bat. And I hope that Zishan has come out with some positive intent, because to get to a 250 from here on would be a big ask. You still need around 120 runs to get there. And that too in just 14 overs. That's almost 10 runs an over. And without Asif Khan, that won't be possible. So he needs to make sure that he bats the full quota of 50 overs. Even if they get to a 220, then he can hold his head high and nicely bowled by Faisal. Goes the other way this time around. Absolutely amazing to see. Very, very good bowling, even from the second changers for the Ajman side. They've certainly played as a unit. We've talked so much about Fujairah and their stars. Dancing down the wicket, not getting to the pitch of the ball. He's running hard for a second here and completes the second run as Rahul Chopra was looking into the sun and couldn't see where the throw was going. So good running between the wickets from Asif Khan and Zishan Ali. 61 Asif on. That was not a great shot coming in from Asif. I think a bit too early in the innings here.
He was looking to really charge him and go for that big one. That's beautifully bowled. Once again, that's the one that leaves the right-hander. Faisal has been brilliant throughout the tournament. His useful overs coming in. As a top-order batsman, it gives the captain that 6th bowling option, and he's been terrific.
Absolutely. Already a century to his name, and he's picked up wickets time again. In that Man of the Match award, he had picked up 2 wickets and had a century to his name. Oh, direct hit would have got Zishan Ali. It's overthrows, is it? No, it is not. Both of them deciding against it. But had it hit the stumps, he was a goner there. Look at the replay. Very quick off the blocks, Asif Khan. Zishan was in no position of getting there. Even if the bowler had collected it and took the bails off, he would have been gone there.
Terrific intensity, picked up nicely, but the throw was off target. And Asif, again, hits it in the gap. There's going to be a couple there. Showing his experience, looking to bat through. Another fumble there, this time by Faisal Beg.
And I reckon Zishan was gone here as well had he gathered the ball. We'll have to take a look at the replay once again. He was very late. Look at that. Notice the second run. There you go. The ball goes towards cow corner. Nicely picked up by the fielder. Good flat hard throw as well. Fantastic throw coming in from the fielder. Trying to gather it in front of the stumps and just spilling it over. He was a goner there.
Absolutely beautifully spotted, Faizan. 37 overs gone. It's 135 for 4.
Back live after the drinks break. Some refreshments for both Fujairah and Ajman. Absolutely amazing the way Ajman team had played. I was thinking law of averages might play a role today. They are seemingly in control as of now. 135 for 4. Doesn't look that bad. 135 for 4. But when you see 37 overs, that is where the problem lies. They've taken too many balls getting going here. Cut away this time by Zishan Abid. I stand corrected by Asghar, who pointed me out that I was saying Zishan Ali. I'm sorry about that. And a single added to the total. That brings Asif Khan onto the strike once again. 64 of 105. Sangwan continues. Last over for him. Nicely bowled. Played with soft hands. And some tentative running between the wickets here. Zishan Abid already in trouble twice before this delivery, and now they are talking. That's a good idea. You need to talk out your singles, especially those short ones that you're taking.
Beautiful evening setting in. The artificial lights are starting to take effect. And Zishan Abid, he's got to sort out his running between the wicket. Nicely played. Meanwhile, off the back foot, that is the problem for them, that their run rate is slightly lower than what they would have liked at a stage. I think they've been bobbed down far too often, especially Asif Khan and Mohammad Usman as well.
Absolutely. You need to be positive at least in the frame of mind, if things are not going your way, you need to tuck around the corner, take singles, run hard, which he has, by the way. The problem with that partnership, which was very important, mind you, Mohammad Usman and Asif Khan, the problem with that partnership was not enough singles were coming in. And another dot ball, as we talk about it, just 3 of the over. This is going to be the last ball of the spell. And he's given away just 19. Picked up a wicket, a very important wicket, Mohammad Usman's wicket, driven down. And that's a single to end the over and the spell for Ankur Sangwan. He has bowled 10 overs, given away 20 runs, picked up a wicket. It's 38 overs gone, 138 for 4. Nasir Aziz comes back into the attack. He's bowled really well with in a partnership with Ankur Sangwan. Asif Khan, well, he is the difference right now, if you ask me. A century from him, and maybe he goes berserk, then a 230, 220 is a possibility. It seems like a distant dream as of now for Fujairah. Quick running between the wickets ensures there's a single there. Zishan needs to do the same. He needs to keep rotating the strike, get Asif Khan, the big man, onto strike. Nothing to take away from Ajman though. They've given a very difficult time to all the batters out there. And this one just sticking into the surface once again. A tennis ball bounce coming in from that. And all he could do, Zishan, was play it in a loopy fashion towards short third man.
Well, Asif has to play out of his skin even from here to get his team past 230, which is a fighting total, provided if there is no dew and the wicket is slowing up a little bit.
Well, our co-commentator Asim was making a very important point which stands out for me. That has been cut away, nicely done. Making some room, playing it towards the offside. And none of the players have used the sweep shot, especially against the spinners, especially on a wicket that is slow. You need to get as close to the ball as possible. We haven't seen a single sweep shot coming in from any of the batters. This is played well in the gap. He would want to run for 2, but I think Asif is tired now. He's been batting for a long, long time here. He's not happy with the response from Zishan Abid as well. He wanted Zishan to run towards the danger end. And only a single this time around. Another great over, 3 of it. And that's the last ball. Pulled away, nicely done in front of square. There's a fielder there. And only a single on a very good looking shot coming in from Zishan Abid. The first positive shot in a long, long time. And that concludes the over. 39 gone. It's 1-4-3 for 4.
There's a bowling change from the pavilion and it's going to be Mohammad Sameer. Very impressive spell. He picked up that wicket of Salman up front. He's got a job to do here. And I think Zishan has to play that brisk cameo here, Faizan, because you can't put that much of pressure on Asif Khan. On one hand, he's looking to bat till the 50th over, and he has to score at a pace now. So somebody needs from the other end to really surprise Ajman and come out all gun blazing. And this is the time with 11 overs to go.
Absolutely spot on, Asghar. I think you have a very valid point here. Somebody like Azishan Abid looks like a compact player. Can do it, pulls it away, straight to hand. No, I think the sun got into his eyes there. It can be very tricky sometimes fielding in those positions when the sun is directly at you. And this was again a loopy delivery, sticking into the surface, not coming onto the bat very easily, misjudging it completely. Good work eventually to cut it from going to the boundary, but a shot of intent once again from Zishan Abid, and that's good to see.
Certainly, he has to get on with it. Samir has plenty of variations. I think he bowls a very good slow bouncer, and that was digged in short, pace off, not easy to put those away. And Sagwan in the deep, he took a blinder of Mohammad Wasim, that first ball which set the tone. This is good bowling, pitching it right up in the block hole.
But these are the balls that Asif wants as well, no? You just have such a little margin of error when someone's like an Asif Khan is batting. If you miss the spot just a little bit, he can get under it and can hoik you away. And he's very, very powerful. He can hit those big shots at will, and sometimes he miscues them, and even then they go 100 meters into the stands or beyond the boundary ropes outside the off stump. Nicely bowled again. Beautiful wideish Yorker. That's brilliant bowling from Ajman overall, particularly from Samir in this particular over. Look at that. Oh, very close to that line. The guide for the umpires there as well. But a very good ball nonetheless. And this is the modern day Yorker that we see a lot of bowlers, especially left arm ones, bowl in T20 cricket especially.
Very smart stuff from the left armour. He saw another brilliant Yorker. He saw Zishan Abid clearing his front leg, so he didn't want it to come close to his pads. So he went wide, and Zishan Abid was surprised with that delivery. Another brilliant Yorker. This is fantastic bowling. 3 runs coming in the 40th over. It's not easy bowling to someone set like Asif Khan, but he's doing it wonderfully well.
And I hope Asif doesn't get a rush of blood here. His job is to bat for the full quota of 50 overs and take as many as they can in those last 10 overs after this. Asif needs to be there. He's the man who can make all the difference here for Fujairah. And for Ajman as well. This is a full toss. Oh, mistiming it, but it's in the gap. At least a couple of runs here for Asif Khan. A couple it is. That ends the over. Just 5 of it. 40 gone. It's 148 for 4.
148 for 4. Fujairah been asked to bat by Ajman this afternoon. Emirates D50 2023, powered by Fan Code. And they lost that wicket of Mohammad Wasim up front. And since then, little partnerships here and there. But I think that partnership between Usman and Asif Khan, there were lack of strike rotation. Mudassar Ali, as I welcome Mudassar Ali into the comment box.
Thank you, Asghar, and good evening to everyone. It's 148 for 4. It has been an excellent bowling performance, not only by the fast bowlers in the first power play, then the spinners bowling those tight lines and never gave the opportunity for Asif Khan or Usman Khan, Mohammad Usman, to go after them, especially Ankur Sagwan. What a day he has in the field as well as with the ball. 148 for 4. The good news is Asif Khan is still out there for Fujairah.
Still out there for Fujairah, and he has to play out of his skin the remaining 10 overs. If Fujairah has to score They have to score like 230, 240. Asif Khan have to do bulk of the scoring, and Zishan Abid becomes very important. He needs to play that cameo. He can't afford to put pressure on, extra bit of pressure on Asif Khan. He's got to get on with it.
Absolutely, and running between the wickets has been very poor by Zishan Abid. Couple of doubles. Though Asif Khan was interested, he was denied by Zishan Abid. And there you go, the final power play. Now you will be having 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. The fast bowler, Zoeb Gujar, comes back. The attack, 5 overs, 19. A wicket to his name. Zishan Abid on strike.
Nicely played, straight to mid-wicket. But that's what Asif telling him from the other end. Work the ball into the gaps. There's a big gap over the head of that mid-wicket. Square leg is back, long on his back, fine leg is back. So he would be looking to bowl just back of a length. His natural length is back of a length. But this is also a big test for Zoeb Gujar as well, because Asif Khan will be looking to cut loose.
Absolutely, and it's Zishan Abid on strike. On the back foot, in the air. Played towards the deep cover region. Couple of runs. I think now the runs should come from both the ends, especially from Zishan Abid. The key for Fujairah is Asif Khan. He needs to stay till the last ball. Zishan Abid on 11 with those couple of runs. 150 comes up for Fujairah in 40.2 overs. Took a long time.
Certainly, at least 30 or 35 runs short, where they would have wanted at least by 40 overs. Zoeb Gujar once again in the slot, inside edge there, was looking to hit that one hard over mid-wicket, not quite finding the middle of the bat, but that brings Asif Khan. It will be very interesting to see his approach right now. Is it he's going to turn out his T20 or T10 mode? If he goes berserk, anything is possible.
Absolutely, and he has been very calm and composed till now. It has been excellent bowling performance. Bowling in the right channels, the fast bowler as well as the spinners. Zoeb Gujar for the first time in this over to Asif Khan. A poor delivery and nicely played behind the square. Ball racing towards the fence. A much needed boundary from the blade of Asif Khan.
That's a great shot. Angling the ball into his body. That's easy pickings. That was hit so hard, but I must say a better effort was required there by the fast bowler youngster, Mohammad Sameer. It was to his left as well. That should have been stopped.
Tall fast bowler. He did pretty well. But still at this level, you need to stop those. You need to support your bowler. 7 runs so far in 4 deliveries. On the back foot goes Asif Khan. The ball goes towards the cow corner. Back-to-back boundaries. The run machine started to get those runs for his team. Asif Khan.
Again, banged in shot. Not great bowling, to be honest. At this stage of the game, the ball is old, the wicket is dying, and he's not getting that steep bounce or anything of this track, and Asif Khan is well set. This sort of length won't trouble Asif.
Absolutely, and good thinking by the captain. Now the change in the field. The fine leg comes in and the short mid-wicket goes back. The final delivery got 11 runs in this over.
It was down the leg side. I think it just brushed his bat. That concludes the over. 159 for 4 after 41. Mohammad Samir is again going to continue from the pavilion end. And Zishan Abid. I think there's going to be pressure on Zishan Abid for the rest of the innings. He has to get on with it. 11 runs coming off the last over. Straight away. Brilliant length. Another dot ball.
Keeping the batter on the toes. Back of line delivery. Wanted to go towards mid-wicket region. Instead of that, he could have played that through the point. You need to rotate the strike with each and every dot delivery. Asif Khan will be under pressure, 159 for the loss of 4.
Well, that's gone all the way. Samir becoming a little too predictable, banging that one shot, and that time absolutely nailed by Zishan Abid. That was a very strong shot off the back foot and gone all the way over mid-wicket for a 6. Much needed one for Fujairah. That will give him a lot of confidence.
He anticipated the back of line delivery and rock solid and on the back foot to Zishan Abid. This time finds a maximum. The pace of these two fast bowlers helping Zishan Abid and Asif Khan to score those boundaries and maximum. The runs are coming thick and fast. 11 runs in the previous over, now 6 in couple of deliveries. They need at least 3 or 4 big overs.
3 or 4 big overs and remaining all of those overs, at least 10 runs per over to give themselves a chance on this track. Still, it's a pretty good wicket. Only thing is that Fujairah's chances is going to depend a lot on the dew. Whether the dew comes on or not, only time will tell.
Brilliant shot, goes down on one knee with ease, clears the mid-outfielder, one bounce. Yet again a boundary, this time from the blade of Zishan Abid, looking dangerous now.
Well, 10 runs coming off the last 2. Right in the slot and going over mid-off. That's terrific stuff from Zishan. And that will really ease the pressure even on Asif Khan here. He's been a lone warrior today for Fujairah.
Absolutely, and now it's a good sign for Fujairah. The runs are coming from the blade of Zishan Abid as well. What they need is a wicket here. Samir runs in. Nicely bowled and equally well played. Very watchful. Harshit Kaushik, the fielder. A single has been taken. So in the last 10 deliveries, 22 runs has been scored by these two batters.
For the first time in entire 1.4 overs, I just have a feeling that Ajman bowlers are starting to feel the pressure. It's the pressure of Asif Khan's reputation that he's still there on 79 and dangerous signs. We all know that.
He's a clever bowler. There you go. Keep it simple, not attacking Asif Khan just way outside the off stump. What they need is a dot delivery and perfectly nicely bowled by young Mohammad Samir.
Really good comeback there. He's a smart operator, but the real test is the remaining 8.1 overs. Mudassar Ali. It's make or break situation here for Fujairah. They got to utilize them, get another 70, 80 runs and to give themselves chance.
This time there was a protection in the long of Zainullah. A good over for Fujairah. 12 runs, a maximum and a 4. 42 gone, 171 for the loss of 4.
Zoeb will continue here. Was expensive in his last over. Brilliant opening spell, but this is a different ball game. A set Asif Khan. Again, drifting onto the bats. He was lucky to get away with that one, Mudassar Ali.
Absolutely. It was there to be punished, but misses completely Asif Khan. Just a single has been taken, but credit should be given to Zoeb Gujar, the way he is bowling, keeping it towards the middle and leg stump. As it's a windy conditions, it won't be easy for the right-hand batters to clear that leg side field.
Not easy to hit against the wind with that old ball. Zishan Abid was looking to really give himself room. Something I think Zishan Abid can do, Mudassar Ali, to not move too much around the crease, and is also his head is just leaning back on the ball. Just if he's looked to time the ball, he's that good a player, he can score runs all around the park. But he's trying to hit the ball too hard.
I'm not much into the coaching. What matters are the runs. Stepping down, not in control, nicely bowled once again. Just quickly changing his line and length, pulling the length back at the right time. Zoeb Gujar, brilliant over, 3 deliveries, couple of runs.
Really good stuff there. Well, one thing I know about you, you've been a very miserly bowler. Faced you a few times, saw you few times, and even the best of the batsmen struggle because ball never arrived.
There you go, this time connects and goes towards the mid-wicket region. One bounce, a 4 at last in this over from the blade of Asif Khan. Looking dangerous.
He's not bothered about the wind. He's a strong man. Now he's prepared to hit through the line, even against the wind. That wasn't quite out of the middle. A useful boundary. Asif Khan is that sort of player who can really turn it around in a matter of 1 or 2 overs, 1 or 2 big overs. He's a tremendous 6-hitter, Mudassar Ali.
Look at that shot. Making a room and goes through the extra cover region. Back-to-back boundaries. Couple of deliveries ago, we were talking it was an excellent over. Now, back-to-back boundaries and Fujairah are looking dangerous.
What would you do as a captain when your frontline bowler is just leaking runs? Zoeb has been expensive, 2 overs back-to-back in a row. So the job is cut down for Adnan Mulk. What sort of ring of bowling changes he needs to bring in?
Following the batter. But what matters is in the last couple of overs, they're getting 11 runs. This is 33 runs in 17 balls. 43 overs gone, 182 for the loss of 4. Forty-three overs, 182 for the loss of 4. Mohammad Samir will continue, but we'll be having a change in the voice in the comm box. It's Mohammad Rashid joining me for the last 7 overs.
Thank
Welcome
you,
back.
Mudassar Ali.
Desperately waiting Rashid to go on air.
Yeah, I've been itching to go. This is exciting times.
The partnership looks good between Zishan Abid and Asif Khan.
Oh, very wonderful partnership. What a comeback this is for Team Fujairah. With the way things started for Ajman, I thought 180 would be the maximum score they would get to, but an excellent knock from the rescue ranger for Fujairah. Asif Khan, 90 of 123 deliveries, and what a great partnership from Zishan Abid. And I must give some credit to Faizan as well. He was talking about Zishan Abid today. Meanwhile, has been chipped in the air.
Poor running First, it was a poor effort by the fielder at extra cover. There was a chance, but look at that, getting frustrated the way Zishan Abid is running between the wickets. Young, but very slow.
Oh yeah, he's very, very talented, and so is Asif Khan. 90 of 123, and Ajman are just losing the plot here. They're not able to break this partnership, and that can be very troublesome for them. Now it looks like Fujairah, if they can get to a 230, 240 runs in the last probably 7 overs, they can get those 70 odd runs. And with Dew not coming in, that can be very tricky as a chase in this grand final.
Absolutely, and they had made a change. No Danish Qureshi, they have got the left-arm orthodox, the clever, experienced Mujahid Amin.
So they're banking on Dew to not come in. But if Dew does come in towards the latter part of the innings, then the spinners will probably not be as effective as they thought. On the pads this time, a little too straight from the Mohammad Samir. That's been chipped towards the onside. That pull shot coming in from Zishan Abid, that was so wonderful to watch. I was sitting outside and I just wanted to see it over and over again.
The pull shot was wonderful, but the running between the wickets has been very pathetic by Zishan Abid. You need to get those quick runs in the final overs, give strikes to Asif Khan. Zishan Abid on 25 of 23 deliveries. So far a good over, 4 deliveries. Just 3 runs has been conceded by Samir.
Yeah, and now it's Zishan Abid on strike once again. Outside the off stump. Nothing short there. Not getting close to the ball. No feet movement, and that's why he was beaten on that occasion. But Zishan Abid, he looks very fit. Has been working on his fitness for quite a while. Zishan Abid donning that pink helmet.
The blessing in disguise that after Hamdan Tahir getting injured, he's getting an ample of chances. He needs to score a couple of maximum here. Not in control. Up high in the air. Adnan Mulk settling down. Excellent catch taken. That is the end of Zishan Abid. Bowling it tight and simple. Fetching a wicket for Mohammad Samir.
That was a good delivery. Not getting underneath that. Got the elevation, not the distance, and an excellent catch. That went high up in the air. Could have fetched him a few air miles as well. Excellent catch by Adnan Mulk. That partnership has been broken, and Zishan Abid would make his way back. 25 of 24 deliveries for him. And that partnership, which was going strong for Fujairah, has been broken. 44 overs done, 185 for 5. Nasir Aziz to come in and bowl his quota. Now that's been heaved towards mid-wicket. Chance. And that's been taken. Excellent catch. What a way to welcome Faizan into the com box. Nasir Aziz picks up a big wicket. Huge wicket in the context of the game.
Not a great welcome if you are a Fujairah fan. And one person who thought that Fujairah had a chance has just walked out of the com box here. Asif Khan goes. This is a huge wicket in the context of the game. To back-to-back 90-plus scores for him. To very contrasting innings. 94 in the last game at a strike rate of 200. And 91 here. He is back to the pavilion. And that must just be the difference here between a 230 and a 200. We'll have to wait and watch. This is the biggest wicket in the game. It's 185 for 6.
Nasir Aziz to continue. Shahbaz is the new man. He's getting the ball to turn, and he's doing a wonderful job with the ball. He's bowled 9.2 overs, given away 31 runs and 2 wickets. And those 2 wickets, those giant killers. Rohan Mustafa, the first of that, and the second wicket, big wicket of Asif Khan. And like you mentioned, that'll be the difference between that score that probably Fujairah were looking at. Now they'll have to re-strategize and re-analyze what score they need to finish on.
2 new batters at the crease. Both of them can go big anytime they want to. They will have to decide when is a good time to go onto the attack. Nasir Aziz into his last over. I don't think they're going to go attack him on this last ball that is remaining in this over. Or a couple of balls that are remaining in this over. Oh, what a big wicket to have. It was not bad, not a bad shot coming in from Asif Khan, and played back to the bowler. A fumble there. Had it crashed onto the stumps, Umair Ali Khan would have been a goner here. Jani comes into the attack for the first time, onto the strike rather, for the first time. He can play some big shots as well. They need to play the full quota of 50 overs here. Try to get as many as possible. Down the ground, trying to hit it down the ground. In fact, the bat curving in his hands. It goes towards square leg. That concludes another successful over. This is a brilliant over in the context of the game. Just 2 of it and a wicket. And that 2 of the big fish. Asif Khan back to the pavilion. 187 for 6, 45 gone. Samir to continue. Umair Ali Khan will be on strike. Helmets are on for both the batters now. Umair was batting without a helmet when Nasir Aziz was bowling. And this is another point of discussion here in cricket over the years, whether the helmet should be compulsory at all levels of the game. Well, sometimes it's not just about a fast bowler bowling. A throw might hit you in the head as well. And that has happened in the past in cricket.
Well, certainly, there is on a number of occasions we've seen cricketers who are in the field can get hit as well. We saw Mark Boucher, his career ending because of that bail getting into his eye. So, I mean, I feel that it's all up to you, and it's very unfortunate to actually see any player get hurt. But
Absolutely.
it's at the end of the day, I think it's up to the batter or the fielder or the individual himself. If you're talking about age cricket, yes, that should be made compulsory when the kids are younger and they need to learn what the importance of the equipment is in cricket. But once they get to a certain level, I think it's up to them to decide if they are comfortable or if they think that they have that knowledge of playing or that skills of playing the ball without using the helmet. Mostly, but I think in recent times I've seen mostly cricketers are using the helmets and they're using the protective gear.
Absolutely, but I still believe that it should be made compulsory. For example, while driving, it's not an option not to use a seatbelt, right? If that can be made compulsory, why not this? And if you made it compulsory, if it equalizes things for everyone who's batting. So everyone is wearing the same amount of equipment as well. I think that is another reason why it should be made compulsory, because some people have the advantage of going without a helmet. Of course, you might argue saying that they have the skill to go without the helmet and the courage as well. But the fact of the matter is that if it's made compulsory, everyone, every player will be wearing the same amount of equipment, and that shows that you'll have to work doubly hard if you're wearing a helmet more often than not.
Valid point there. And Faizan, that does make sense actually.
I never wore a helmet, by the way, while batting. But I was playing at a lower level as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but does make sense. I think you're right. Probably that's one of the things that a lot of the cricketing bodies can look into. Meanwhile, this is an excellent over coming in from Sameer. Well, what a turnaround of events. The pendulum keeps shifting around. Ajman started so well. They picked up those early wickets, and then that partnership coming in, and that was broken. Zishan Abid came in. He provided some support, and both the experienced and the settled batsmen are back in the hut. And now it's up to Shehbaz Ali and Umair Ali Khan. Umair Ali Khan hasn't had a very good tournament, mind you, with the bat, but he's been very effective with the ball. Now they've got 4 more overs. How much do you reckon can they get to?
well, I think they should look at least 40 runs from here on. If they can get there, nothing like it. And a couple of good shots can actually change the momentum of the game completely in the last 4 overs. After this, that is. So a single again, just 4 of the over. It can be a couple of edges as well that can take the momentum towards your side. And momentum is one thing that they have been looking for a lot of overs. You know, when Asif was looking good, he got out. When Usman was looking good, he got out. Then when Zishan Abid was looking good, he got out as well. So they haven't had that momentum going their way, the Fujairah unit. They've played some very good cricket in this tournament. And that is why these two teams are here. Ajman, unbeaten. Fujairah losing only 1 game. Down the ground this time, powerfully hit, and it's going into the stands. That might just bring some momentum to the game for Umair Ali Khan and for the Fujairah side. 6.
Oh, excellent shot on that occasion. Sameer missing his length just by a fraction. And look at that strong shoulders of Umair Ali Khan. Hitting it over his head for a high and handsome maximum. Excellent shot, and that is the right way to approach this game now. They will need to get those big shots coming in. 46 overs done, 197 for the loss of 6.
Zohaib Gujjar continues, and this is flicked around the corner. They are running for a 2 here. Good throw can get the batter in trouble. Thankfully, Shehbaz reaches home. That was a poor throw, not flat, not hard. And Rahul Chopra is not happy about that fact. It's 199 on board for the loss of 6. Talking about Umair Ali Khan and that 6 on the last ball of the last over. A very good idea to go straight down the ground. Even if you miscue it, it still goes for a few. And there's no chance of you getting out. And this is what I like about Umair Ali Khan, who resembles Darren Sammy a lot, the way he plays. Up in the air, this is going straight to hand. Idea to bring the mid-off in. Sangwan takes another catch. And this is Shehbaz's wicket, who's walking back to the pavilion now. A big wicket again, because he can be devastating as well.
Well, that partnership working for Ajman, Ankur Sangwan and Zohaib Gujjar. They picked up the big wicket of Wasim in the very first over, very first delivery of the innings. And now that partnership working once again. And 7th wicket down. Spot of bother here for team Fujairah, 199 on the board.
Jersey number 10, Farazuddin, the new batter, out in the middle, hero of the last game, but with the ball, mind you, for Fujairah. Picked 6 wickets. Top 5, all of them picked by Farazuddin. Farazuddin, the batter out there right now, playing it with soft hands. Just single this time around. And that's 200 up on board for Fujairah. It has taken some hard work for them to get there. And the work is still not cut out, especially for Umair Ali Khan. He needs to make sure he hit a couple of those big ones more to get as close to a 250 as possible. I don't think 250 from here on is possible, realistically speaking. Mathematically, of course, it is. But the fact is, if they can get to a 230 and momentum going their way and the dew not coming in, that's a lot of ifs, mind you. But if all those ifs come into place, I have no doubts on my mind that this is going to be a special game. In the meanwhile, that's another wicket, and Umair Ali Khan departs this time around. So whenever you think that momentum is going to come in their way, they lose a wicket. 8th down now, and that 230 is looking even more difficult. Short ball there to hit, and unfortunately slicing it to the short third man. Good field placings for Ajman as well. Everything going their way.
Well, absolutely. Since the start of the innings, things have been going Ajman's way. Excellent catch taken by Sagar Kalyan there. He didn't side the ball, put his hands in the air, and that just stuck there. That's what he was mentioning to his partners there. And another wicket goes down. Umair Ali Khan, well, that's a big wicket. He was somebody who could have provided that momentum you were talking about. He'll have to walk back 8 wickets down, 200 on the board, 46.4 overs.
Zoeb Zishan, the new batter, coming out to bat now. And Gujar has picked up 3 wickets here. 2 in the last 3 deliveries. Here we go again. Outside the off stump, cut away, straight to the fielder. No run. Faraz is running for a single. Directed! And he's a goner here. Oh my word. You cannot have a better day than this, Ajman. Amazing. Look at the replay once again. The run was on, mind you, because this is the final few overs that are remaining. And good thinking from Zoeb Gujar, taking his hand out just at the last moment. Nowhere in the frame, Zoeb Zishan rather. He will have to walk back here.
Oh, absolutely. That youngster, Zainullah, placed in the point area. I think that wasn't called for, that run. Faraz was just being over-aggressive. It was straight to the hand of the fielder. And at this moment, when you're 8 down, you'll probably want to be a little more careful with the new man in there. Zoeb Zubair will have to walk back. Golden duck for him. And 9th wicket down now for Team Fujairah. They're looking in a lot of trouble. What a brilliant over this has been. 3 wickets coming in it. 2 of them for the bowler, 1 for the team. And they managed to knock down 9 wickets of a strong Fujairah lineup. And now it looks like they will not be able to play those 50 overs.
Well, yeah, that might just be the case. Farazuddin with a quick single again. This time it's on because the long on is on the fence. And that's another single. 4 runs and 3 wickets off the over here. This is a very good over for Ajman. And they're sitting pretty on top. 201 for 9 after 47.
looks like Samir is going to continue. He's bowled 8 overs, picked up a couple of wickets and given away 47 runs. And what a comeback this is from Team Ajman in this Emirates D50. And nobody thought they would get to the finals in the first place, the underdogs of the tournament, and now they've got a strong hold of this final.
Absolutely, and we were talking about the law of averages as well in one of the games before this game. I think they're going to make an exception with the law of averages here until and unless they completely collapse while coming out to bat. There's still a lot of match remaining, mind you. You just cannot discount Fujairah and their bowlers as well. They're a very good unit coming back from behind in that last game after that quick fire start for the Sharjah side. That's a wide called. Faraz was late on the shot any which way. So, they came back really strongly in that game. 15 overs in the first innings. They were going at around 8 runs and over. They hadn't lost a wicket, Sharjah. And then being bundled out on 179. That takes some doing. And one man who was responsible for that doing is right in the middle, Farazuddin. He's a much better bat than coming on to bat at number 10. So he can bat a bit. And a quick fire 20 odd maybe will certainly help his team here. But will he be able to do that? That is the big question. Up in the air, not time to perfection, falling in no man's land. He wants to run for a 2 here. Mujahid Amin comes back. Good running between the wickets. Those are the kind of runs that are required here for Fujairah.
.204. Can they get to 220? Now we were talking about those 20 runs that can make a difference. And with Farazuddin there, he's a very exceptional talent, isn't he? With the ball, with the bat, and in the field as well.
Up in the air, not timed. Falling into no man's land once again. 3 fielders converging on that one. Only a single. Interesting, because this will bring Mujahid Amin onto the strike.
Well, finally, something going for Fujairah's way. All the catches have been gone straight to the fielder's hands. They did give a chance to Asif Khan, and he did make them pay after that. But otherwise, Ajman has been exceptional in the field, I think, and that's been one of the differences in the Ajman side since the beginning of the tournament. We saw them in the previous tournaments, in the D tournaments. They haven't been as good a fielding side as they were in this occasion.
Yeah, the heroes have been taken away from their name, and they are actually playing like heroes in this tournament. Strange.
So now Mujahid Amin on strike. Can he survive these 3 deliveries, or can he pick up a single?
He can certainly pick up a single here to third man. Good work from Mujahid Amin. As my fellow commentator was telling me how good a batter he is at number 11. In a team made out of number 11s, he might still bat at number 11.
Well, that's probably the second time he's opened his kit bag to use those pads. So that tells you how good he is, but he's an exceptional bowler.
No doubt. Has a man of the match against his name in this tournament itself.
Oh, absolutely. Some exceptional talent on display here in the Emirates D50 powered by Fan Code. 2 more deliveries to go in this over. That's been played over the bowler's head. The ball is running away, but the fielders will probably get a hold of that and they'll complete a couple of runs. So now coming back to that delivery which Samir bowled to Mujahid Amin, I thought, would you probably bowl a Yorker to a number 11 batter or give him space outside the off stump?
I would bowl a Yorker, if I could, to a number 1 to a number 11 batter. It doesn't matter when you bowl it. It's always a great delivery. And so much so for a number 11 because, they are late to react. They don't have so much net practice against those Yorkers as well. So yeah, it's better off. Even if it's not a Yorker and a full delivery, still a better ball. This is up in the air. It's going the distance, is it? 1 bounce 4. I think it's good work from the fielder because he pulled it back when he was beyond the ropes. But his foot was grounded or not at that time. That is a big question. The umpires are checking with the third umpire there.
Well, this will be an interesting replay and a very interesting shot selection from Faraz. Look at that. That was a swat. A tennis ball like hit. Just bounced inside the boundary rope. Sagar Kalyan was the fielder there. Look at that. Goes outside. And I think once he's made contact outside, it'll always be a boundary. We will probably get confirmation that. And these are lucky runs. These are bonus runs coming in for Team Fujairah. And they'll have to be very careful now, Team Ajman. Anything going above and beyond 220 runs, and that can probably be the difference in this game. Meanwhile, 48 overs done, 212 for 9.
Zohaib Gujjar continues. Mujahid Amin on strike. Nicely played by him. In line of that delivery. Back and across as well. Very well played. He holds his bat very softly, Mujahid Amin. Doesn't grip the ball, the bat hard. And that's why the ball goes nowhere.
Yeah, that can be one way he could easily pick up a single, just drop it and run for it. But being on number 11, he'll have to be very careful. That's been played up in the air. Cash drop, chance at the non-striker's end. Everything happening on that delivery. And Mujahid Amin survives.
Funny cricket. Funny game, yeah. Nicely played by Mujahid Amin. Timed well, straight to hand. It was an easy take. Zain already had wicket to his name in terms of run out. But this time just couldn't get the stumps. Even, in fact, the man who was backing up, had he picked it up and thrown at the wickets, I think he would have been a goner, Mujahid Amin again.
Certainly, big chances. He was on his back foot when he played that shot, so he was a tad bit slow on getting off as well.
Absolutely. 10 more deliveries remaining here. Farazuddin on strike. Nicely played. Only a single this time around though. Yeah. Nasir Aziz will make sure it's only a single here. A good little knock coming in from Farazuddin. We were saying if he can get to somewhere around 20, 22 in quick time, that will just be bonus runs, as you pointed out a while back. 214 for 9 looks much better than 200 all out.
So absolutely. Now they would want to make sure that they play all 50 overs. These 9 deliveries, even if they get 9 runs, that will definitely be a bonus for Team Fujairah.
They have bowled length balls at Mujahid Amin, and he's played them well. None of the bowlers have tried to go either scare him or bowl him a yorker. Either bowl a short delivery on the body and scare him and put him on the back foot, or bowl a screeching yorker. That's the way to bowl against tail-enders, and all those big names, the Waqar Yunuses, the Wasim Akrams, the Shoaib Akhtars of the world, will tell you the same. Because once they get to bowl the tail, they would never spare them.
Oh, absolutely. That's what you're required to do. A loud appeal, but that was clearly going down leg. I hope he hasn't hurt himself, Farazuddin. Looks like it was on the back pad. And we have very little protection on that area. So it could have been very stingy rather.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are very, very painful, especially when it hits you at the femur. It can sting for days and leaves a very bad mark as well. Not that it matters, it's on your leg. Down the ground, beautifully played. Oh, what a shot from Faraz. One bounce into the fence, 4.
Excellent shot to end the over. That was a fuller delivery, half volley, and he's accepted that gleefully. Farazuddin, that previous delivery, not deterring him. Excellent shot. The follow through was brilliant, so pleasing to the eye, and so comfortably played by Farazuddin. 49 done, 219 for 9. 6 more deliveries to go then.
Samir to bowl the last over of the innings here. 219 for 9. Well, good 19-20 runs they've got in the last few overs here. Fujairah. They were 9 down for 200. They could easily have been all out for 200, but this is a good effort coming in from Farazuddin. A cameo coming in from him. Mujahid Amin plays the first ball. This is down the leg side. A direct hit might have had him. Mujahid Amin didn't know that he was running towards the danger end, and it's another run. And they want to run for one more here. So 3 runs of buys, or wides rather, because that was way down the leg side. So that's going to be 4 wides here, and he will have to re-bowl that one. That's good running between the wickets.
Oh, absolutely wonderful running, and so lucky there, Mujahid Amin. He missed both the ends on that occasion. Rahul Chopra threw it towards the strikers end, missed on the non-strikers end, and they made sure they pick up a few runs. We'll just have to wait for confirmation on how many runs they were in actuality. Did he touch that rope when he was having contact with the ball? That is another question that will be probably posed to the third umpire. Meanwhile, whatever they get, I think this is a very good shift towards Dream Fujairah. That momentum is certainly shifting, moving towards them. Farazuddin playing that brilliant shot in the previous over, getting that boundary that raised the spirits of the team.
Mujahid Amin was running for his life there. Good running between the wickets. Although he wasn't expecting that the throw was going to come towards his end. Of course, his back was towards the keeper. But I think it's got to be called a 4 here. At least 4 runs altogether. 1 wide and 3 singles. Those were in terms of buys and overthrows. So yeah, the umpires are happy about the fact that it hasn't touched the boundary anywhere. While in contact, the fielder was good enough. So I'm sure the scoreboard will move on to 223 for 9 here. Farazuddin looking all set, and he will be on strike. 16 of 10. Strike rate of 160. These are golden runs here for Faraz.
Oh, absolutely. Bonus runs. And Fujairah, well, if they can get momentum on their side in this last over, play out all these 6 deliveries, get to 230 now, and that can definitely give them something to work with when they come out with the ball. That was a wayward delivery outside the off stump. Could have left that, would have been called a wide.
Yeah, certainly. It would have been touch and go, if you ask me. Because he was clearing his front leg, and that is why he was way too far from the delivery to actually get any sort of power into the shot there. Had he let it go, and the umpire could have given it a wide, could not have. Either ways it was correct, if you ask me.
But yeah, with dynamic crease coming in now, I think that would have been given as a wide. With him out of reach, that could have been one of the reasons. Meanwhile, excellent shot. That's played over the bowler's head. They've got protection there. Zainullah puts in a dive, but they'll make sure they come back for a couple of runs. Excellent batting this is from young Farazuddin.
Yeah, well played. It was a half volley. It was there to be hit. But you still have to hit it in the gaps. And he chose straight down the ground. Thankfully for Ajman, there was the fielder at long off was very, very straight. Could get to the ball quickly. Otherwise, it was 4 written all over it. So 4 wides on the first ball, then a dot, then a couple. 6 runs already from just 1 ball in this over. Just 2 balls, in fact.
Yeah, young legs here on at long off. Zainullah. Oh, that's been played. Top edge. Is it a chance? 2 fielders. And an excellent catch. Rahul Chopra has been brilliant throughout this tournament. And what a catch to dismiss Farazuddin. It needed a special requirement to get him out. And Rahul Chopra has certainly done that.
Absolutely. Great catch. Of course, you can argue with the fact that he had gloves on, but he needed to cover the ground. And the ball is going to swivel as well because there's a lot of wind out there. So a very good catch coming in from experienced Rahul Chopra. And that ends the innings here. And it's 223 on board, all out. Well played, Mujahid Amin. Very good support role to Farazuddin, and a good 23 runs eventually in the last couple of overs they could get. Bonus runs for them.
Oh, absolutely. Some wonderful hitting at the end by Farazuddin and good running by Mujahid Amin. And now those 4 or 5 runs we were talking about, would that make a difference? We'll have to wait and watch how much dew comes in. That'll be one of the most important factors of this game tonight.
Absolutely. Dew is going to be very, very important here for this game because the kind of team they've picked up is also based on that. Look at the batting card. Mohammad Wasim, unlucky. Great catch by Ankur Sangwan. Out for a duck. Rohan Mustafa opening the innings. 31 good runs of 49 deliveries. Salman Khan couldn't do much. Asif Khan and Mohammad Usman got into a partnership. A very good one. 91 very valiant runs for Asif Khan. Usman could just get 29. Unlucky the way he was given out. Caught by Rahul and bowled by Ankur. Zishan Abid played a decent knock of 25 of 25. Umair Ali Khan blasted one down the ground, but nothing much came out of his bat. 9 of 5. Shehbaz 5 of 9. And then a very good cameo coming in from Farazuddin towards the end of the innings. 18 of 13. Zubair just couldn't open his account. And Mujahid Amin, I think very good 3 runs for him of just 4 deliveries. 13 extras, 49.3 overs, 225 all out.
Well, 13 extras, that does tell you they've had a very disciplined bowling lineup. We see the bowling card. Zohaib Gujjar started off the proceedings, picked up that big wicket of Mohammad Wasim in the very first delivery of the innings, and that set the tone for Ajman. He picked up 3 wickets eventually, giving away 51 runs. 3 wickets for Samir as well. He gave away 64 runs. I think Ankur Sangwan was just superb in his 10 overs. Gave away 20 runs, picked up only 1 wicket. But what an effort from the young left-arm spinner. Nasir Aziz, the wily off spinner, picked up those 2 big wickets, Rohan Mustafa and Asif Khan. And that certainly helped his team restrict them to 225 runs. Harshit Kaushik and Faisal Beg didn't pick up any wickets, but they were definitely amongst the run stoppers in this Ajman lineup. At the end, 49.3 overs was all that was taken by Ajman to restrict to Fujairah to 225 runs.
Those are highlights for you. That was the catch. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant catch from Ankur Sangwan. It was going nicely hit from the middle of the bat, and they were all over them after that. Some good shots coming in from Rohan Mustafa's bat, and once he started to change gears, that is when he lost his wicket. A good little partnership coming in between Asif and, of course, Mohammad Usman right after that. But Rohan Mustafa kept on going for a few. He scored 39 good runs, mind you. Look at that shot. The only sweep shot that I have seen all throughout the day that I commented upon the game was this one. And then he lost his wicket. In came Usman. Played some positive shots, but just couldn't get going. Then came that big partnership where everything changed for Fujairah, and they laid the foundation for this 225. And that was unlucky the way Usman was given out on that one. Asif continued. Another 90-plus score for him. Back-to-back 90-plus scores. Unfortunate on both occasions. He had the opportunity to go for his hundreds there. But Zishan Abid came out and he played some good shots as well. 25 of 25. Asif was going berserk at this moment. He had covered up all the deliveries that he had taken up early in his innings. That was the wicket of Zishan. And then the big man, the biggest wicket in the game, Asif's wicket. He got out just at the right time for them. And then things just went berserk for them again. They lost 5 wickets for 16 runs in that period of play. And again, down the ground from Farazuddin, a good shot for a boundary. Again, this time even better. So a good little knock coming in from Farazuddin as well. 18 he scored of 12 deliveries and ensuring that his team has something to bowl at now. 226 to win from 15 overs. That is what Ajman need. Will they be able to get there? That is going to be the big question. We're going to go into a break here and be right back. Stay tuned.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. Hello, check. Hello, bhai. Hello, check. Hello, mic number 2. Hello, check. Hello, 1. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Hello, check. Hello, mic number 2. Nice. Check. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Hello, check. Hello. check, check, hello. Check, check, hello, 1, 2, 3.
Good evening and once again welcome back to Malik Cricket Stadium. It's Emirates D50 powered by Fan Code. The finale being played between Ajman and Fujairah. And batting first, Fujairah has scored 225 before they were bundled out in 49 overs. What Ajman needs is 226 to be crowned the champions of Emirates D50. It will be an exciting run chase. But before the second inning starts, we do have Asim Sheikh on the sidelines with Lovepreet Singh Bajwa.
Mid-match interview here. Time for Lovepreet Bajwa. Lovepreet, fantastic tournament for you. You've been batting brilliantly throughout the tournament. Final game, what do you think is this pressure situation in the entire dugout?
Thank you, Asim bhai, for the compliment. But the only thing which matters right now is the final, and it doesn't matter how much I've scored in the previous matches. But I want to give my 100% today and make my team win the game.
Well, 225 on board. How much are you fancying your chances? Is there positivity or is there still some sort of nervousness which is out there?
No, it's a final. A final, of course, everyone is a bit nervous, but we are here to give our 100%, and rest we'll see.
Well, how different have you strategized this particular game, Lovepreet, compared to the other games? You have that upper hand of defeating Fujairah in the last game. Yes, you were also chasing in that game. So what sort of upper hand do you have with that 225 on board?
I think our bowlers bowled really well today. I think the pitch was more of 260, 270, but they restricted them to 225. I think they bowled superb, and I think just positivity we have brought from the first game in this tournament is just going that.
Well, what has been that moment of D50 for you? It has been a fantastic tournament, you know, a tremendous workload. But what has been that memorable moment for you in D50?
I think my first 100 in the third game against Dubai, that was fantastic because, you know, we work hard whole year for D50 to perform so that we come in the eyes of our senior selectors. So that was really memorable for me, and how my team was backing me from the first game.
Well, when you talk about backing, how well have they backed you up?
I think they have done a good job with me because as a youngster, we are under pressure from the first game. We are a bit, you know, nervous because it's a big tournament, one of the biggest tournaments in the UAE. But Adnan bhai and our seniors, everyone was very polite with me, very calm with me, and they were like, "Your time will come. You are performing well in the domestic. We'll give you a chance. We'll back you in all games." The best thing was from the first game they told me, "We'll back you in all games," and that's how it was.
Well, do we see any sort of changes coming through in terms of the strategy that you are going into this game?
No, I think we'll play the same cricket. We have played good, positive cricket, and that's how we're going to chase it.
Well, all the very best. We wish that you guys play a good quality of cricket and give us a good game in the second innings.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Asim bhai.
Well, back to the commentary box.
And talking about the Fujairah batting lineup, they started off very poorly. Wasim Muhammad, the big man, going for golden ducks, and Rohan Mustafa and Salman Khan also struggled, but it was Asif Khan's brilliant 91 and a couple of cameos from Usman and Zishan Abid at the end. Farazuddin managing 18 and 13 extras, helping Fujairah to post 225 before they were bundled out in 49.3 overs. And looking at the bowling card, they were brilliant. Pick of the bowler, clearly Zoeb Gujar and Samir getting 3 wickets in each in their kitty, and Ankur Sagwan, the left-arm orthodox, 10 overs, a wicket and couple of wickets for the stand-in captain Nasir Aziz. They did pretty good job, and what they need is now 226. So it's the finale, the big game. Second innings, the two dashing batters for Ajman, Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. Alongside him is Sagar Kalyan, and joining me, alongside me, I have got my dear friend Asghar Khan. Welcome to Combox, Asghar.
Good evening, everyone, and good evening, Mudassir bhai. Well, really looking forward to this run chase. 226, what they required, Ajman. 226. Live from Malik Stadium. The two openers are out there in the middle. Lovepreet Bajwa and Ankur Sagwan. And straight away, Ankur coming without the helmet, so he's expecting spin straight away. And one thing, looking at this track, in the middle innings break, there's a patch just around the off stump. area of the right-hander, exactly from that end where is Ron Mustafa is starting.
It should be experience versus the young Sagar Kalyan and Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. To exploit those patches, the captain, Mohammad Usman, opting to start with Rohan Mustafa. Both the batters are in brilliant form. Sagar Kalyan and Lovepreet Singh Bajwa riding high on confidence, especially the young Lovepreet Singh Bajwa after getting that 141 in this tournament. He was always among the runs for Ajman.
Both very talented and very exciting players. On the other hand, it's all wily exponent. That is Ron Mustafa, his typical style with his P cap on his hat. Looking forward to make early inroads. Plenty of leaders in this side, Fujairah, so plenty of experience. They will draw all the experience to restrict Ajman below 225. He's got a long on back, deep square leg back, short mid wicket, and short 45. Here we go. Ron Mustafa, first delivery right on the money, Mudassar Ali.
A good start and very watchful. Sagar Kalyan. No slip in place. Bowling with the new ball, Rohan Mustafa. Wayward delivery. Asking for punishment. Lucky for Rohan Mustafa. The Sagar Kalyan did not got the wood on the ball. Wide. The first runs on board for Ajman.
Off the mark with the extras. That's something Fujairah had to be mindful of. Good work there, good intensity there from Zoaib Zubair. He's very sharp in that area. Brilliant fuseman. Ron Mustafa once again slightly short and punched off the back foot to the long on. Getting off the mark, Sagar. He's a stylish player when he gets going.
Very watchful of the mark on the back foot, Sagar Kalyan. It's a Lovepreet Singh Bajwa, the youngster, the talented right-hand batter. On strike will be facing Rohan Mustafa for the first time in this innings.
Well, Ron is not a big spinner of the ball, but this track, I'm sure, if he lands the ball in the right area, just around off stump, you will get it to spin. If he gets the ball to spin, that creates a doubt on the batsman mind. And straight away, Ron Mustafa making that impact. First delivery, going on with the arm, and Lovepreet playing off the back foot, caught plumb in front.
It's a golden duck for the run machine of Ajman. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa caught on the back foot, strikes early. Rohan Mustafa and strikes Fujairah. The man in form departs. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa without troubling the scorers. It's 2 for the loss of 1.
That's a huge breakthrough. Lovepreet goes for a duck, and Ajman in little bit of trouble here in the opening over. Identical start to what Fujairah have got. They got Muhammad Wasim gone. Now Nasir Aziz walking out to the middle. Nasir Aziz on strike now, facing up to Ron Mustafa. The golden arm, he struck with his fourth delivery, dismissing Lovepreet for a duck. And Ajman, 2 for 1 now. Things are happening, Mudassar Ali.
Strikes at the right time, Rohan Mustafa. Nasir Aziz, he has got that 100 against Fujairah, the first match of this tournament. Experienced batter Nasir Aziz up against Rohan Mustafa.
Beautiful delivery. Little bit of spin there. He's planting his front foot and playing that one. End of a terrific over from Ron Mustafa comes to an end. After one, it's 2 for 1. Ajman. Two for 1 Ajman, and it's going to be Shabaz Ali, who's been the pick of the bowlers for this Fujairah side. Bowled really well. A lot of time batsmen getting beaten with that extra bit of zip of the wicket. He doesn't look that quick, but he hits the bat hard.
It will be an interesting battle between the ball and bat, because Sagar Kalyan loves to play those fast bowlers. He's very strong on the back foot. And yet again, no slip with the new ball. Runs in Shehbaz on the money right away. He's been very watchful throughout the tournament. He knows how to build his innings, Sagar Kalyan.
He likes room on the offside, and it's surprising that they're not having a slip in, especially when you're defending 225. You got to look to pick up wickets. I think maybe they're not fancying that there's not much side movement, but the new ball can always nip around. And one, if it holds its line, finds the outside edge, who knows? Bang on the money once again. Nipping the ball back of the seam. Good start by Shabaz Ali. Shabaz Ali. 2 dot deliveries to start off his spell. Down the leg side. Trying to cramp Sagar. Drifting onto the pads, and Asif Iqbal, the umpire, signals that one as a wide. What would be your tactics, Mudassar Ali, as a captain, defending this modest total?
First of all, I would like to take that first slip in position and give that confidence to the bowler to pitch it on the off stump line. There you go. Very watchful. Played towards the third man region. It all depends on the dew factor. As of now, conditions are very windy out there in Malik Stadium. They have 4 spinners. Rohan Mustafa, Mujahid Amin is back in the side, Zoeb and Farazuddin.
Quality spinners, and Farazuddin, I think that situation is tailor-made for him, that patch around off stump from the far end. And Ron Mustafa has started brilliantly. And as you mentioned, the leg spinner and a quality left arm spinner. So the attack is there. It depends on the conditions, whether the wind stays in and the dew doesn't come along. I think it's going to be a close game.
Absolutely, and they need to get those spinners as quickly as possible. The captain, Mohammad Usman, he has played a number of matches at this venue, and he has got left arm orthodox Mujahid Amin. He'll be key if we talk about the bowling of Fujairah, especially in the spin department.
Beautiful delivery. There's some aggression coming in as well from Shabaz Ali. Mohammad Wasim just having a laugh, but Shabaz was pumped. Little bit of aggression there, and that's obvious tactics there from Shabaz Ali. I think Mohammad Usman needs to rotate his bowlers around And I think Shabazz short, sharp burst from the one end and the spin from the other end. It's a very good start for them as well.
Oh, very watchful, but let it go. Just coming sharply into the right hand batter. The dot delivery, 2 gone, 4 for the loss of 1.
Four for one, Ajman, in reply of 226. And Raw Mustafa straight away making that impact, picking up Lovepreet. Here he comes again. Beautifully bowled. He's hitting the right areas. He's pretty accurate, Mudassar Ali. Doesn't give a bad ball away that easily.
And bowls out his over very quickly, not giving that ample of time for the batter to settle in. Showing some respect to Rohan Mustafa, Sagar Kalyan.
That's brilliant stuff from Ron. 3 in a row. That's quality bowling. Another dot delivery. This is quality stuff coming in from Ron Mustafa, keeping it really tight, doing the basics right, Mudassar.
Absolutely not giving away any room or width. Yet again, on the mark, on the money, Rohan Mustafa. The key for Ajman is the man on strike, Sagar Kalyan, Faisal Beg, and Rahul Chopra. Heavily dependent on these 3 batters, and they do have the services of Nasir Aziz, who is watching from the non-striker end. A brilliant over, a maiden over, 3 gone, 4 for the loss of 1.
It's a very fine start from Fujairah with the ball in a big game like this. Early nerves also there for Ajman. They've lost that important wicket of Lovepreet. Both teams not getting off to a good start. As far as their openers are concerned, Mohammad Wasim dismissed first ball, courtesy of a brilliant catch by Ankur Sagwan. And then Ron Mustafa getting into the act straight away. Shabazz Ali has got the ball from the pavilion end. Beautiful delivery there. I think Nasir Aziz is also looking to spend time at the crease, preserve wickets, and having that depth in that middle order likes of Faisal Beg and Rahul Chopra to just take this game forward. This is his role, and he's done it well in this tournament.
We know Nasir Aziz as an off-break bowler here in a domestic circuit, but during his under 19 days back home in Pakistan, he used to open a couple of centuries to his name, playing first-class cricket for Karachi. A highly talented all-rounder to have in your team. Nasir Aziz not coming in line, just that movement sharply coming into Nasir Aziz.
Brilliant stuff there from Shabazz. Once again, surprising Nasir Aziz with that movement and also the pace of the pitch. Whenever Shabazz ball, even on the flattest of wickets, I have seen getting the batsman hurried. This is his ability. He's not from his run-up or that approach, he looks express. But believe me, he's a lot quicker than people think of him.
Absolutely, and putting that extra effort, hitting the deck hard, Shahbaz. After losing Lovepreet Singh Bajwa early in the first over, now
Wind is still blowing across, so it's a good sign for Fujairah. Shabazz Ali. Brilliant stuff once again. This is really good stuff from Fujairah. Not trying anything out of the ordinary, just keeping things tight. And first 10 overs are so important for both the teams and the context of the game.
Absolutely, and the bowlers of Ajman did a pretty good job restricting the big run machines of Fujairah. The batters struggled against the spinners and the fast bowler, just posting 225. Now it's up to the batter of Fujairah to get those runs.
Very good delivery once again. Good cricket going around here between bat and ball. Shahbaz Ali giving nothing away, no room whatsoever, just short of a length and making things difficult. Whereas Nasir Aziz prepared to fight, spend time and trying to get through this time. He's a very good player of spin as well, Nasir. So he's looking to occupy this difficult phase, try to build up a partnership here with Sagar.
This is where the experience comes in. He knows if he can spend some time on the surface, he can get those runs for his team. Nasir Aziz. An excellent over. Back-to-back maiden by Fujairah bowlers. 4 gone, 4 on board for the loss of 1.
Ron Mustafa will continue from the far end, and he's very, very quick to finish his over, gets through his overs very, very quickly. This time, fraction shot on the leg side, beautifully picked away. I think it's gone all the way, Mudassar Ali. That's a very, very good shot there by Sagar.
Short delivery and punished rightly by Sagar Kalyan, generating that power on the back foot. And the first maximum from the blade of Sagar Kalyan, looking in good touch.
Well, that's a rare short delivery there from Ron. Well, that just kept a little low. Sitting back on the back foot, and that one just hurried through.
And I reckon, Asghar, the 50-over format is all about the technique. And they do have the very technically sound batters in their lineup. As now we can see Sagar Kalyan, after scoring that maximum, a dot delivery, then sensible piece of batting, rotating the strike. And alongside him is experienced Nasir Aziz.
It's important to stay at the wicket, occupy the crease, but at the same time, that positive intent has to be there. You can't afford to go into the shell. Yes, you're chasing a model total, but you don't want to put extra bit of pressure on yourself. The next best thing, if the bad ball doesn't come along, you try to rotate, hit to the sweepers, pick up those ones and twos. That's very important here. Just pulls out. Maybe a fielder wasn't ready there.
Just running out of patience here. Nasir Aziz trying to clear that mid-wicket fielder, not middle it properly. Just a single going towards the long on. Not happy with the effort of Umar Ali Khan. Rohan Mustafa has conceded 8 runs so far.
Brilliant delivery to end the over. 5 overs gone is 12 for 1. Five overs gone is 12 for 1. And very good evening, Asim. Welcome to the Combox.
Thank you, Asghar. 5 overs, 12 for 1 here. I think the ideal start coming here for Fujairah. They might want to fancy their chance of picking up a wicket or 2 more just to have themselves positioned at the driver's seat.
Certainly, they have exerted enough pressure there. Whipped away through mid-wicket. That's going to be a boundary. Nasir Aziz, even in the previous over, was looking to break the shackles. Finally, he holds one through mid-wicket. That's gone for 4.
Well, you know he is known as the Don, his nickname, and you know why. He dons it. Anything in his zone, he's definitely going to have a go at it. And just making sure that he got enough connection. And more importantly, look at that body balance. Very solid there. Head position intact. And
Well-
perfect execution.
While Don is looking to stamp his authority, I guess, at strong bottom hand coming into play. But Shabazz has bowled well. What do you think, Asim? Short spells from the quicks from the one end and getting the spinners on as quickly as possible? How would you go about the tactics? Another good shot there. Room offer is going to go for another boundary. Will it? Just pulls. Oh, just trickles down. I think it's gone for 4. You'll have to wait for the umpire signal. That's a beautiful shot. Once again, back-to-back boundaries for Nasir.
Well, top shot there from Nasir Aziz, just standing tall, and that's exactly an incentive and added advantage that you have being a shorter batsman, is that you just get over the ball pretty nicely. All you need to do is just get your timing right in terms of your foot movement, which Rohan Mustafa got wrong at that occasion. I think my arrival has given Ajman a different level of confidence, it seems.
Definitely, whenever you are around, things starts to happen. Whether you're playing or you're in the com box, well, that's refreshing to see. You want some action. Another shot there, this time straight to Farazuddin. All of a sudden, Nasir is looking to cut loose. Is it time to bring another spinner from Shabazz in?
Well, I think it will be very crucial here for Fujairah to give a role to Shehbaz, give a plan to Shehbaz, that this is where you need to be bowling. That is going to be very crucial here, because at the moment he bowled a delivery that was too full, one a bit shorter. But the second one, I don't think that was a bad delivery. It's just that a class of Nasir Aziz being pretty evident on that occasion.
Yeah, that was a top shot. Slow delivery, it's been hit. Straight, not timed. Gonna only be a single there. Well done by Mohammad Usman. That was a slow delivery. And even Nasir Aziz, I think he's decided he wants to have a piece of Shabazz Ali.
Well, I wouldn't have mind a slower bouncer as well coming through. Maybe just to check whether he tries to fidget around with that, just to see his intent. Because both the shots that he played, one was, in fact, both the shots were on the merit. The second one was even better than the first. Here comes Shehbaz to Sagar Kalyan. Again, on the stumps and straight to the fielder. That'll be a dot ball. Again, going a tad too fuller.
I think Shabaz's role will be for Fujairah is a bit of an enforcer. You know, someone like a genuine strike bowler like Mark Wood coming in for 2 or 3 overs. He can come in the middle overs as well. And he has done it in this tournament, especially that spell against Abu Dhabi, the way he bowled. Most of the batsmen were, taking a back seat against especially his short pitch stuff. So plenty of spinners Fujairah have got. Very good delivery to end the over. 6 overs gone. It's 21 for 1. After 6 is 21 for 1. Ajman chasing that 226. Asim is a typical classic ODI. Seems to be back in the 90s, early 2000. That 225 on the board. Will it fashion out to be like that sort of contest? What do you think, looking at the conditions?
Well, it purely depends upon how they utilize their bowlers, their resources, their experience side here. With many leaders in the team. Mohammad Usman himself. Oh, poor throw, poor throw. We'll have to wait and see if they are referring this. Yes, it has been referred. But that wasn't a strong throw from Zohaib. Have a look. Yes, no, maybe. It was mid-air. Well, Sagar has made his ground comfortably.
Well, that's a chance gone bagging for me. Zohaib did really well to get to the ball, but I think when he fell over, It just lost that power in his throw. A firm throw straight to Zishan Abid, he was a goner. So Fujairah, they got to take these half chances. I believe in a low scoring game like this, everything needs to click for Fujairah.
Absolutely. Can't agree more to that. Well, they need to get themselves right. They have to get together as a unit, which they have done pretty well. It's been on and off situation here for Fujairah after that wicket on the very first over. The Sagar Kalyan and Nasir Aziz, they have just brought themselves together pretty nicely.
They've done well to just settle the early nerves. There's a shout there, perhaps a bit too high. Asim looking at the track, it's dry, and the end Ron Mustafa is bowling. There's a slight patch around off stump. The footmarks created by the left arm Samir. Is it the case of bringing someone like Farazuddin from that end just to have a look at brilliant spell in the last game? And he's someone who got the ball to turn even in the last game.
Well, in my opinion, I would rather wait for the power play to finish and then introduce a Faraz, because if Faraz gets a hit for runs, then that would disturb a rhythm of one entire full 10 overs. You really have to bowl smart. You have already introduced a spinner from one end. I don't think I'll rush with things. 7 gone, 22 for 1.
That makes sense.
Seven overs, 22 for 1. It is Nasir Aziz who will be on strike. A new bowler introduced here. It's Umair Ali Khan. Just 3 overs for Shehbaz Ali. Slightly back of length there. And Umair is someone who can give you that aspect to the game, wherein he would contain runs, apply pressure, and then the other partner that he has, he will be successful in picking up wickets. That's exactly what Umair has been doing over the years.
Yes, over the years, been very, very accurate, and he's got a great temperament for a pressure situation. He's someone you bank on him to hold his nerve in a pressure game, and this is a very important spell for him, for Fujairah as well, to just keep the pressure on from one end, and the spinners will rotate from the other.
Absolutely. Again, mixing it up, mixing his pace up. Those sliders that he bowls is something that becomes difficult for the batters to get away. And of course, he would definitely want to make use of his strength to the fullest to bring something on table for Fujairah.
Yeah, very wily, very experienced. Not easy as a batsman to really make up your mind to hit him in a certain way, because he mixes his pace, mixes his length around, just on and around off stump. You have to improvise something because he really gives you that freebie.
Well, certainly that you have to be a master to tackle out Umair and his variations. He's into his first over. They're just not taking any risk whatsoever. Taking very calm brand of cricket here. Again, that's been worked around. And especially talking about Nasir Aziz, he's turned out to be a perfect all-rounder, a dream all-rounder that you would want to have in your side. Off-spinner bowls 10 overs, 10 tight overs, and then becomes very handy with the bat as well. Oh, that was a quicker one. It goes through, gets an inside edge, and lucky escape there. Umair is looking shell-shocked.
Brilliant delivery to end the over. Unfortunately, that is gone for 4 runs. Inside edge of the bat, 26 for 1 after 8.
Rohan continuing here from the far end, and looks like they are just trying to add pressure onto Ajman by rushing through their overs, and this has been a good ploy here from Fujairah. The power play definitely so far so good here, in my opinion. Another wicket or so definitely puts them in the driver's seat with the kind of experience that the side has.
Still long way to go, over 200 runs. Just 199 required now, but it's long way off. And Fujairah have that experience. Just they're trying to dry out runs, as you pointed out, and wait for things to happen. And wickets can come in clumps, especially. Going for that slog sweep. This is up in the air. Man coming around, just falls in no man's land. Another couple of runs there. Nasir Aziz is looking to take Ron Mustafa on.
Well, I think he's just not letting him settle out, which is a good idea. And this is where Fujairah lacked as well. That dead passage of play which we had, no singles, no intent being visible there. That was something which was a tough passage of play. But one good thing is that that let Asif settle in a bit. Here this time by Rohan.
And a little bit of turn as well. Rightly pointed, batsman could have showed that intent might be the difference in this game. 9 overs gone, 29 for 1.
Umair will continue. Rohan, who's known for rushing through his overs. Brink of an eye, he's done with his 5th over. Well, overall, a pretty strong start here to this run chase, or rather run defense.
There's tight stuff and quality cricket going on at Malik Stadium in the Emirates D50 final between Ajman and Fujairah. Matt bowled an excellent over. Even that first over, that last ball, inside edge for Nasir Aziz, past leg stump for a boundary. He's been really, really tidy. He's doing a terrific job hitting those areas. There you go, giving no room whatsoever, keeping it absolutely tight. At the toss, winning the toss and bowling first, Ajman, they would take 225. Asim.
Well, certainly. It's going to be something that would take a lot of, from the experience that these boys hold. The men in green, the Purple Army, both are formidable, and that's one of the reasons why they've made their way to the finals. Trying to go big and plays it to perfection. Plays it wide of the mid-on fielder and gets a boundary. That was slightly pitched up. And something that Sagar Kalyan would fancy his chance. You have to have those boundaries in play, and he comes in at the penultimate ball of the power play.
Quality shot there from Sagar. That was a good length delivery and hitting through the line. Timed it to perfection. Brilliant stuff. Good comeback from Omar. 10 overs gone. It's 33 for 1.
Rohan continuing here. And Asghar won't be continuing in the com box as he takes a break. And in walks Mohammad Rashid. Welcome back, Rashid.
Thank you, Asim. 33 for 1 after 10.1. You would think that this is a balanced approach so far. Future Matters have made sure, Fujairah rather, have made sure that they keep their nose in the game. And Ajman are surviving here. Nasser Aziz, 17 of 32. He's a very compact player, technically very correct. And that hard work he puts in the nets is showing in this game. Meanwhile, Sagar Kalyan, his partner, who's on 14 of 29, he's making sure he gives them good company. And Rohan Mustafa is just going through his overs, I think. He just wants to make sure that they somehow get that required run rate to a level where they would have to take some risks. And that's when I think they would want to bring in somebody like Faraz or Zubair, who could turn the ball, get that grip from the wicket. And that's when they could certainly pick up some wickets.
I think at the moment the strategy looks very loud and clear from Fujairah is that they are just trying to cut down the scoring rate by bowling those quick overs from Rohan Mustafa, just cutting the opportunity wherein they would go for runs and get that required run rate to closer to around 5.5, which probably would have an extra edge here for the other spinners which will come through the ranks. Umair continuing here. What do you make out of the strategy? Is it the right way to go about things, or or should you attack a lot more?
Well, I think they've got that attacking field set for somebody like Nasir Aziz, who's just defending the deliveries. But again, somebody like Sagar Kalyan, who's going to go for his shots. They've got that field set for being right in that zone where they've got that defensive attacking mood. And it's quite evident that what they want to do is they want to put pressure on Nasir Aziz. And I think that's the right approach at the moment. Also, Team Fujairah would probably have to pick up all 10 wickets. With the wickets in hand, I don't think they can defend the score in 50 overs.
Well, again, a double-edged sword situation for them. And they have to blame themselves for that. With 225 on board, you don't have enough to play with. It's just about the experience that is definitely going to be playing in the minds of the opposition.
And now I think also they'll need to probably somewhere down the line they'll have to introduce somebody like Zubair, who's got that impact of picking up wickets. Nasser Farazuddin, beg your pardon, he's got that ability to pick up wickets, 6 wickets in the previous game.
Well, certainly. It's like after those heroic knocks from Nasir Faraz, you're missing him a lot, Rashid.
Well, I'm really sorry to the youngster. Keep mixing up his name with Nasir Faraz. Excellent delivery. That's a very good delivery coming in from Umair. Now with no dew coming in, that can be a problem. I think one other thing which Future Matters and Rohan Mustafa are trying to do is get the shine off the ball as soon as possible. Not let them score too many runs. And once the shine is off, that's when the spinners can really make an impact. Oh, another good delivery. Nasir Aziz has been very lucky at times here. Got that inside edge on the previous over as well. Got it for a boundary.
I'll make you speak with Nasir Faraz. Don't worry, after the game. We can talk to him. We can have a lengthy discussion with him. And ask him what he would have done if he would have been a batter in this situation.
Well, he's a brilliant batter, isn't he? Really miss him in this tournament. He should have been in one of the teams. Could have easily walked into any side. Unfortunate not to see that youngster in the side. Meanwhile, one more dot delivery to end the over. It's been a good over from Umair. Just 1 run coming off it. 12 done, 34 for the loss of 1. Well, talking about Farazuddin, and he's right into action. He'll be coming in from the far end. And he's one bowler who can certainly make an impact in this game. He was brilliant in the previous game, picked up 6 wickets. What an achievement that is for a youngster.
Absolutely, and more than that, an achievement for you for calling him Farazuddin.
Finally got that right.
Well, at times it gets really difficult to get the name of certain players on your tongue who have left an impact.
Oh, absolutely. And now Farazuddin, he would want to leave an impact for me. Good bit of fielding, but just couldn't hold it there. Did put in a dive, Umair, on that occasion. And straight away, a single has been taken by Sagar Kalyan. That'll bring Nasir Aziz back on strike. Now these two are stitching a partnership. They're making sure that they keep both the ends intact, get into the game, take it as deep as possible. But I think that plan can backfire if they don't get too many runs. If they let that run rate go somewhere around 6 and over, that can certainly go against them. Oh, excellent delivery. This is a very good ball from young Farazuddin, making sure that he finishes on the top of off stump. That's where he needs to be. And that's what's been working for him in the previous games as well. But the amount of spin he was getting in the previous game, not as much, but certainly quicker than what he was getting in the previous game. So that'll be encouraging for the youngster. And just need to make sure that he picks up his length, gets it in the right areas, and builds up all the pressure that has been created. And meanwhile, Nasir Aziz, he would want to probably just make sure that he rotates strike just like he did on that occasion. Easily done. 2 runs have come off the first 4 deliveries. And Sagar Kalyan, well, he'll need to keep a calm head on his shoulders. He's one player who's got a start. He's faced 32 deliveries so far. 16 runs have come off those 32 deliveries. He can't just get carried away. He likes to play the extra cover shot. He'll have to hold that. Or that ball spun very sharply.
Well, again, as you say, this longer format cricket is all about holding your nerves. A perfect example would be a few hours back, the version of Asif Lala. He was absolutely brilliant in holding his nerves out there. Yes, at times we could figure out certain places where he could have done a lot better. Oh, had that been taken, it would have been worthy of a shout. Was there some bat involved?
Well, that looks very, very close. The replay might give us a better angle of that. Meanwhile, 13 overs done. 3 runs coming off this Farazuddin over. 37 for the loss of 1.
$37 for 1, and it's Umair who will be continuing into his 4th over. You just don't want to get complacent here at this stage. Just try to play the positive brand of cricket. Sagar is batting on 17 of 34. He's on strike. And Nasir Aziz has faced bulk of deliveries there in excess of 7 overs to his name. Good shot, played down the ground off the back foot. Was a difficult shot to execute, but played and trusted the bounce on the wicket as well.
No, absolutely. They need to rotate strike now. Both of them have settled down. They have faced enough deliveries for their 18 runs apiece. Now is the time for them to open up, make sure.
Not Nasir Faraz. And it is Umair Ali Khan who has got that wicket here for the team. And that dance move, look at that. He enjoys entertaining his teammates. And that's one way of doing it. Pick up a wicket, get a dance move on.
Nasir Aziz walking back. He made a good impact, 18 runs coming for him. And now Ajman, after getting settled down, has lost their second wicket with just 38 on the board. Faisal Beg, the new man who's come to the crease, and Umair Khan, well, he's made that impact. He's broken that partnership that was going well. Nasser Aziz looked very settled down, but he's back in the hut. And now Faisal Beg, he's got some work to do. That's not a good delivery down the leg side. Mujahid Amin giving it a chase, but that's gone for a boundary off the bat as well. So Faisal Beg, what a way to get off the mark.
Well, I'm sure the question that the skipper will ask is, when are you going to dive? There should have been a dive. You need to cut down these boundaries. And if there is an extra effort required, you need to save it. And you need to make this total look like 250, if at all you can, by these extraordinary efforts.
Oh, absolutely. And on that occasion, I think Mujahid Amin was quite a few yards inside the boundary rope. That also didn't help his cause. But what a start for Faisal Beg. 4 runs of the first delivery. That quicker delivery coming in from Umair Ali Khan. Plays it straight back to Umair. This has been a good over. Barring that ball down the leg side, which Faisal has deposited for a boundary, he's picked up to that wicket that was required. That required run rate is around 5 runs and over at the moment. So somebody like Faisal Beg will probably have to take the mantle, and he'll have to bring in that impetus that is required. Fuller delivery once again, and easily played it down the ground for a single. 14 overs done. 43 for the loss of 2 wickets. Successful over for Umair Ali Khan. .43 for the loss of 2 wickets, and 14 overs done. Young Farazuddin is going to come in to bowl his second over. Gave away just 3 runs in his first over. Did get the ball to spin quite a bit, and now it'll be interesting to see what kind of an angle he bowls to the new man. He would certainly want to cramp him, put him on strike for a longer period of time, get him under pressure. And Faisal Beg is some kind of a player that he likes to get on with the game. Oh, that spun really sharply. And this is getting encouraging for Farazuddin and the rest of the spinners. They've got Mujahid Amin in the arsenal as well.
Leg slip, please.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the amount of turn getting there. Farazuddin, spot on. Well, immediate. You need to be proactive enough now. Before an edge that flies back and you have your hands on your head, stating, what if I would have got that slip fielder in place?
Oh, brilliant bowling from the youngster. Look at that. Excellent delivery once again. And now this is not good from Faisal. He went cross-legged. That front foot going towards the off-stump, ball breaking into him. That can get him into a tangle and he can lose his wicket.
Well, I think one of the reasons why he's trying to do that is the extra amount of turn which is coming through. So he doesn't want to give that gap between the bat and pad. And more importantly, even if there is an LBW shout, the chances of that going down the leg will be relatively a lot higher.
And that brings us to your point again, a short leg or a slip fielder in the leg side that can probably get that edge because of the way he's playing at the moment. Meanwhile, touch fuller there from Faraz, and that's been played towards the offside. I'll run away towards the boundary. That's bread and butter for Sagar Kalyan. He likes to play it on the offside.
Well, certainly anything which is going to be pitched up, he's going to pounce onto that, and you can see that from that shot. Excellent placement. You just keep peppering him there. He's going to play you all day long. And glorious shot from Sagar Kalyan. He moves on to 22 of 36, and he is holding one end, which is going to be very crucial in this run chase.
Oh, absolutely, and I think this is the right approach now. Sagar Kalyan needs to take on some of the bowlers and let them unsettle.
Definitely, that confidence is showing up because of that 150 in that finale that he scored right before the brink of this finale. I think that shows up in the game today. 15 gone, 49 for 2.
Right then, it's going to be Umair Ali Khan to come in and bowl his fifth over. He's picked up a wicket of Nasir Aziz. And to talk about that and a lot more about this game, I've got the experienced Faizan, Bande ka naam.
Thank you so very much. Every time he introduces me, he tries to make sure that everyone knows that I'm older than him, which is not the case in real life, by the way.
Just for a few hours, I'm younger to Faizan, just to make it clear.
Yeah, this is hanging in the balance. That's 50 up with that single for Ajman here. And I think they're looking good. They've lost 2 wickets, but they're making sure the pressure is not getting onto them. They're getting those boundaries on bad deliveries, and this is the only criticism we had in the first innings when Mohammad Usman and Asif Khan were batting together. Look at Sagar Kalyan, 24 of 38, going at around 4.5 runs per over, which is required. So he's doing a good job here, not taking too many dot deliveries. At one point, that's another single, might just be a 2 here, definitely a 2 here. So it's only a single, sent back in fact. Could have been a 2 there, but not required. So they don't want to take anything where there's risk involved. Talking about the first innings, at one point in time, Asif Khan was going at a strike rate of 25 to 30. Although he made up, more than made up with his 91. But the fact of the matter is that this is how you need to take the game slow and still build up a partnership the way these two are going about things. Sagar Kalyan, nice push through the covers. Rohan Mustafa cutting the ball very, very quickly there. Good bit of fielding and a very good throw from off balance. Nicely done. Decent over. 3 of it already.
Oh, absolutely. And now they'll have to be very careful. Like you mentioned, Ajman are stitching in a partnership, but they can't let this run rate go anywhere near 6 and 6.5 or over, because we know that as soon as this ball gets a little older, it's difficult to probably get it away. And well, what's happened there? Comedy of errors. Umair Ali Khan fielded that delivery and threw it towards Wasim, who wasn't looking, and they managed to cross through for a single. Not very happy, but that is the right approach. They have all right to take that single because it was still in play.
Absolutely, and that is what Umair was saying. Because he very quickly threw the ball to the fielder. It was live. It was in play. The umpire gives it a single. A good match awareness as well from these two. Oh, beautiful delivery. That was a leg cutter. Beautifully bowled in the right area as well. Sagar Kalyan had no answers to it. He can afford just a right smile. Another decent over coming in from Umair Ali Khan. 4 of it, 53 for 2 after 16.
Young Farazuddin, to continue, will be bowling his third over. He's been a little bit expensive today. Given away 9 runs, hasn't been able to pick up a wicket. But with the way the ball is spinning, I think he's going to make an impact very soon.
Well,
Down the leg side. And they'll cross through for a single. Is it a wide or is it from the pads? We'll just have to wait and watch. I think it's the bat there. So that leg slip fielder we were talking about, that's very important. And with the way the ball is turning and swinging and moving around, if they manage to get that required run rates anywhere around 6.5, it can get difficult for Team Ajman.
Absolutely. And in the meanwhile, if they can pick up another wicket here, maybe Sagar Kalyan, as you guys were talking about the fact that he scored a 150 yesterday itself, or a few days back. Beautiful ball that. That is the replay of the last ball of the over. The last over, that is from Umair Ali Khan. Brilliant ball. Played towards, fine leg, and Zawar Farid won't be able to cut it. This is going to go to the boundary for a much required for. Great shot. This is the difference between the first innings and the second innings. How many sweep shots did we see in the first innings? I think close to none.
Absolutely, very good point there. And Sagar Kalyan is kind of a player who will take on the off spinner, bringing it into him, and he's got a lot of improvisation. He's got a lot of shots to play, and that was one of his shots that has been played very well along the carpet and just away from the fielder.
Very interesting point you were making about Farazuddin being expensive today. This is played well. Oh, beautifully inside out. No stopping, or someone will get there in time. Good bit of fielding as well. Good throw coming in. So just 2 runs of that ball, but this was a difficult shot to hit. Much more difficult than the last one because he was going against the spin. It was a tossed up delivery as well. It wasn't a poor ball by any means. So 7 runs of this over already. I'll get back to the point that you were making after this ball. And down the leg side. Oh, very poor. Very, very poor. This time Zawar Farid is on the boundary. It's going to be only a single. They're running for the 2. And they will get it eventually. So 9 of the over. Turning out to be a very expensive over this from Farazuddin. A hero in the last game. 6 wickets to his name in that last game. And today, he's gone for 18 already into his 3rd over. I think he's bowling it 2 straight.
Yeah, I think he has to start somewhere outside off stump. That last shot which Sagar Kalyan played against the spin over the extra cover, that is where he needs to be. Once again, 2 straight on that occasion as well. Cricket is a great leveler, isn't it? And now young Farazuddin, he needs to learn all of these things as he's growing up. Meanwhile, good over coming in for Ajman. 17 overs done, 62 for the loss of 2.
We were having a very good conversation off air. We'll bring it on air as well right after this delivery. Mujahid Amin comes into the attack. I think you were the guy who were interviewing him post-match. Brilliant character once again. Very calm, very quiet guy, Mujahid Amin. Likes to focus on his game. So the interesting conversation we were having of how Farazuddin can develop a lot of variations in his bowling, which is lacking at least in today's game. Till now in the first 18 deliveries that he has bowled, this is played down the ground. Another single. Runs coming easily now for the last couple of overs here for Ajman. Seemingly things have eased down just a little bit. So Rashid, an off-spinner himself, will be able to explain this better to you of what kind of variations can be brought in the game when it comes to Farazuddin, who tosses the ball up. Very smooth action as well. Swivels on his body. Nice, good action, good bowling. How can he turn from a good bowler into a great bowler? Rashid, what's your take on this?
Oh, meanwhile, chance. Well, appeal. Is it been referred? Yes, that's going upstairs. We'll have to wait. That conversation will have to wait. Faizan, this looks interesting.
Well, I thought from the naked eye that he reached there. Good running between the wickets. Good pick up and throw coming in from Wasim as well. He's a brilliant fielder, mind you. Is the bat in the air? Is the bat in the air? No, it's grounded. It's grounded. The throw was a little bit too wide. He was home. Comfortably home eventually. Good running between the wickets from Sagar Kalyan. But he would have had his heart in his mouth for a moment there. So, good bit of fielding coming in from Mohammad Wasim. Won't give them returns for the Fujairah team. Talking about that spin variations to be brought in for someone like Farazuddin, who's very young in the game, Rashid.
Well, I think he needs to develop that straighter delivery. And for that, he can do a certain amount of things. Maybe come closer to the wicket, bowl it with that angle, get it a little bit quicker in the air with the same trajectory, or he can stop swiveling while he's delivering the delivery, and or you can obviously use the arm ball. That's one of the other variations that come in with the off spinner.
Nicely played once again. Rohan chasing that ball. And another 2. So 9 of the last over and already 5 of this over. This is turning out to be a good little period of play for Ajman here. Chasing a meager 226. We've seen chasing down under the lights is comparatively easier at the Malik Cricket Stadium. Nicely bowled. That's the 5th ball of the over. Sagar Kalyan giving it the respect that it deserved. This is what I like about his batting, Sagar Kalyan. He's going about things at a good run rate, 36 or 48. He's not batting at 36 of, say, for example, an 80 odd. That is where he's been very good, milking the bowling around. 5 of it, 18 gone, 67 for 2.
Umair Ali Khan to come in and bowl his 6th over. He was superb in the first few overs. Picked up a wicket as well. Gave away just 19 runs. And that has been the difference today. I think Farazuddin has been not up to the mark. And even Mujahid Amin in the previous over, I think he was bowling too full, too quick. He'll need to cut down on his pace. He's a very experienced bowler. He'll probably realize that and then change what is to be required. But I think for Ajman, this is good move. They're making sure they get some runs and some of them very quickly because they can't afford to increase that required run rate. As the ball gets older, it gets difficult to get a hold of it. We saw in the first innings as well, Asif Khan tried to go for those big shots towards the fag end of the innings and he wasn't able to get them off the middle of the bat.
Absolutely spot on. And it was a lot more windier in the first innings. So the ball wasn't going the distance if it was hit into the wind. It is still pretty breezy out there, but not as windy as it was in the afternoon. And that will help their cause, the Ajman team, and they're looking all set right here. Even Faisal Beg has started very well. Hasn't taken a lot of balls getting going here. Oh, kept a little low, and this is a loud appeal. A loud appeal coming in. They're checking with the third umpire. They are asking for the replay here. And the umpire says, not out. Shiju Sam is the umpire. No, gives it a not out. Well, it might have been close. The ball kept a little low, surely. But I can't say with the naked eye here whether it touched the bat or not.
Well, let's have a look there. It certainly kept low. And, well, doesn't seem like there was an inside edge. But this is encouraging sign for the spinners. Ball keeping low. And to somebody like Umair Ali Khan who bowls those cutters, and so I think now is the time for the spinners to come in and make a mark in this game. Excellent delivery once again. Just drop and run. Mohammad Wasim is really quick in the covers. They'll need to get a slip in, I think. And especially because of the kind of variation Umair Ali Khan is bowling with, it's quite evident that he might get a slip. He might get a thick outside edge.
Yeah, again, I was about to mention that they need to attack just a little bit more. Oh, that's a leading edge. They need a fielder close in. My co-commentator Rashid called it. That is the leading edge. Nicely played by Sagar Kalyan. Didn't go hard on it. Had he gone hard on it, it would have carried to the fielder. Dropped his wrist just at the last moment, and that finishes the 19th over. It's 68 for 2 now. I mean, continues. Good first ball from him. A very good last over coming in from Umair Ali Khan. Created some chances. The ball was gripping into the wicket. Turning away as well. He was bowling the back of the hand. Slower deliveries. Much like a leg spinner. Nicely bowled. Trying to make some room. Following the batter Faisal Beg there. So yeah, again, this is the phase of the game. If they can pick up a wicket here for Fujairah, they can make all the more difference. But if they keep going the way they are going right now, nicely swept away. Again, the difference between the two sides. Faisal Beg this time coming in and playing that sweep shot. That's the best shot against a spinner when it's turning square. Especially, you need to get to the pitch of the ball, get close to it. Even if you don't get a 4 on it, you at least get a single. And that is exactly what happened on that last delivery.
Yeah, but I think it's very encouraging. If I am an off spinner and there is a left-handed batter in front of me and he's going against the spin and going for that sweep, I think I will probably want to make sure that I pull that length slightly and deceive him in the air and get that top edge.
Well, that's the perspective from a bowler's point of view. I'll give you a batter's point of view perspective. That is exactly what I want from you as a bowler. I want you to pull your length back. I don't want you to bowl in those good length areas. I want you to bowl back of the length. So if I look at it from a batter's perspective, I win if I make you bowl those deliveries. And that is why the sweep shot is a very good shot.
Yeah, but if you go for that sweep shot and you fall in the trap, more often than not, you'll lose your wicket. You have only one chance. I've got 6 deliveries. So probability is more with me.
More of this fight a little later. It's 20 overs gone, 69.
Well, a very interesting conversation. And another interesting conversation was with Farazuddin. It was Mudassir Ali. During the earlier part of the day, he was with him and he had some special interview with the young lad.
Hello, on the sidelines with me is the wonder boy who took the Fujairah into the final of the season 2 D50. It's none other than the golden arm, the young boy Faraz. First of all, congratulations Faraz for your excellent bowling performance.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
First, talking about the lineup of Fujairah and you getting 6 wickets, was there any immense pressure?
Actually, yes, coming into the side, it was a big pressure because Fujairah is a huge team. So, and performing for Fujairah is like a big step because with the likes of Rohan Mustafa, Mohammad Wasim, I think that's big shoes to fill in. So, yeah, I had a lot of pressure as well, yeah.
This is something special. You are known for your batting, but bowling coming out of surprise for everyone here.
I think that I've always been underestimated in the UAE cricket. I've always wanted to be shown as an all-rounder, and Alhamdulillah, I've been able to do with the bat and the ball in this tournament.
And talking about the national call-up, how important is this tournament and your performance?
I think this is the best way to show the Emirates Cricket Board that what your skill is. There is nothing a better platform than this to perform, and I hope that this will motivate other people as well to show their skill and get into the UAE cricket team.
And the big day, big match. Are we going to see Farazuddin again among the wickets?
I will do my best, inshallah, and I will try to prove myself again and again. And I hope that Fujairah is through the line and win the finals, inshallah.
All the best and have a nice game for us.
Thank you very much,
So
Mudassir.
that was the wonder boy, the youngster Farazuddin. Over to you in the com box.
Well, that was Mudassir Ali in conversation with Farazuddin, the hero of the last game. Hasn't done much today, but a lot is expected of him, even in the com box. So I'm sure his team would expect a lot of him as well. Well, drinks break is on right now. It's 69 for the loss of 2 after 20 overs. And when we are back from the drinks break, there's going to be a change in the com box. Asghar Khan is going to join me in a bit. So a good back-to-back couple of overs coming in for Fujairah here. One from Umair Ali Khan and then from Mujahid Amin. Only a single coming in that particular over, the 20th of the innings. And now Umair Ali Khan continues. Faisal Beg looking decent on 13 of 19. Sagar Kalyan looking very good on 36 of 55. And as promised, joining me in the comm box is a legend in his own right when it comes to domestic cricket, Asghar Khan. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your kind words. And this is a wonderful partnership developing between these two. That's where the game is. Faisal Beg looking rock solid on 13, and Sagar has worked hard, played against his nature slightly. He's a very aggressive player, but reading the situation to perfection and staying in the middle alongside Faisal Beg, that's going to be vital. 69 for 2.
Well, yeah, good couple of deliveries to start the over with. Umair Ali Khan. And another cutter. That is all he's doing. He's bowling like a quick leg spinner here. Nicely played down the ground on top of his toes, Faisal Beg. There have been quite a few centuries from Ajman. We've seen one by Sagar Kalyan, one by Faisal Beg, both of them in the middle right now. Nasir Aziz, another one who's hit a century in this tournament. He's back to the pavilion, unfortunately, today. And still a centurion to come for them. Rahul Chopra on that 300-plus chase in the league stage of the tournament. Nice throw from Farazuddin to no avail whatsoever. Faisal was standing in the crease, poised. No problems there. I beg your pardon, Sagar Kalyan hasn't hit a century in this tournament yet. Today might just be the big day. He's a big match player, Sagar Kalyan. But Ajman has played genuinely like heroes.
Certainly they have. Formidable Fujairah. They've been bundled out for 225, and right now the game is in the balance. It's all about wickets for Fujairah, and this partnership is looking threatening. Meanwhile, Mohammad Wasim, brilliant there in the covers. Outstanding fuseman. Lots of energy there from him. They need something brilliant, Fizan. Maybe a great run out or a great catch to turn things around.
Absolutely. This is a good little partnership developing, and this is a flick again from Faisal Beg. A good bit of batting here. They're taking singles whenever they can. And again, that is the difference between the first and the second innings. I'm pointing this out time and again because that is the only criticism we had of that partnership in the middle in the first innings. 21 gone, 72 for 2. Faisal Beg on strike once again. Mujahid Amin continues. Big shot down the ground. Up and over. Into the gap. Couple of bounces into the fence for 4. Good attacking cricket from Faisal Beg.
That's his strength, giving himself room and hitting him over extra cover. Mujahid Amin, they know each other. Close friends, Faisal Beg and Mujahid Amin. No love lost there. It's a great contest between bat and ball, and Faisal Beg is looking really good once again. 19 of 25, maintaining a nice tempo here.
Yeah, certainly a very good start from him. Nicely played once again. Head on top of the ball. Wanted to go for a single there. Good bit of work from the keeper, ensuring it's a dot ball. Mujahid Amin has been man of the match in one of the matches for Fujairah. Hasn't really bowled all that well in this short spell that he's bowled in this game. Trying to bowl it a little too full, little too quick sometimes. Another dot ball.
Yeah, Mujahid Amin needs to come good for Fujairah. They're banking on him. He's been picked to do a job under these conditions. Nicely played once again. Look at that for strike rotation. They got 5 of the overs this one.
Absolutely. Hit a 4. Take a single as soon as you can right after that. Good cricket from Ajman as of now. Fujairah in the hunt of a wicket, and they need it now. Nothing like it if they can get someone like a Sagar Kalyan out here. This is up in the air. Somebody is getting underneath. Well, I have picked up a wicket here for Fujairah. This is what was required. This is just what the doctor ordered for them. They've got the man, Sagar Kalyan, walking back.
Well, Faizan calls it. Against the run of play, that was not required from Sagar Kalyan. They got 5 of the over, looking to sweep that one. Guess the top end. And a simple catch for Shabaz Ali. Well, 77 for 3 now, Ajman now.
Very good wicket. Very big wicket to have. But in comes another centurion from the side, Rahul Chopra. 21.5 gone, 77 for 3. Game is on. Wicket taker, Mujahid Amin, last ball of the over, nicely bowled, tossed up, played with soft hands by the incoming batter Rahul Chopra. It's 22 gone. Fujairah back in the game, 77 for 3. Umair Ali Khan to continue that wicket in the last over. The discussion before Asghar joined in, Rashid and I were talking about the fact of how a sweep shot is very, very important. And Rashid was pointing out it can lead to a mistake. And I have no problems in conceding to Rashid there. And that's our team. These are the people responsible for bringing you the cricket from the Malik Stadium. Our crew there, Ashley, Yasir, Zia, everyone. And all the time, every time they go on the ground, they inform us that they're there so that we don't miss talking about them. So big shout out going out to you guys. They will definitely take a look at this after the match is over. So yeah, once again, I concede to Rashid, and I think he was spot on there. He's sitting right next to me, smiling about it. Wait till the time I tell him that he's going to give me a dinner at Burj Al Arab now. He would run away from the comm box very soon.
Terrific stuff there from Mujahid Amin, getting that extra bit of bounce. And look at these guys, they are enjoying themselves. They put in a lot of hard work to bring these pictures live to all of you. Rahul Chopra, spot on there.
And also, at the same time, they are listening to our commentary as well, just to know what we've said about them. We love you guys. Short ball pulled away, nicely played by Rahul. It has gone towards square leg, only a single this time around. A fumble ensures that there's 2. Everything happening here in this game. I have not seen Umair Ali Khan as animated as this in any of the games before this.
Well, this is a tight contest, a big game. Every run matters. And he was bitterly disappointed there, Umair Ali Khan. He's bowled really well. 1 for 26 in 7.5 overs. He's done a terrific job for his skipper.
Nicely bowled again. Every single delivery he's bowling it from the back of the hand, just like a leg spinner does. That ends the over. Another good one, just 3 of it. 23 overs gone. It's 80 for 3. It's hanging in the balance. Well, that's our crew there. Match referee Mr. Iftikhar in the middle with the black shirt. The scorers and Mr. Shamim, one of the umpires in this tournament. Today's third umpire in this game, in this big final. Tossed up, played well. Against the spin, mind you. Only a single.
As long as you get to the pitch of the ball and Faisal using his feet, getting his front foot close to the pitch of the ball, he will be fine. He's a very good player of spin. The game, as you said, hangs in the balance. But I think one wicket, one of these two, so important. Looking to sweep. Again, living dangerously. It's a bit high there and a little bit of spin and bounce.
I would love to have Rashid in the comm box with us right now. He's giving me such dirty stares every single time a batter mishits a sweep shot. Rahul Chopra this time around, it did hit him, I think, somewhere. They're having fun about it right now. I don't know what the delay is for. Let's take a look at the replay. Turning square, getting some bounce off the wicket as well, hitting him on the helmet, under the ear. Your ears start ringing, and because it hit him on the helmet, and the concussion rule says that the umpire is going to come in and check him, or the physio is going to come and check him. And they're asking him some brief questions. He was having with some fun there with our third umpire. They will ask you your name. They would ask you what number is this, what date is it, what day is it. Those are the basic questions they ask you. I and Rashid, without getting hit in the hand, will fail this test. We forget a lot of things.
Well, some banter out here in the middle. Zubair is looking him closely as well, asking him few questions along the way.
Certainly. It was very difficult for us to pass high school. Rahul Chopra survives the concussion test as well. He's on 2 of 6. Faisal Beg is looking really good now. A very good partnership coming in from Faisal Beg and Sagar Kalyan at one point of time when they were in a little spot of bother. But Sagar Kalyan is gone, and it's courtesy Mujahid Amin, who in the first couple of overs I was saying was not as effective as he was in the last few games that he had played for Fujairah. But he's come back really strongly. That last ball was almost unplayable. And goes for the sweep again, Rahul. I would have conceded. He isn't ready to.
Well, he's a strong sweeper of the ball. He likes to sweep. But especially if one skids on or gets a little bit of extra bounce, the man at short 45 is in play. Shahbaz Ali took a simple catch. Previous occasion of Sagar Kalyan, beautifully bowled straight away. Good work there by Zubair at short mid-wicket. This is good pressure here from Fujairah. 81 for 3. And Fujairah lost those early wickets. Then they recovered. That partnership between Mohammad Usman and Asif went on. Similar states of the game.
Absolutely. Lots of comparisons with the first innings because the game has been going like this since the afternoon. Be it the first innings, be it the second innings. Similar situation in the first innings as well. They got to the 100 in the 30th over in the first innings. That concludes another beautiful over from Mujahid Amin. Only a single of it. 24 gone, 81 for 3. Take a look at the match summary here. Fujairah 225 all out in 49.3 overs. Asif Khan, brilliant 91, missing out on a century for the second time in consecutive matches. Ron Mustafa, good 31 from him. And 29 runs there from Mohammad Usman. Well, Ajman in response, Sagar Kalyan 37 of 57 back to the pavilion. Faisal Beg is still there. Nasir Aziz is back to the pavilion as well, 18 of 45. Gujar picked up 3 wickets. Nasir Aziz picking up 2 wickets as well. And I think Mohammad Samir picking up 3 wickets there. And in the second innings, it's 1 wicket apiece for Mujahid Amin, Rohan Mustafa and Umair Ali Khan.
Nasir, beg me a pardon. This one, Farazuddin coming back into the attack for his second spell. Farazuddin picked up 6 wickets, 6 for 20. And that banter, I lost it as well for a moment.
Well, I think every one of you is missing Faraz Nasir. A lot. Nasir Faraz, is it? Started off with Asim, then Rashid. He's spreading like fever here. Nasir Faraz in the com box. Everyone is calling Farazuddin Nasir Faraz. You need to meet him.
Well. Nicely tossed up. Look, asking Rahul Chopra to drive against the spin. There's a slight patch around that off-stump area. He's looking to spin the ball through the gate. Beautiful delivery, as I spoken. That went through the gate. Almost castled him.
That's the patch that he's been talking about, Asghar, for the longest time. He was on the wicket while there was a break. Look at that. Beautiful delivery. This is where you need to bowl. Faraz was very straight in the first spell. But now I think he's realized that he needs to bowl in those right areas just outside the off stump. The experience of Rahul Chopra couldn't get bat on ball on that one. Another dot ball. So starting off with a wide and a single. Those are the only 2 runs here.
Beautifully bowled once again. He's just looking to exploit the conditions, and that footmarks created by the left arm fast bowler Mohammad Samir early on. He bowled over the wicket from the pavilion, and so it always brings the off spinner into the game.
Again, big turn. Unfortunately, it was in the air. There was no man there, and it goes for a single here. But a very good comeback over coming in from Farazuddin. Things looking good for Fujairah here. 25 gone, 85 for 3.
'85 for 3 after 25, as I welcome the smiling assassin Mudassar Ali into the commentary box once again with all his experience looking at the local conditions. What do you make of the situation, Mudassar Ali?
First of all, thanks a lot for your kind words, Asghar. 85 for the loss of 3. There you go on the back foot. Much needed boundary. Ball racing towards the fence. Welcomes me with a boundary. Faisal Beg. Looking good.
Not to your liking, but that was a great shot and a bad delivery there by Mujahid Amin, dragging it short. Easy pickings for Faisal Beg.
Absolutely. And one of the players who has performed really well under pressure. Faisal Beg looking good. There you go, loud appeal, but not interested, not convinced, not the head straight away. Asif Iqbal. Oh my God. Look at that break with the angle.
Beautiful delivery. Angled in and then after pitching it straight on, and Faisal Beg's clearly suggesting there was no bat involved. I'm not sure umpire would be impressed with that one.
I think it was touch and go, but the way Zishan Abid went after the appeal, it clearly shows that no edge on the previous delivery. Excellent fielding in the meanwhile from the captain Usman, almost saving the 3 runs. But look at that batting. Everyone struggled on this surface, but Faisal Beg looking comfortable, moves to 29 of 37. He holds the key for Ajman. Now they need to raise the tempo.
Absolutely, that was a Jaffer of a delivery. Mujahid Amin has the ability to bowl that perfect left arm orthodox delivery, which turns, and Rahul sweeps it with absolute conviction. He's a very, very strong sweeper of the ball, and there was a prime example on top of it.
They needed a big over, and they have got at the right time, targeting Mujahid Amin. And this is one of the best shots to play against the spinner. Going down on one knee, swept hard into the vacant area. A much needed boundary from the blade of Rahul Chopra. It will boost his confidence. Partnership needs to flourish between these two. Wanted to sweep again, but well adjusted. A good comeback by Mujahid Amin. 26 gone, 94 for the loss of 3.
Farazuddin will continue from the far end. In the previous over, he got the ball to turn and nearly bowled Rahul Chopra through the gate. He would be looking for that sort of line, wide offside off stump, asking the batsman to drive through the offside. But experience showing from Faisal, he's not looking to drive through the offside.
Absolutely not getting tempted, because there is no deep protection through the offside. Just it's a man at a long off, the lone fielder at the boundary. If we talk about the offside for Faisal Beg. Loud appeal, but the impact was outside the off stump. And a good decision by Shiju Sam.
Very well read there by the umpire, and rightly so, called by you immediately. That sort of delivery, would you be tempted to bring a short leg in under the helmet in this sort of situation, the way he's getting the ball to turn, and especially Faisal is looking to play through the onside, just to put that doubt in his mind, have a close-in fielder there.
But who will be the brave enough to put that helmet and stand the short leg? It's not a good position, because the way Faisal Beg and Rahul Chopra are batting, they love to sweep the bowler. But rightly pointed out, it will create that pressure on the batter. Get that close-in fielders. Excellent line and length continues, keeping it tight, finding it hard to find those gaps against Faraz.
Absolutely, that's why this position is called silly points, short leg.
There you go. This time manages to put in the gap. A single has been taken. Now what is interesting is the required run rate. It's almost coming to more than 5.5 over required per over from here. Sharp turn and a couple of runs. On the surface, you need to know where exactly to pitch the delivery, getting that sharp turn, couple of runs. 27 gone. It's 97 for the loss of 3.
97 for 3 after 27. A further 129 required of 23 overs. Shade under 6. Mujahid Amin continuing. Mudassar Ali, don't you think that it's time for the leg spinner, young leg spinner Zohaib Zubair to come into the attack? Because Fujairah, they need wickets, and he has that ability with those his wrong ones and leg breaks. He can be the man for Fujairah.
Absolutely, and he was among the wickets the previous couple of matches. Yet again finds the gap. A fumble, couple of times he has fumbled. Salman not comfortable in the deep. That first quick run, putting the pressure on the fielder. Good tactics by Rahul Chopra and Faisal Beg, and rightly pointed out, you need to get the leggy. He's a youngster. You need to trust the young bowler. He has got you wickets against Abu Dhabi, a 5-wicket haul, and in the previous match getting 4 wickets against Sharjah in the semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely, Mudassar Ali, because leg spinners, they have that ability to surprise you. They can always bowl that wicket-taking deliveries. And right now, I would continue with Farazuddin. He's getting the ball to turn. And from the other end, I would... Oh, that one went straight on. Was it an inside edge? Saved him. That looked really close to me.
Pushed the batter on the back foot, Mujahid Amin. It kept on going straight. A close look in on the previous delivery can give us an exact idea whether there was an inside edge. But what matters is the decision. It came as an out from Asif Iqbal.
Well, certainly there was an inside edge. Otherwise, he was plumb. Brilliant delivery there from Mujahid Amin. He's mixing it up. He's bowling well.
This time, Mohammad Wasim very quick on the ball. Thought of a run, but no chance of that. Rahul Chopra and Faisal Beg trying to build a partnership. Looking good. Rahul Chopra and Faisal Beg out there in the middle. 98 for 3. Last delivery. Very watchful. Sensible piece of batting continues by Rahul Chopra and Faisal Beg. 28 gone. 98 for the loss of 3.
Razuddin continuing here. He's been touch off color today, but he has that ability to take wickets. Look at that grip and turn. All he needs, Mudassar Ali, to get his line offside off stump.
Absolutely, and if you are bowling on this line, get a leg slip in position. There's a big gap. There you go, not at all in a hurry. They have a plan here. Last 20 overs, if you need 120 or 125, 7 wickets in hand, they'll bat in a T20 mode.
Exactly, that's what I was pointing out even in the last over. Get a short leg in, take a man, maybe extra man from the offside, or that man from the 45 and move the deep square leg a bit finer. Get someone catching under the lid, close to the bat. That will create a lot of doubt in Faisal's mind.
My question remains against the same. Who is the man to stand at the short leg?
Well, it's a difficult... Oh, he's going through the offside and he's gone. That's quality bowling from Farazuddin, asking him to hit through the offside. And once again, that youngster has struck when it matters the most.
Brilliant delivery. Mind games, I would say. Trapped Faisal Beg after bowling those consistently to middle and leg. Width offered, flight offered. Greedy enough to go for the big glory shot. Finds the man at short third man. Mujahid Amin, no mistake. Wicket number 4 goes down. 99 for the loss of 4. much needed breakthrough was provided by the golden arm, the wonder boy Farazuddin, getting rid of informed Faisal Beg, just running out of the patience, trying to go over the extra cover. The turn and just went on away from right-hand batter, straight into the hands of Mujahid Amin. And we were talking about the short leg fielder. Out of curiosity, I would like to know, you have played n number of games, the first class games back home in Pakistan. Did you ever fielded in that position, short leg?
Well, it started from the right, from under 16 days. Being a junior, you put in short leg. Simple rule. When you walk into any team, whether you're playing test match, first class cricket, if you are the youngest man around, straight away you put the best spot in the house, short leg, and get ready to get pampered. We will continue this discussion. 29 overs gone, it's 100 for 4. Simple.
Twenty-nine overs, 100 for the loss of 4. The match is evenly balanced. Defending that low score of 226. The bowlers are doing pretty good job, but this is the man key. Rahul Chopra on strike against Mujahid Amin. Very watchful. And coming back to that short leg discussion, the fielder, how difficult it is to field at that position, Asghar?
You got to be sharp, and the important thing is you got to be very courageous. You got to be prepared to get hit, and that process, when you're fielding against quality spinners, that becomes, especially in the long form of the game, this time nicely played for a couple, it becomes a very important and wicket-taking positions, especially in a 4-day or a 50 over like there, Farazuddin turning the ball. It would be very encouraging for a captain to have a fielder there, but it needs a lot of courage, technique, and ability to stand there, watch the ball closely, because lots of fielders, you see, the moment batsmen go for an aggressive shot, they take their eyes off the ball. It's not an easy position, but it's a very useful position against quality spin. You got to be able to have great reflexes as well.
So for that, you need to trust your bowler.
Of course, quality bowlers, but still, batsmen sometimes, even the best in the business spinners, sometimes they drag the ball short or somebody play with that sweep shot. It's a risky thing, but that's how the cricket is played.
I think the Fujairah captain doesn't want to take that risk, doesn't want to get his fielder injured. A slip-in position, good to see against Zain. There you go. Brilliant delivery with the angle coming in and a sharp turn.
Well, Mujahid Amin, Zainullah, I have seen him in the past, very talented player, struggle in this tournament, and he is facing his coach. Mujahid Amin has coached him closely, so this is interesting battle.
Absolutely. The master against his student. Played with the soft hands, going for that second run, denied by Rahul Chopra. Again, they need to build a partnership. Now Rahul Chopra needs to trust the young Zainullah. It won't be an easy journey from here for Rahul Chopra and Ajman.
Yes, big moment. Rahul Chopra, he needs to stand up. He's done it already in this tournament and throughout the season. He's played really well. But I would be encouraged to even have a slip against Rahul Chopra. 30 overs gone. It's 104 for 4. Modi bhai. 30 overs gone, 104 for 4, and Mohammad Wasim having a word with Farazuddin. How bigger impact Mohammad Wasim makes. Is such a true leader when he comes to any team. He makes a big difference. It's not only about his batting, bowling, or fielding, just his presence and the sense of the game and the reading and giving the confidence to the youngsters.
Rightly pointed out, and I have seen this in Nepal, leading the team, the national side. He has been very calm and composed, and he's not shy to take advice from the senior players in the team, always talking to Rohan Mustafa what next should be done. And it's early days for him as a captain, especially if we talk about the national side. And slowly, I'm sure he will learn the skills of captaincy. But as of now, in domestic, yes, he is the right man. Thought of a single, no chance of that. Excellent fielding by Umair Ali Khan. And talking about the captaincy, he is the stand-in captain as of now, I believe, because Mohammad Usman has been given the duties to lead the team, Fujairah. But still, look at his involvement.
That's why great players, they bring so much on the table. Another top delivery at that patch around off stump. And the previous delivery, Rahul was looking to cut off the back foot. That is a very dangerous shot against Farazuddin. Never look to play against the spin when the ball is turning that much. Oh, brilliant effort there by Asif Khan. Almost pulled a run out.
There was a chance and poor effort, I would say, by Zishan Abid. You need to be sharp. You need to know where to throw. Going for the sweep shot. Terrific effort by the big man, Asif Khan. Pounced like a cheetah on this delivery. There was always a chance. What was he thinking? Zishan Abid, a chance gone begging.
Brilliant fielding by the big man. Look at that full length dive. This is what it means to Fujairah. The big boys are turning up, turning on the heat. Things are pretty serious here at Malik Stadium.
When was the last time you have seen Asif Khan putting that extra dive in the field, Asghar?
Well, that remains to be seen. I've seen Mohammad Wasim always do that, but Asif Khan, terrific. I think he at least 50 runs short with the bat. He's tried to make up with in the field. 31 overs gone, 106 for 4. Mujahid Amin continuing here. And I will be tempted to even have a slip in against Rahul Chopra because he's such an important wicket for Fujairah right now.
Shimmy down the track against Mujahid Amin, and a single has been taken. Rightly pointed out, now he is feeling the pressure, Rahul Chopra. But we have seen earlier in the tournament an excellent knock under pressure. He has played, getting that 100 and couple of points for his team. He is the key. He know how to bat with the middle order. Zainullah completely misses. And an appeal for stamping Zishan Abid. Confident. Shiju Sam consulting the TV umpire. A brilliant delivery yet again from Mujahid Amin.
Yeah, squaring him up. Beautifully bowled. Was it in the air? No. I think his balance is fine. Zainullah just able to keep his back leg intact. But a beautiful delivery coming in from Mujahid Amin. Certainly, since last 5 or 6 overs, the ball has started to grip and turn.
We're talking all the day about the dew factor, but 32 overs has almost, we are in the 32nd over, and still it's a windy out there in the middle, which is helping Team Fujairah and the bowlers. They're getting some help from the surface, the spinners. Mujahid Amin, just a wicket to his name, but he has kept the batters on the back foot. It's Zainullah Young to face Mujahid Amin.
Another good delivery there. This is tidy stuff. Zainullah has to make sure that he puts bat into ball, look to place it in the gap. Don't put that extra bit of pressure on Rahul Chopra. because even Chopra getting stuck on the crease, 14 of 29. Slowly, this rate will mount again. When you have Mohammad Wasim in that area hustling around, it tends to put a lot of pressure on the batsman.
Have been very watchful, and Mohammad Wasim has been busy throughout the day at short covers. They need to get rid of Rahul Chopra. 14 of 29 balls. He has been the rescue ranger many times for Ajman. This time just coming down the track, not in control. Nicely bowled, slow in the air, tempting Rahul Chopra to go big.
Yeah, Rahul is looking to use his feet, get the dancing shoes on, but he's not been able to get to the pitch of the ball. Beautifully bowled, drawing him forward, pulling his length back. Last ball of the 32nd over. This one is the quicker one. Went on with the arm, inside edge. Wow, this is terrific stuff. 32 overs gone. 109 for 4, Ajman. Farazuddin continuing here. Beautifully bowled and change of voices in the com box. Faizan Khan will be joined by Asim Sheikh.
Thank you so much, Asghar. Yeah, this is hanging in the balance. It's looking very good for Fujairah as of now. But make a note of that man, Rahul Chopra. He's still there. He's a very experienced campaigner. Nicely bowled by Faraz, tossing it up in the air, bowling it slow through the air. Rashid would have been proud of that delivery. Nicely bowled. Another dot ball. As pointed out, joining me in the com box is Asim Sheikh. Welcome to our first 10 together in the finals. Is it?
Not really. We did that in the first innings.
I told you, I can forget things.
Beautifully bowled once again. Faraz into his 8th over. Very impressive here. So Fujairah has definitely given a fight here. And they're right on top of things. Exactly half of the runs required here in a matter of 17 overs. Meanwhile, that's pulled. But there is a fielder in the deep. Zainul Zain, who likes to go after the bowling, who likes to keep a pace to his batting. We can expect a big shot coming through from him.
Yeah, certainly the shot was on. It was a little quicker compared to the last ball that he bowled. So nicely bowled, once again tossed up, played down the ground. Still a single. So just 3 runs of the over. A good one. That is the end of 33. It's 112 for 4. A low-scoring thriller on our hands here. Deserving of a final of the Emirates D50 2023, powered by Fangol. Up in the air, landing in no man's land. Oh my God. Leading edge. And this one spun quite a lot. Held into the wicket as well. This is getting very difficult here for the Ajman batters. Beautifully bowled.
Well, luckily for Rahul Chopra, he's still out there in the centre. Beautiful bowling, and what an inclusion, what a change here. Changing that winning combination, taking Danish Qureshi away, sitting him out and getting the experienced Mujahid Amin. He's a master of longer formats, and why his stats say so.
Absolutely hasn't given anything away. This one is swept well all along the carpet, but only for a single. They are going for 2 here, And a better throw might have had him. This is poor fielding from the deep.
Well, excellent running, I'd say, from Rahul Chopra, putting that pressure onto the fielder. And yes, rightly said, just a poor throw coming through. Have a look at that. Shahbaz Ali, he has a strong arm. Well, had that been directed anywhere near to the stumps, I think that would have been curtains for Zainullah Zain.
And I think that injured Mujahid Amin as well. And that too on his bowling hand, the left hand. That's not good news. Still 9 more deliveries from him to go. Seemingly in a lot of pain here. Might have dislocated the finger, or even worse, the physio is out there and he's taking him away.
Well, he's bleeding. Just not the right signs here. Not be able to bowl this crucial 9 deliveries, and he's in not the right thing to happen here for Fujairah. Those 9 deliveries were so crucial.
Yeah, certainly. But these things are bound to happen in a game of cricket. And I think Fujairah would be ready for the remaining 3 deliveries to be bowled by another bowler. Who will they pick? That is the question here. Poor throw from Shahbaz. Strong arm, as pointed out by Asim. And yeah, he had some distance to go, Mujahid, to gather the ball. And I think it struck him directly onto the finger or a knuckle.
Not sure how exactly or where exactly that ball hit him. Looks like a webbing issue for me. But we'll dive into a quick short drinks break and we'll take you through the live action.
Good news for Fujairah. Mujahid Amin, after a quick work on his finger, is back. And I think it's the little finger on the left hand that was a problem there. So he's going to bowl the remainder of 3 balls in this particular over. He's given away 2 runs in the first 3, mind you. There you go. First ball after the break, down on one knee, hitting it towards Shahbaz once again. Farazuddin from fine leg intervenes, and that's another single.
Well, this partnership is definitely going to be very crucial here for Ajman. They've been pushed onto the back foot with this star-studded Fujairah side. They've held on to their nerves. That's what is required here in a big final. And that's a wicket. Zain departs. A very soft dismissal and easy as it could get for Zishan Abid behind the stumps. Wounded Lion has made a comeback, picking up a wicket here.
Beautifully bowled, turning away, playing it away from the body. Outside edge is all he could muster. Disappointed Zainullah, but he will have to walk back. This is the 5th wicket down. Fujairah strongly taking the hold of the game here. 115 for 5, 33.5 overs gone.
New man in, Harshit Kaushik, the left-handed. A lot of hopes on him. He has just not been among the runs. And Ajman, the Purple Army, would be backing his abilities. He can bat really well. It's just that, can it come out in the all-important finals? That's the question.
Absolutely. Still 111 runs to go. And 16 overs remaining after this delivery. Beautifully bowled, wrapped on the pads. This is missing the leg stump if you ask me. But a beautiful ball first up to the new batter. That concludes the over. And this is the reason why Mujahid Ameen's comeback was very, very important in this game, because he had gone out. We thought that somebody else is going to complete this over. He took a treatment, came back, picked up a wicket on the second ball. It's 115 for 5, 34 gone. Farazuddin to continue here. He's come back strongly in the second spell. Picked up a wicket as well. Outside the off stump, beating Rahul Chopra. All ends up. This was in the rough that Asghar has been talking about. And it turned sharply between bat and pad. Nothing a batter can do about it. Beautiful start to the over here.
Absolutely brilliant there. The marks that Mohammad Samir, while bowling, the left-arm quickie, is definitely coming out in favour of Farazuddin. He was coming left-arm over the wicket from the Dubai end. He is coming in from the far end, which actually is bringing those foot marks into play.
Beautiful ball once again. This is a better length than the last ball that he bowled. Sometimes he's a little too straight, and that is the problem. You need to bowl it from outside the off stump. Make use of those rough patches on the wicket. And this was in the air when it crossed the bowler. It's straight down the ground. That's a 4 that's going to break the shackles here for Ajman. Much required. Nicely played by Rahul.
Well, a very timely boundary there, and more importantly, he did not play it aerial. Yes, it was for a moment it was hit in the air, but it was hit wide of the bowler. It was a very, very tough opportunity.
Big shot. This time around, he's picked him well. And it's gone the distance. So Rahul Chopra on the attack here. Out of nowhere, mind you. But counter punch is the best punch in a game.
Well, certainly, attack is the best form of defense at times. And that's exactly what Rahul Chopra has done here. And this definitely would push Fujairah onto the back foot. Not in the context of the game, but in the context of having that momentum on their side. You just can't lose momentum after bowling beautifully for the 35 overs. You just can't give it away after that.
Absolutely. 225. That is the total that Fujairah made in the first innings, and 226 to get here. Exactly 100 required from 15 overs. It's game on.
Mujahid coming in for his last over here. Sweeps it. Shahbaz keep it down to a single. What's going to be more interesting is what sort of approach does Harshit Kaushik come out with? Because he is better batter when he goes aggressive, when he plays his natural game.
Will he be able to do that against the likes of someone like a Mujahid? I mean, this is the last over, mind you. They don't have his services after this over. So all he needs to do is try to milk the bowling around as of now. Nicely played. Good defensive push. Nicely bowled as well. Tossed up. Pulled the length back just a little bit. Inviting the batter to come on the front foot.
Well, 33 for 2 in 9.2 overs will definitely play in the minds of the left-hander Harshit Kaushik, whether should I go for it or not. Oh, look at that amount of square spin there. That horizontal movement is something that always keeps the batter guessing whether he should go for it or not. Those doubts that are being pushed into the mind of the batter is something that you'll really have to capitalize on as a Fujairah team.
Absolutely. And I think this is a very classic game of 50 overs that we are seeing here. We saw a lot of games like this in the 90s, early 2000s maybe. Nowadays it's all about a batter rather than bowlers, but there's competition from the ball here on this wicket. And I enjoy these kind of low-scoring thrillers.
Especially when it comes through with the new rules in place, with the advantage that the batters have. I think that makes it even more exciting, is that you have the advantage, but you're still not able to take it.
Absolutely. Very good competition between the bat and the ball. Up in the air. There's a man underneath. It's going straight to hand. Can he take it? Drops it. That's a huge drop in the context of the game. Another wicket here would have sealed the deal.
Asif Khan, have you dropped the match? Have you dropped the match? Couldn't have been easier than that. What else could you have asked Mujahid Amin to do after getting hit on that finger, bleeding, getting himself recovered, coming back, picking up one wicket, getting an opportunity to pick another one, and then Asif puts it down.
Well, that ends the over. It could have been different for Mujahid Amin. He could have taken 3 wickets with 33 to his name. In fact, ends with 34 for 2 in his 10. Beautiful bowling from him and great inclusion. 36 gone, 128 for 5.
Rohan Mustafa has been introduced into the attack here. He has bowled 6 for 14 and picked up 1 wicket.
Push looking for a run there. Never there. So a good start to the over from Rohan Mustafa. 2 dot balls. All the spinners have bowled really well. I think Faraz is little on the higher side in terms of runs per over. But the other two have been brilliant. Mujahid Amin going for just 3.4 runs and over. And look at Rohan Mustafa going at almost 2.5 runs and over. Amazing to watch.
Well, there is one aspect to the game which I wanted to touch with you, Faizan, is the fact that the captains wanting to field first because of the due factor which will be coming into play. But how many captains actually go and try to understand what the forecast says for the day in terms of the wind to actually make such a decision?
I think that's a very important point. I believe everyone is on their phones these days, so they might just take a look. It shows in your feed all the time, the weather.
Well, certainly, and all it takes is about 5 minutes to actually understand what is the dew point, whether the dew is going to come in, whether there is breeze. And these are the small factors through which you actually make big decisions in the game. And one of those big decisions is before the game starts, which is at the toss.
Absolutely, a very important point. This also is a part of match awareness, mind you. Another good over from Rohan Mustafa comes to an end. Just 2 of it. 37 gone, 130 for 5. Umair Ali Khan introduced into the attack. He has bowled well as well. 8 overs for 26 runs, picking up a wicket. Rahul Chopra is the danger man for Fujairah here. And he's just changed gears, mind you. In that Farazuddin over, he took him for 11, a 6 and a 4 in that. And the 6 was hit with utter disdain as well. So it would be interesting to see what his approach is against someone like Umair Ali Khan, who's going to bowl a lot of cutters, I'm sure.
Well, certainly, I think this is positive cricket here from Fujairah. They are just not thinking about that aspect that the game will go deep. They're just trying to put curtains, getting Umair Ali Khan to pick up the wicket, or rather, just apply some pressure by bowling a very tight over here.
Absolutely, good thinking. Changing things around. Farazuddin taken for runs, immediately taking him out and bowling Rohan Mustafa and then Umair Ali Khan. Short ball, some turn, grip from the surface, and was in the air for a long time. The diving fielder just could not get his hands onto this. Rohan Mustafa comes in from long on to field the delivery. It's a single.
Well, what's important here is certain questions that trigger the captain at this stage is whether to have Umair Ali Khan, who has already done with his 8 overs, to bring now, or can we get through a couple of overs from Shehbaz Ali, who can have a breather for about 2-3 overs after the 40th over mark, and then he can come in for his final spell. It's just about thinking on that front, because the workload that he'll have will be bowling consecutive 6 odd overs, 7 odd overs. That's not going to be an easy task.
Absolutely, another very important point from Asim. I would have brought in Shehbaz here, especially after the fall of the wicket. Right away, I would have given my fast bowler a go. But every captain thinks differently, you know.
Well, again, it turns out to be like, again, as we say, repetitive times, double-edged sword situation. What do you do? Whether the game slips away with that sort of a decision, or whether you continue with the momentum that you already have.
Absolutely, and that is why that 11-run over was very important in the context of the game, taking the momentum away from Fujairah. A single once again for Harshit this time around. He's taken 12 balls getting going here. Rahul Chopra, he's looking good. 34 or 47. If he's there till the 50th over, I have no doubts in my mind that Ajman can definitely pull this off.
Well, an opportunity for him to perform in a big game where the team needs his services the most. And an opportunity for him to get to his 100 as well. And imagine getting 100 in a run chase. He's already done that in the tournament. And if he does it in the final, I think that would be the best innings that he would have delivered in 2023.
Absolutely. And also, how important would that drop be? The drop in the last over from Mujahid Amin. On the last ball of his spell, mind you. It was an easy take for Asif Khan. And he spilled it. Those are the kind of catches that win matches. It's a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. Because it holds true. It holds importance every single time when a catch comes to you.
Certainly, why do they say catches win matches? There is definitely some importance out there. And especially in a longer format where the batter's taking risk is relatively less. And when he takes them, you need to make sure that you pounce onto those opportunities. Not that it was a very difficult catch to take. From Asif's standard, who's representing UAE, I think that should have been.
Absolutely spot on. Especially in a crunch game in the finals. You know, that spark, that moment that can change the game around. A good catch, an inspired bit of fielding, a good take behind the wickets.
Well, look at it from this angle. Harshit Kaushik, hits those winning runs for Ajman, and all you have to think is, my 91 goes in vain just because of one ball in the entire match.
Absolutely, and possibly the only ball that has gone to him in the entire match. That concludes the over. 38 gone, 135 for 5.
A battle within a battle. Off spinner versus the wicketkeeper batter. Quicker delivery through the air. Gets an inside edge. Single comes through here.
And a friendly high five after that delivery. After some stare before the first ball. That's what cricket is all about. It's a game of passion. And those passionate moments make the game even more special.
Well, those actually can turn out to be tactics as well, just to unsettle the rhythm of the batter. Looking for that single, Harshit wanted to come for that. Chopra rightly denying that one. And they can't afford to give in another wicket out here.
And I think Rohan would like to bowl to a left-hander more, I believe. So he would want him to stay on strike in this 8th over. Good start to the over, just a single of it in the first 3 deliveries. And Rohan is gonna make sure, reverse sweep coming out, straight to the fielder Salman. Rohan will make sure that we don't have any points to discuss during his over. He bowls them so quickly. I think you guys were talking about the fact that sometimes he bowls it within a minute. This is up in the air. Somebody is getting underneath. It's gone beyond. That's a poor ball. Taken for runs. Things turning around here. Required run rate around 7.5 runs per over. If they play like that, they can certainly get to it.
Well, anything short. We saw that in the previous over as well. That Harshit Kaushik would definitely go after that. And he's someone very strong on his back foot. Especially in that region. Long on, mid-wicket. Very strong in that area. Very good delivery. A lot better. Keeping it a little full. 8 overs have been bowled here by Rohan Mustafa. He has 2 up his sleeve. Those will be very crucial overs that he'll have to bowl in the coming passage of play. 39 overs bowled. 142 for 5.
Harshit, after that dropped catch, has hit a 6 in the last over. Asif would be thinking about that catch throughout the match. As Umair Ali Khan, Jani on his shirt, continues, nicely bowled, slower through the air. He's bowling like a quick leg spinner here.
He's been nicknamed as Dwayne Bravo.
I think he looks more like Darren Sammy, if you ask me. With the kind of bowling, look at that. Exactly Darren Sammy kind of stepping there. He hits like Darren Sammy as well, clears his front leg, and likes to hit it through mid-wicket and long on. And when you look at him from the backside, definitely Darren Sammy.
Resembles quite a lot. Rightly pointed out there, Faizan. Attention to detail.
I actually told him that once last year. You look exactly like Darren Sammy, the way you bowl. I think he was disappointed. He wanted to be called Dwayne Bravo, maybe. I don't know.
Well, that is a name that has been given by Shoaib Ahmed. Dwayne Bravo of domestic cricket.
That's okay then. We can change it. Talking about the man. Shoaib Ahmed, one of our co-commentators, not commenting in this tournament, mind you, is here with some goodies for us. Good to see him, especially with the goodies.
And meanwhile, this game is definitely up for an exciting finish. Just 3 balls away from the second power play to get over. Again, a very good delivery, just not trying to fancy their chances against Umair Ali Khan. They know they have Shehbaz Ali, who hasn't had the best of the days. He can probably be taken for runs. But what's going to be more crucial is who is going to be accompanying Shehbaz Ali in that last fag end of this particular innings.
Oh, nicely bowled, beautifully bowled. Some grip from the surface, quick running between the wickets. Only a single this time around. That's just 2 of the over. Umair has bowled well. He's completed his quota of 10. He's given away just 33 and picked up a wicket. So 40 overs gone. It's 144 for 5. 8.5 runs per over required. There's going to be a change in the comm box. Both new voices are going to join you in a bit.
Thank you, Faizan and Asim. Well, a very interesting phase of the game. 144 for 5, requiring 82 in the last 10. Joining me in the comb box is Mudassir Ali. Well, what do you take of the game now? Who are the favourites?
I would say 51 in favor of Ajman and 49 for Fujairah. 51 because Rahul Chopra still out there in the middle. He is the key. 38. Alongside him is Harshit Kaushik. He has been dropped by Asif Khan earlier. And 144 for the loss of 5. Hit hard. A brilliant effort from the veteran, experienced Usman, saving 3 runs for his team.
Excellent bit of fielding there. And that's what's required in a final. They require 88.2 runs and over, and you have to put in those kind of dives to save the boundaries. If they can save boundaries in the next 2 overs, I think there will be a lot of pressure on Ajman, and these two will have to go for the big shots. And we saw the ball is getting, as it's getting older, it's becoming a little more difficult to hit it in the gaps and get boundaries. So this is an important phase. I think the next 2 overs will definitely define which way this game is falling.
Absolutely, and I reckon they have made their calculation, Ajman batters, because Umair Ali Khan, he has completed his quota. After this over, Rohan Mustafa will be left with an over. No lot of options for Mohammad Usman if we talk about the bowling.
Well, I just feel that they didn't use Zohaib Zubair in the middle. He could have come in, bowled a few overs, and that could have stretched the bowling towards the fag end of the innings. Meanwhile, excellent bowling continuing from Rohan Mustafa. He's putting the pressure. He's trying to increase that required run rate, get it over 10, and then probably they will have to introduce Zuhaib Zubair or somebody like the slower bowlers. Even Mohammad Usman, we've seen him bowling on a few occasions. Meanwhile, that's been played towards square leg, and that'll go all the way for a maximum. Excellent shot coming in from Harshit Kaushik. All that pressure that was built up has been released by that shot.
Quicker delivery, going down on one knee, and look at that power generated by Harshit Kaushik, taking full advantage of the life he has got earlier, a maximum, and ends the over with a flourish. 41 gone, 152 for the loss of 5.
They've made the change. Now it's going to be Shehbaz Ali to come in. He's bowled only 3 overs, given away 11 runs, 9 more overs to go, 74 runs required, and 8.22. That required run rate is still there at 8.2. Now, 9 overs. Who do they rely on? Rahman Mustafa has got 1 over. Then we've got Shehbaz Ali, who's got a few overs up his sleeve. We see Farazuddin has got 1 over, but that's the only kind of bowlers they've got. So they'll have to make an adjustment in the middle somewhere. Somebody else will have to come in.
The Fujairah captain banking on Shehbaz Ali. Interesting is 9 overs left. He can only bowl 5 out of 9. 1 will be bowled by Rohan. Now they need to take advantage of those 3 overs. If we talk about the batting of Ajman, and he has been very calculative. If we talk about the batting of Rahul Chopra, he knows when to take the risk. Runs in Shehbaz, is Rahul on strike.
A good delivery to start with. Doesn't go for that pacey delivery, bowls a slower one. And I think that's the requirement to the hour. He'll need to vary his pace, he'll need to mix them up, and especially against Harshit Kaushik. We've seen Rahul Chopra playing the second fiddle in this partnership. He's just made sure that he keeps rotating strike, gives as much strike as possible to Harshit Kaushik, who's then tried to launch the ball against the bowlers.
Absolutely, and we can see out of 18, he has got 12 runs through the 2 maximum against Rohan Mustafa. Not afraid to take Rohan Mustafa, Harshit Kaushik. An excellent partnership between these two, left and right hand combination, making things difficult for Fujairah bowlers. The fast bowler coming back for his second spell, runs in Shehbaz.
That's a good delivery. Just dropped on the onside. He's going to field it off his own bowling. Good commitment shown by the sturdy fast bowler. And this is where a lot of nerves will come in. And I feel now this game is worthy of a final. Any team who's gonna hold their nerves, I think they're gonna be the winners in this game.
Throughout the tournament, the luck has favored Ajman, and at the right time, Harshit Kaushik has been put down by Asif Khan. Now they are looking dangerous, both these batters. They played together a lot of cricket, not only here in UAE, but back home in India, complementing each other very well. Rahul Chopra on 40.
That's a good delivery once again. Dropped it towards the onside. They'll want to go for the second, and they'll make it quite easily at the end. Excellent batting, very calculative, and that is one good thing about this pair. Like you mentioned, they have been playing a lot of cricket together, so they know the strengths of each other. And now on that occasion, they're not going for those boundaries. They're making sure they get those doubles in.
Absolutely, and the beauty of his batting is he knows how much power to generate on the ball. Played 72 needed of 52 balls, looking for a wicket desperately. Fujairah bowlers. The key is Rahul Chopra batting beautifully. Can he repeat the feat which he did a couple of days ago here?
Quicker delivery on the pads, and that's been played towards the square leg region. They pick up another single. So they're still waiting. They're playing the waiting game. They're playing the calculative game at the moment. I think they feel that this required run rate is still in their grasp. They can achieve that without it hitting boundaries, and they both have the ability to take very quick singles and convert those singles into doubles. And that is a plus point to have when you're chasing.
As we can see, 5 runs has been scored in 4 deliveries. Just banking on those singles and doubles, waiting for the poor delivery to dispatch towards the boundary. Yes, they have created those chances, especially Mujahid Amin. He was brilliant with the ball. Couple of wickets for Mujahid Amin. Shehbaz.
Oh, that's a brilliant delivery. That's a scorcher. No chance for Harshit Kaushik. He's very lucky he didn't go for that shot. That could have easily taken the top edge. But with the way things have been going for Ajman, that could have easily gone for a boundary behind the keeper.
Not the time to take the risk. Harshit Kaushik, very watchful. Let it go. He won't mind a couple of dot deliveries. They are eyeing for those 3 overs, Rashid.
Absolutely. They're very smart in their approach, and you rightly said that. And now with that short pitch delivery coming in, will Shehbaz go for that Yorker? Can he produce that Yorker or that toe crusher and get this wicket? We'll have to wait and watch. In he comes. Another short delivery, but this time it was slower. And that's been done well. They're playing the waiting game. And you're absolutely right when you say that they're waiting for those 3 overs. Because we are also waiting for those 3 overs. 42 done, 158 for the loss of 5. Requiring 68 in the last 8. Required run rate has been around that 8.5, and it's still continuing to stay there. Rohan Mustafa to continue. He's going to bowl his last over. 9 overs, 31, and he's picked up a wicket. This game is getting very interested now. 8.52 is required in the last 8 overs. That's been played behind point. Only a single. Mudassir, who do you think is going to bowl those 3 overs?
The better option would be the captain himself, Mohammad Usman, to come and bowl those off-break deliveries. Keeping my fingers crossed. If at all Mohammad Wasim comes, then they will fancy their chances for sure.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Quicker, and that turning into him. Chance! Oh, has he got him? Has he got him? That is the question. That will be definitely referred to the third umpire. We'll have to wait and watch. That dive coming in, would that save him? We'll just have to wait. This is getting interesting. Mudassir, what's your take on that?
I think the slide from Rahul Chopra has saved him. Yes, they got a bit excited. Yes and no between Rahul Chopra. Look at that effort from Zishan Abid. There you go. Now the slide coming in.
Oh, I think that dive has saved him. Has been the tone of the day so far. Anything that they have done has worked for them. On that occasion, that big dive saving him.
Look at that effort from Rahul Chopra. Out there in the middle for almost 25 overs. But putting that extra effort, that extra dive. Going strong. Alongside him is Harshit Kaushik. An advice coming from Mohammad Wasim to Rohan Mustafa. And the fielders will be cursing themselves. They have missed a couple of opportunities of run-outs. A catch has been put down. They are punished by these 2 batters. cut hard, but this time finds the fielder. Harry Bharwal, the sub, doing the work there, couple of runs. But what is key, can he end the over without conceding a boundary? He will fancy his chances against Rohan Mustafa, got couple of maximum. Harshit Kaushik will be targeting that mid-wicket in the block hole. Yes and no. Brilliant piece of bowling.
Well, excellent bowling continues from Rohan Mustafa. He's a master of bowling in the depth. He's got those Yorkers coming in quite nicely. And now last delivery. Once again, going for it, and he's got it. Has he got it? Has he got it? Is the finger raised? Yes, it is. That dreaded finger goes up. Harshit Kaushik on the last ball of his spell has picked it up. Rohan Mustafa, what a beauty to get that wicket.
The champion strikes at the right time, the last delivery of his spell. Trying to improvise, misses the line completely. And in no time, Shiju Sam. There you go. Got right in front, showing his gloves. But what matters is the decision of the on-field umpire, Shiju Sam. At last, Rohan Mustafa strikes on the very last delivery of his spell. They're back in the game, 160 for the loss of 6.
Very close. Well, a double change then. Zohaib Zubair coming in to bowl for Fujairah. Those 3 overs you're talking about, I think Zohaib Zubair is definitely going to bowl one of them. And coming in to bat will be Adnan. He's going to be off strike at the moment. Rahul Chopra will be on strike. They require 66 runs in the next 7 overs. Required run rate has jumped to 9.43. 4 wickets in hand. And this is definitely getting very interesting. That pendulum is shifting towards Fujairah now. And I feel they've got a strong hold of this game with Shahbaz, who has got so many overs left in his kitty. Oh, that's a good delivery. But that's been played really well towards the onside. That sweep working for Rahul Chopra. Is coming back for the second. Excellent running. Good start to the over. 2 runs taken. Let's have a look at that wicket once again. Last delivery of the Rohan Mustafa over. What a delivery to get that wicket. Rohan Mustafa, he was up and running, rightly so. That was a very interesting delivery. And what a delivery this is by Zohaib Zubair, beating the outside edge of Rahul Chopra, who's batting on 46 of 60 deliveries. And to beat him, I think that takes quite a bit of effort, and all credit should be given to the think tank behind Fujairah, who made sure they didn't bowl Zohaib when Harshit Kaushik was out there in the middle.
Time will tell whether it's a good decision or not, because it's a youngster bowling crucial overs. And this was the pair which has pulled that victory against Abu Dhabi, getting that 100. Rahul Chopra. Alongside him was Adnan Mulk, the captain. 63 needed now.
Yeah, we were delivered outside the off stump. He'll have to bowl that one once again. But I think this is a good move. I think this can prove to be fatal for Ajman if they go against him. Oh, it's over the bowler's head. That's running away towards the boundary. Excellent shot. Slightly pitched up to the batter, and Rahul Chopra, well, he's gotten to his 50 with that boundary. What a shot that was, and what an innings this has been from that ever green player.
One of the best finishers, I would say, we have in domestic cricket, Rahul Chopra. He knows how to bat with the tail, with the middle order. Going strong, Rahul Chopra, 50. Sensible piece of batting. Now, one more delivery left. He's trusting Adnan Mulk. The last time these two played together against Abu Dhabi, Rahul Chopra went on to score 100 and Adnan Mulk remained unbeaten, giving him the company, taking those crucial singles and doubles.
Absolutely, he's a very talented player himself, Adnan Nawab. He'll probably just want to make sure that he takes those singles.
The final delivery, gone for runs, 8 runs. The leggy, can he get a wicket here? Brilliant shot, not afraid to play it hard. Single, a successful over, I would say, for Ajman, getting 9 runs, 44 gone, 169 for the loss of 6.
Well, change of ends for Shehbaz Ali. He's going to come in from the far end now. He's bowled 4 overs, gave away 17 runs, and he'll be bowling to Adnan Nawab, who's on 1 of 1. Rahul Chopra, 51 of 63. They just lost a wicket of Harshit Kaushik, and that can be very dangerous and can cost them the game as well. But what a knock Rahul Chopra is playing. 57 runs required in 6 overs, 9.5 the required run rate. And now I think this game, well, what a final we've had. It's a thrilling encounter.
The best we had so far in this tournament, the finale.
Oh, he's bowled
And cleans him up. Strikes on the very first ball, the Shehbaz Ali. Getting rid of Adnan Mulk. Off stump goes and goes the captain Adnan Nawab.
Well, excellent delivery coming in from Shehbaz. Look at that. Top of off stump. That's a delightful delivery for any fast bowler. And look at that celebration. That's what it means to them. 7th wicket down, 169 on the board. Excellent stuff coming in from Team Fujairah. New man in the middle, Ankur Sangwan. He's had a wonderful day so far. Picked up that first catch of the innings for Team Ajman. Mohammad Wasim, the big wicket, then came on to bowl. Bowled some very good overs, decent spell in my opinion. And now he's got a job to be done with the bat. These two are teammates for a very long time, so they know the strengths and weaknesses of each other. And now it's time for them to stitch a partnership. And it'll have to be quick. 9.77 required run rate.
Keep it simple. Rotate the strike, take the single and get Rahul Chopra back on strike. Shehbaz Ali getting his first wicket of this match, the two of Adnan Nawab. Back-to-back deliveries. Once again, he strikes at the right time. with the old ball. He's a magician, I would say. Shehbaz Ali striking at the right time for his team. It's a golden duck for Ankur.
What a delivery from the fast bowler. Excellent delivery. Top of off stump once again. Similar delivery to the right-hander and the left-hander. Getting back-to-back wickets on a hat-trick now. 8 wickets down. Well, now it's game on. Well, it's a hat-trick delivery. Mohammad Samir Chand, the fast bowler, comes in and he'll be up against Shehbaz Ali, who's been devastating in this over. Back-to-back wickets of the first 2 deliveries, bringing Fujairah right back into this game. And Ajman, well, they're in all sorts now. Hat-trick delivery coming up. Can we see that first hat-trick of this Emirates D50 powered by fan code? All defends it very watchfully. Not very convincing, but that's what you expect of fast bowlers, don't you? Let's have a look at those last 2 deliveries. That was the first of them. Top of off stump. Excellent delivery. And look at that. Similar delivery to the left-hander. Beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. And those can be the match-changing deliveries of this final of the Emirates D50.
And what impressed me is he knows that he doesn't have much support from the other end. He's the key to get those wickets and striking at the right time, back-to-back wicket for Shehbaz Ali. Samir on strike has been very watchful. Reminds me of Venkatesh Prasad.
Or Girdley Ambrose.
Or Glenn McGrath.
But you can't expect much of the fast bowlers now. I think Ajman will definitely have to somehow take a single, get Rahul Chopra back on strike. This is getting all the more difficult for them. The run rate has skyrocketed to over 10.5 runs. So it's getting very, very difficult. Rahul Chopra stranded at one end. You feel for him.
Just losing the partners at the wrong time, I would say, Rahul Chopra. But still, he can target the next over. He has that ability to get those 20-25 runs. Couple of more deliveries. A Yorker. Full marks should be given to the number 10. Mohammad Samir watching it very carefully. It's not about getting those runs now. It's all about the survival for the last delivery.
Oh, absolutely. He'll have to survive this delivery somehow. And the next over, I think Rahul Chopra will take charge. He'll be thinking in his mind how to go about things. Now, he's a very calculated batter, and he would want to see who's going to bowl the next over, probably take some runs in the first 5 deliveries, take a single on the last delivery, take it as deep as possible, and then try to win the game for his team. He's got the ability to do it, but it's a difficult task at the moment. Last delivery coming up, and that's been defended. Will he take the single? No. Denies it, and rightly so. Excellent over. Double wicket maiden coming in from Shehbaz Ali. What an over this is. Game-changing one. 45 overs done, 169 for the loss of 8. 57 required in 30 deliveries. Required run rate 11.4.
Look at that determination in his eyes. He's very calm and composed, though he has lost a couple of partners. A matter of 10 deliveries, losing 3 wickets. He'll be eyeing to go after Zoeb. Keep it simple. Bowl on the off stump. Yes, he might get a couple of boundaries against you. But what you need is to target those dot balls. Let him make the mistake.
Oh, absolutely. Deny him the boundaries. letting goes for the singles. That doesn't matter to Team Fujairah at the moment. So it's already going to be about boundaries. And Rahul Chopra would be eyeing those big shots, probably the sixes. And that is the reason why he's just denied that single on that occasion as well, hitting it towards the onside but not taking that single. So this is working against Rahul Chopra at the moment. He's not taking those singles, which is creating all the more pressure. That required run rate is reaching towards 12 runs and over. So he'll need a big over somewhere, and this can be that over. Zohaib Zubair came in late. He's gone for that big shot. And has he connected well enough? Well, he hasn't. He hasn't taken a single either. Just waiting for the boundaries.
And it was the fast bowler Shahbaz Ali putting that effort. Not easy as a fast bowler bowling the previous over. Now doing the job in the deep, patrolling that boundary region at a long off. 3 dots. Can he find the boundary here? Yes, width offered. Excellent effort by Usman. Yet again, he denies that single. The pressure mounting on Rahul Chopra. But he's a class finisher. I have seen n number of times winning the matches for his team out of nowhere.
Oh, absolutely, but he's not taking singles and he's looking very calm there. That's probably one aspect which Fujairah need to be wary of. He's just waiting for that one big over somewhere down the line, and now he'll pick up a single. Can they bring the field up? Will they bring the field up? They are not changing the field, so Zohaib Zubair is going to bowl the last ball of his over. He's just going to play towards the onside, will pick up a single. 1 run coming off this over, 46 done, 170 on the board, and that required run rate has gone over 14, 56 required in 4 overs. Shahbaz Ali is going to come in and bowl his 6th over. What a change that was to make him come from the other end. And that has worked for Team Fujairah, taking 2 wickets, very important wickets back to back, putting a lot of pressure on Team Ajman. And now Rahul Chopra is the only man. He's the last hope for Ajman. What a game we've had. Absolutely nail-biting. We're at the edge of our seats. Mudassir Ali is on his feet here. He can't take this game so lightly. That blood pressure is shooting up and down.
Request the director to send some 7-up or salt in the com box. Much needed. Runs in Shahbaz Ali. It's man in form. Rahul Chopra on strike, looking for that boundary. Goes on the back foot. Yet again, denies that single. Not getting those boundaries. Previous 7 balls, he managed just a single.
Well, Mudassir, we've been talking about this fact that as soon as this ball loses its shine, it gets difficult to get onto the bat. And that has been the case throughout the day. We saw in the first innings as well. With the new ball, you get some runs off it. And I think that's what Ajman missed early on. They didn't go for those risky runs. They didn't put on a good show with the bat in the power play overs. And that's what I think has cost them to come so low down into the innings and chasing 100 and 225 runs. You don't want to finish it towards the 47th, 48th over.
Absolutely, they were in a good seat. Look at that slow bouncer. Completely disguised the batter. Luckily, in an awkward position, Zishan Abid, but he collected it well. And rightly, and when they have sent Zainullah, instead of Zainullah, they should have sent in Harshit Kaushik, because the left-arm orthodox Mujahid Amin was bowling those overs. You need to get those decisions, small decisions going against them. They bowled really well. And the last partnership, I remember you were in the com box, you were telling if they go beyond 220, then it will be a tough task for Ajman. And that last wicket partnership of 25 runs, it's a gold for Fujairah.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's worked in their favour. Meanwhile, Rahul Chopra needs to be very careful with every dot ball. That required run rate is rising three folds. It's reached up to over 16. 56 runs required in 21 deliveries. Rahul Chopra will have to make a move on now. He'll have to trust Samir at the other end and let him go for those shots. It's already done and dusted here. They can't leave it too late. 16 runs and over, it's going to be a difficult task for any batter, let alone Rahul Chopra.
Absolutely, you need to trust your partner, take those singles. You'll get that boundary, odd boundaries. But now the pressure building up. Shahbaz coming down the track. Yet again, there's a fielder not finding those gaps. But full marks should be given to young leggy Zoeb Zubair throughout the match. The captain did not trusted him, but when he gave the ball, it was a crucial stage of the match. Bowling those 5 dot deliveries, not conceding a boundary, just a single of the last delivery of the previous over, shows the maturity of this leg break bowler.
Absolutely, and I will give a lot of credit to the think tank in the team Fujairah as well. Till the time Harshit Kaushik was out there, the left-hander, they did not introduce the leggy, which made sure that he comes in and bowls with a lot of confidence when he gets a chance.
Couple of deliveries. Yes, this time takes the single. It's an excellent over. Just a single has been conceded in 5 deliveries. Now the 226 looks far distance for Ajman. They were in control almost for 80 overs in this match. I would say for 90 overs they were in control. But the last 10 overs not going in their favor.
Absolutely. Well, I think the last 5 overs in the first innings, while they were batting, I think they couldn't get that last wicket as quickly as they wanted to. 20-25 runs were added there, which are making the difference now. And in this innings as well, the last 10 overs that have been working in Fujairah's favour. As soon as that pressure was being built up, that I think they had a plan. Fujairah, the management and the think tank, they had a plan in motion, and that plan started working for them. They worked towards their plan, and credit should be given to them because they went till the last ball to work for that plan. Meanwhile, dot ball to end the over, 47 overs done, 18 deliveries to go, and that required run rate, well, that's reached 18.33, 55 runs required. Three more overs to go. I think a couple of them will be bowled by the young leggy, Zoeb Zubair, who's into his 3rd over, given away 10 runs. And he'll be up against Rahul Chopra. 53 of 74 for him. Goes for that big drive down the offside, towards the long off rather. Will be a dot ball. So Rahul Chopra, he's just going to wait for this boundary. His required run rate is over 19 now. 19.06 to be precise, and he'll have to go for a big shot. Oh, excellent delivery. What a delivery by the youngster. Squaring him up almost. The defends it back to him. He's just waiting. Is it the calm before the storm? Rahul Chopra looks very calm at the moment.
He's been very calculative. He just needs 6 or 7 maximum. Excellent delivery. Gets the big man. I believe that's the end for Ajman. Zoeb Zubair, the young leggy, strikes at the right time. Excellent catch taken behind the stumps by Zishan Abid.
Beautiful delivery from the young leggy Zoeb Zubair. Outside off stump, inducing him to go for that big shot. Gets an outside edge rather. And easily taken by Zishan Abid. And Rahul Chopra will have to walk back, and so will the hopes of the whole of Ajman alongside him. Excellent knock coming in from Rahul Chopra. That's in vain now. Looks ominous now. The writing is on the wall for Team Ajman. They have been controlling this game throughout the day. But at the end, just faltering towards that finish line, not able to cross it. 9th wicket down, 171 on the board. 171 for the loss of 9 wickets now, looking very, very difficult. Zohaib Zubair picking up that wicket of Rahul Chopra. What a big wicket that was. And now Zohaib Gujar, the last man, coming in for Team Ajman. What a knock, what a game this has been. That has shifted. Or rather, I would say it was all in control of Ajman the whole day. And at the end, when it mattered, Team Fujairah just came in. They were slowly working towards their plan. Didn't let them notice that. And that's what good teams do. They don't let you realize that you're falling into a pit. They opened that grave for them and then at the end just pushed them inside there. And that's worked for Team Fujairah.
Absolutely, and they kept them waiting, thinking who will bowl those 3 overs. And the young leggy bowling these overs definitely will help him in his upcoming matches, for his future matches. It's not only bowling in the middle overs, you need to get that art right to bowl in those death overs. And captain Mohammad Usman, Rohan Mustafa and Mohammad Wasim trusting Zoeb. And what a day he is having. He just bowled 15 deliveries, but those 15 deliveries are gold dust for Fujairah.
Absolutely, very impactful 15 deliveries. Picked up that big wicket of Rahul Chopra. Now goes for that big shot as he connected well. The fielder settling underneath it. And that will be it. What a victory for Team Fujairah. They've done it. Absolutely wonderful. The young leggy picking up his 2nd wicket. And an amazing victory. This will be absolutely wonderful. This will be remembered for years to come. Team Fujairah were out of this game throughout the day, but when it mattered, they made sure that they make an impact and a big one. Ajman, on the other hand, had all the luck in the world till the last 10 overs, and that's when they lost it.
What a great comeback we have witnessed by the men in green in this big finale. They were not in control, they were out of the game, but excellent piece of captaincy. Well supported by Rohan Mustafa and Mohammad Wasim, and the credit should be given to the young lad Zoeb Zubair, keeping it calm and cool against Rahul Chopra, getting those 2 wickets. At the end, Fujairah winning by 53 runs. They are the champions of D50. They are the only team in UAE domestic circuit to be crowned the champions of D10, D20 and now D50. The men in green, brilliant comeback. And look at that, this is all what we need. Yes, sometimes you lose, sometimes you win, but the spirit of the game should be kept in a right way. Shaking the hands. Hamdan Tahir came here to support his teammates. Good to see dejected faces of Ajman. And the one player who will be most one of the relieved man, it's Asif Khan Behrooz.
Absolutely wonderful scenes here, handshakes all around. They shouldn't be too dejected, Team Ajman. They did a wonderful job throughout the tournament, winning 5 games in a row and then coming into the finals. That law of average I was talking about, that creeping onto them. Luck was on their side throughout the day, but at the end, I think last 10 overs, that's when they faltered. Let's have a look at the batting card for Team Ajman. Sagar Kalyan, 37. Lovepreet Singh, well, first ball duck for him. 18 for Nasir Aziz. That partnership between Faisal Beg and Rahul Chopra, 31 of 53. And I think that's where things were going in control. Zainullah, Harshit Kaushik not making too much of an impact. Adnan Nawab, Ankur Sangwan and Mohammad Sameer back-to-back wickets for Shahbaz and Zohaib Gujar at the end, losing on the first ball. What a performance this has been. Just 7 extras.
Brilliant piece of bowling. It shows the discipline, the way they have bowled in this final, defending that 226, winning the match by 54 runs. And looking at the bowling card, 6 bowlers have been used. Clearly the pick of the bowlers. It's Rohan Mustafa, Shahbaz, Mujahid Amin and Zohaib Zubair getting all couple of wickets in their kitty, and a wicket each for Umar Ali and Farazuddin. Just 7 extras has been conceded by the bowlers. At last winning the match and getting Ajman bowled out in 47.4 overs at the score of 172.
Absolutely wonderful. Every bowler picking up a wicket or 2. That tells you beautifully done. Excellent effort. Now let's have a look at the highlights of this innings, how that panned out. It was a wonderful final to witness. We've been honored to be a part of this amazing event. Absolutely thrilling finish to the tournament. The Emirates D50 2023 powered by Fancode. Let's have a look at the highlights. That's how things started. Lovepreet Bajwa, first ball duck for him. That's what set the tone. But Sagar Kalyan made sure that he got some runs and he put in a good partnership with Nasir Aziz. Both of them were looking very good in the middle. got some lucky runs as well, but that's what was working for Ajman throughout the day. And that's when Nasir Aziz, well, as soon as that wicket was taken, they just couldn't get a partnership together. I think Sagar Kalyan did try his best alongside Faisal Beg, but as soon as the spinners were introduced, Mujahid Amin picking up that wicket and made sure that he kept taking wickets at regular intervals. That worked in his favour till Rahul Chopra walked to the middle. Back-to-back wickets again coming in. They didn't let them settle down. Then was that previous over. There was a catch dropped as well in the middle. That would have easily brought things more easier, more comfortable for Fujairah. But I think it just kept us on the back foot, and beautiful bowling continued from Shehbaz Ali. Back-to-back wickets. He was on the verge of a hat-trick at one time. And look at the importance. Look at the celebration of those wickets. Wonderfully done. Fujairah, I think when it mattered, they did the right things and made the right changes which worked for them. Last wicket, which was taken by Mohammad Wasim, that catch, excellent effort in the field. Look at the winning moments. Some amazing scenes, absolutely wonderful. Young Zuhaib Zubair picked up a couple of wickets when it mattered. And look at the celebrations. Everybody was on their feet. Everybody was in the ground. And rightly so. They were probably out of the game for a good 85 overs in this game. But when it mattered, well, that nerves of steel working for Team Fujairah. That's the match summary. Emirates D50 powered by fan code. Fujairah were asked to bat first after Ajman won the toss. 225 runs could be mustered in their 49.3 overs. Asif Khan getting 91, Rohan Mustafa 31 and 29. Gujar picking up 3 wickets alongside Mohammad, and Nasir Aziz picking up a couple of wickets. When it came down to the chase, Ajman could only muster 172 runs for the loss of 10 wickets. Rahul Chopra 53, Sagar Kalyan 37, Faisal Beg 31 for them. Zuhaib Zubair picking up 2 wickets, a crucial 2 wickets alongside Shehbaz Ali and Rohan Mustafa. At the end, the breaking news of this Emirates D50 powered by fan code is that Fujairah are the crown champions and they've won this final by 53 runs. Well, that's it from the com box. We'll head into a short break, and when we come back, it will be the post-match presentation of the final.
Time at 2023 power. आ रही है आवाज? माइक सही चल रहा है? मुझे क्यू करना पड़ेगा, मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है उसमें से, है ना? प्लीज मुझे क्यू दे देना. Check 1 2 3. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final presentation of the Emirates D50 2023, powered by FanCode. Welcome to the final presentation ceremony of the Emirates D50 powered by FanCode. Of course, big thanks going out On behalf of Emirates Cricket and ITW, I would like to thank our team sponsors. That's Dafa News and sports travel partner Dream Set Go. And of course, a big thank you going out to FanCode, our powered by sponsors as well. In the presentation party, we have from the left Mr. Iftikhar Ali, the match referee, Mr. Ashley Fernandez, who's team ITW, and Mr. Andrew Russell, who is the head of development manager, in fact, national development manager. So, welcome to the presentation, guys. Mr. Iftikhar Ali would like to give the Player of the Match award for the big finals first up. And of course, Fujairah was victorious riding on his runs. So it's Mr. Asif Khan from Fujairah with his 91 of 126 deliveries. Absolutely brilliant knock coming in from Asif Khan. Back-to-back 90-plus scores from him. One in the semi-final. He was out on 94. And today, he was out on 91. Unfortunately, just couldn't get to 100 in both those games, but played valiantly and brilliantly. Asif, congratulations. दो बार hundreds miss out कर गए, but of course I'm sure कि आप खुश होंगे कि आपकी टीम finals जीत गई against the run of play.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। सबसे पहले अल्लाह का शुक्र है हम लोग जीत गए हैं। पूरी टीम को मुबारक हो। और सबसे अच्छी बात यह है जिस तरह की अजमान की टीम ने फ़ाइट की है उनको भी मुबारक देता हूँ। थ्रू आउट बड़ी अच्छी क्रिकेट खेले। आज पिच थोड़ा ट्रिकी था, टेनिस बॉल बाउंस था, तो बैकग्राउंड में यही चल रहा था कि 230-25 करेंगे तो इंशाल्लाह मैच जीतेंगे।
ऑलराइट आसिफ, कोई रिग्रेट है कि 90s में दो बार आउट हो गए, सेंचुरी तक नहीं पहुंच पाए, 194 एंड देन द अदर 191 टुडे?
नहीं, कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है, लेकिन जेहन में यही था 5-6 ओवर रहते थे। मैंने कोशिश की पावर रेटिंग करूं, कोशिश करूं 250 तक लेके जाऊं, उसमें आउट हो गया। पार्ट ऑफ गेम है, तो ये चलता ही रहता है गेम में।
ऑलराइट आसिफ, कांग्रेचुलेशंस, यू प्लेड रियली वेल इन द टूर्नामेंट एंड ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द अपकमिंग वेंचर्स।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
That was Asif Khan, the player of the match for today's game. And up next, we would like to invite the player of the tournament as well. And I would like to call upon, there were a lot of contenders by the way for this, but one Rahul Chopra wins it for his average of 203 throughout the tournament. 4 not outs and 406 runs to his name. Rahul Chopra would receive the medallion from Mr. Iftikhar Ali again. Absolutely brilliant performance from him. There was a tough fight with Usman Khan and Rahul Chopra. We picked out Rahul Chopra because he scored runs on an average of 203. Rahul, can we have a few words from you? Brilliant performance from you. Unfortunately, you could not get to the end, but the way you played must be heartening.
सबसे पहले तो मैं फुजेरा टीम को कांग्रेस बोलूँगा और अपने लड़कों को हार्ड लक बोलूँगा, क्योंकि थ्रू आउट टूर्नामेंट हम लोग सबसे अच्छा खेले। तो एक मैच था कि जो हम कोलैप्स हो गए, तो यही था कि बस यही तक लास्ट तक बिलीव था मेरे ऊपर कि मैं खेलता रहूँगा, तो वो नहीं कर पाया मैं।
अनफॉर्चुनेट, बट आप खुश हैं अपनी परफॉर्मेंस से?
नहीं, मैं खुश नहीं हूँ। अगर फाइनल जीतते तो मैं और खुश होता।
All right, all the best, Rahul. You played really well and you deserve all the applause. Thank you so much. Well, Rahul Chopra with 406 runs, 4 not outs and an average of 203, the player of the tournament. I would now like to call upon the runners-up captain for a quick round of chat. So, Mr. Adnan ul Mulk, can we have you please? Let's first have a quick chat with Mr. Adnan and then you can receive your trophy. Adnan, tough day for you, law of averages catching up with you?
Yeah, it's been a tough series altogether. Anyways, we played 5.5 games of perfect cricket, and we won all the challenges that came our way. Just the last half of the tournament, the last 50 overs, we weren't able to bat as well as we expected to, which made us lose the final.
Absolutely. Again, we in the Combox thought that the law of averages was catching up with you. You had won 5 games and 5 great victories at that. You won in the last over, in the first half of the game, in the second half of the game, and today you were heavy in the very first innings. What went wrong for you? What do you think it is?
Well, I think we did not cash out on the power play. We lost some early wickets, and after that we played a little bit of dead cricket. We should have kept on rotating the strike. But all credit due to the Fujairah bowlers as well. They bowled really well. They made us struggle for the runs to get even the single run that we were striving for. But all credit due to them. They played better cricket than us.
Runners up last year, runners up this year. That must be heartbreaking as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll come back again next year though.
That's the positive response from the captain. From Ajman, the runners-up, you'll receive your trophy from Mr. Ashley now. Mr. Ashley Fernandez is going to hand over your runners-up trophy to Adnan Ul-Mulk and Team Ajman. Brilliant performance from them. Before coming to the finals, they hadn't lost a single game. Unfortunately, it was not just their day today. Well played, Ajman. Well played, Adnan Ul-Mulk. Well, it's time now to invite the winning captain for a quick chat. So I would invite Mr. Mohammad Usman from Fujairah to come down and have a few words with me. I know Usman भाई बहुत जल्दी है ट्रॉफी पे हाथ लगाने की, बट थोड़ी सी बात कर लें. फर्स्ट हाफ में ऐसा लगा था कि आपने प्लॉट लूज कर दिया है एंड उतनी तेज रन्स बन नहीं रहे थे जितना एक्सपेक्ट किया जा रहा था आपसे, बट बिलीव था कि 225 वाज गुड इनफ.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हम लोग अर्ली आपको पता है 3 आउट हो गए थे. हम लोग के माइंड में था कि हम लोग 230-225 के दरमियान कहीं भी आ जाएं और हम लोग एटलीस्ट उसमें सेफ साइड पे आ जाएंगे और थोड़ी बॉलिंग अच्छी करेंगे तो हम लोग पकड़ लेंगे उन्हें.
वेल, क्या कहना चाहते हैं अपनी टीम के बारे में? कमिंग बैक फ्रॉम बिहाइंड, सेमीफाइनल इतना ज़बरदस्त जीते और फिर फाइनल्स में एक छोटा स्कोर डिफेंड कर पाना, यू नो, अंडर द लाइट्स स्पेशली इज़ नॉट दैट ईजी.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हम लोग सिर्फ वेट कर रहे थे कि शायद आज ड्यू ना हो और हम लोग 225-230 कर जाएंगे तो हम लोग एटलीस्ट इतना हो जाएगा कि हम लोग फाइटिंग टोटल दे देंगे. लेकिन क्रेडिट जो जाता है वो सब बॉलर्स को जाता है कि बहुत अच्छे उन्होंने बॉल कर दिए और हम लोग को वापस मैच में ले आए.
आसिफ की नॉक के बारे में क्या कहना है? 91 वेरी डिफरेंट टू व्हाट ही प्लेज यूजुअली.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, और आपको पता है जिस तरह स्टार्टिंग में वो बहुत स्लो खेल रहा था लेकिन उसने बहुत अच्छा रिकवर किया, उसकी वजह से हम लोग इतने टोटल तक आ गए थे.
All right, thank you so much. Congratulations, Usman and your team as well. You have played fantastically and you deserve all the applause in this tournament.
Thank you.
Well, you can receive your trophy from Mr. Andrew Russell, who's going to hand it over to the winning captain from Fujairah. Ladies and gentlemen, wonderful performance from Fujairah. The team has been absolutely brilliant. The whole team is going to gather here and get their hands onto the trophy. But before I go away and we wrap this presentation up, big thanks going out to all our umpires, to the match referees, to the officials, and of course to our commentary team as well. Our production team has been brilliant and hope you enjoyed the coverage. So that's it from the final presentation of the Emirates D50 2023 powered by Fan Code. Good night. God bless.